With the grand final inside, it's make or break matches at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. 6 global teams, 4 will be eliminated. 2 will fight it out for championship. And to talk all things Global Chess League, in the studio with me, the Jedi.
I'm here.
James Canty.
Let's go, baby. Another day.
And a woman grandmaster, Kari Satsalashvili.
Thank you, Tanya.
James, it's crunch time for the teams. Can we expect more aggression?
Yeah, here is where you start seeing, for instance, yesterday you actually saw the Scandinavian from Shaq Mamadyrov, right? That's crazy. Scandinavian, you're going to see a lot of aggression and crazy stuff happening the rest of this time in the tournament.
That's right, and this is the moment that some of the teams have to make it or have to say goodbye to this tournament. And also, Tanya, the top teams are fighting for the first spot. So we are getting very close to the end.
So much tension for the teams. We love it. We can expect big action. Let's take a look at the menu for today. And we've got big matches coming up. As we see the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, who are in the race to make it to the finals, will be playing twice today. 2 matches for them. They start against the Chingari Gulf Titans. Then we will have the Triveni Continental Kings take on the SG Alpine Warriors. Another hot team there, James.
Oh, definitely hot team there, of course. And with that Upgrad Mumbai Masters thing, I mean, they had to play twice. That's crazy. You got to play a very hard chess here. So one with white, one with black there, of course. 4 matches. I mean, so many emotions. We saw that yesterday, too, as well. The emotions were on their face as they were sitting at the board.
Is that the team with the most pressure today, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
Yes, they have to play 2 games, and Tanya, for the moment, they are at the 3rd position with 10 points, and 2 other teams have 15 points. So they can actually overtake these 2 teams, but they need to win, and the opponents are not easy. In fact, one of the rounds today, the 2nd match, they will face against Ganda's Grandmasters. This is really tough one.
Oh my God, I can't wait for that one.
Heat! I'm ready for it. That's going to be a lot of heat today. It's hotter than Dubai is where we are right now. Wow.
It's getting hot outside and it's getting hot inside in the playing arena. Let's take a look at our leaderboard with just a couple of matches remaining. It is fire as we've got the Ganges Grandmasters at the top. And then the SG Alpine Warriors. And we can see some of the teams struggling with big names. On 6th position is Chingari Gulf Titans. They are the ones who face the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. It's going to be a tough day for them, James.
100% it's going to be a tough day. Anytime you face, any of these teams, but also, the top team and you're the bottom team, you're like, hey, look, let's just go in here and play our best chess. But a lot of times having that Hikaru mindset, literally don't care. Sometimes you can actually strike back and actually win some matches that you didn't think you were going to win in the first place.
Yeah. And one of the big elements in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League has been the color, the piece color that the teams start with. And let's take a look at the performance so far of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters who take on the Chingari Gulf Titans. They will be playing with the black pieces, and we see there that in fact with black Ketty, they haven't lost a single match. Is that advantage Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
It is a huge advantage for the team. They have won all the possible matches with black. This is their 3rd one. With white, they also have a bit shaky situation. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. Talking about this match, which we have right away, here we have Mumbai Grandmasters favored on all the boards. However, in the first match, we remember that on the last board, Nihal Sarin had a good chance to strike back.
It's going to be a fun one. Let's take a look at the performance of the Chingari Gulf Titans. It is a stacked team, but it's been a rough event so far. They are at the bottom of the table, and there we see a mixed result, James, with the white pieces and the black pieces. But they can play spoilers to the Upgrad Mumbai Masters today.
They can definitely play some spoilers there. If I'm looking at the stats, I'm like, what am I better with? You know what, we'll just go with white. But we got 1 draw with black, so it just really depends. We need more points. It really just depends on how you feel at this point. If you feel good, you play good a lot of times.
That's nicely put, James. It's going to be a big match. Can the Chingari Gulf Titans take down the Upgrad Mumbai Masters? A tough spot for the players. But you know what? This is the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. It's not just a tough spot on the board. Take a look at what happened when Samir Raina put our players on a tough spot off the board.
Welcome to the Rapid Fire with Samir Raina, and with me in this elevator is Jesse February. Hello, Jesse. Who's your favorite chess player for men?
Michael Todd.
Samir Raina.
Hey, Tom.
Bobby Fischer.
Gary Kasper.
If chess was banned today, what would you be doing?
Sleeping. and become an exotic dancer.
Playing video games?
I'll be a content creator. By knowing you, I know it make good money.
What's your favorite chess opening and why?
Scotch Gambit.
I play e4 because I have always played e4.
The Grunfeld, because I don't know anything else.
Sicilian defense, because whenever I have needed to score a win, it has, helped me.
Queen's Gambit, because I love the name.
If you could play a game of chess with anyone from history, who would it be?
Carl?
Right this second, I feel like saying Morphy.
I would play against Fischer, of course.
Time. Bobby Fischer.
If you could remove one rule from chess, what would it be?
Empasante. Empasante.
I mean, I would add pieces and stuff, but I don't feel like removing anything.
Like it as it is. Let's remove castling.
I think I would make that winning, drawing with white and drawing with black, he lose the same elo rating points. So I would give that higher penalty for drawing with white.
Oh, wow. With this for FIDE president.
Can you summarize the Global Chess League in one word?
Global Chess League is a revolution in chess.
Innovative.
Excitement.
Innovative.
Future.
That was a lot of fun to watch. I love, Katy, how you picked the Queen's Gambit as your favorite opening. Does that have something to do with the TV show as well?
That can be some part of it, but I'm playing d4 all my life, so I could not choose anything else but Queen's Gambit.
So much fun to watch the players talk about the innovative format of the Global Chess League as well, James.
Absolutely. Of course, they love it here. I mean, you can tell everyone's in high spirits, good spirits here, even when they're losing. Of course, the format just makes anything happen, You lose some games away, you lose some games with black. I mean, all kind of things happen because this format makes it very exciting, especially with the 4 points for black. I get to play aggressive chess every game with the black pieces. Give me black every time. I get 4 points. Come on now.
That's a great point. Let's take a look who does start with the black pieces today. We've got a big matchup coming up with the Chingari Gulf Titans taking on the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And this is the second time the teams face each other. And this time, it will be the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And we see Grandmaster Srinath there with the Black Queen. They start with black. The Chingari Gulf Titans take on the white pieces. Grandmaster Swapnil there. This has been one of the most exciting things to watch because for the first time in chess, it's all the players playing the same color.
That's right. It never happened before, but I think everybody loves it. And this is just the start, and we're going to have a lot of events just following this one. And Tanya, we saw how the captain of Upgrade Mumbai Busters with the black queen was happy. I think they are very much looking forward to start the games with the black pieces on the boards.
But James, do you think they're happy right now or super tensed?
You know what? Well, the manager or the coach, they like chilling. Oh yeah, we get to watch, but the players, they are the ones just like in there, like, come on, bro, we gotta win, and you in your head. And a lot of times you just gotta kind of get over that. It's a lot of emotion to say the least there right now. Of course, we are at the bottom, but we gotta get over that. We just gotta play a game today. We got a match, and we gotta do well.
Yeah. It's high pressure, and that's part of the territory. Let's take a look at the squad that will be fighting it out. And here we have the matchups that will be coming up. We've got the icon board with the Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime Vacher-Legrave, taking on the Polish Grandmasters with 3 names.
Also 3 names.
That's funny.
Jan Krzysztof Duda. Katy, which game stands out to you in this one?
I mentioned about the last board. I'm going to keep my eyes on that. And Tanya, what is very important, this is the only match that ended in a draw. Earlier in the round 3, we had all the draws on the 6 boards. Let's see what today brings to us.
And it's so much pressure as well, but that's part of the territory when you're playing at this level. You've got to get your best out in these high-pressure, tensed moments, James. How do you do that?
Yeah, in fact, I always like to ask about the players and the nerves, and they usually always have the same question. They just like, hey, we used to this, we true to this, we're not new to this, we're true to this, and we just do it. We just have to do it, and we're professionals, we have to keep playing, and this is no different.
A big day for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters as they will be playing 2 matches. Will they be able to keep their dreams and hopes alive to make it to the grand final of the Global Chess League? We will be back with all the business and all the chess action right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome everyone, this is Mahindra Global Chess League and we do have day 9. Match 23 up, Grand Mumba Masters will take Changari Golf Titans and the games will start in any second. Here in the studio, we are here having these super matchups, Jesse. And here we have Maxim Vachilegrov against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Alexander Grishchuk against Mamed Yorov, Vijit Gujarati against Daniil Dubov, Konari Hampe will take Alexander Kostyunyk, Karika Dronavali against Polina Shuvalova, and we have Sindarov against Nihal Sarin. This is our first match out of 4, and the games will start in a second. In the commentary room, we are James, Catty, and Jesse. And we are ready to see all the actions. Hello, guys.
Nice. James Ketty. You heard that?
Yeah,
like James Canty
I
for
heard
James
that.
Ketty. You
I
heard that, Yessie?
Of
course.
Yes, James.
Yessie and James here. And Ketty as well, guys. We have an exhilarating match. Of course, 4 of those today. It's going to be very, very fun. What are you looking forward to?
Actually, I really appreciated the discussion. I was listening to the discussion in the studio when the broadcast started, and they were talking about the first matchup and how it was actually the first match to all of the games ended in draws. It was the first time that this has happened in the Global Chess League, and I wonder if we'll see that kind of peace today
that's
as
not
well.
happening today.
That is right, Jesse. Although the games were not so peaceful and we had some ups and downs, the first board, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, is missing. And here we have
coming in late.
There we have a
pulling a
catwalk.
Magnus.
Look at him.
Everyone is like, hey.
Getting the clap. Like, yeah, there you are, bro. He didn't just dip out and get on a plane and go home. Like, we don't have the chance. He's like, we still got a chance. Let's get the games going, guys.
All right. What happened? Probably some fans stopped him for signature, maybe for some photos. We don't really know what happened there, but we do have a lot of fans. You guys can see the playing venue is full of the chess spectators.
Yeah, I love how full it is. I really do. And we actually saw a bunch of fans in the fan zone holding their books, trying to get signatures from the players, and actually some of the commentators as well. I saw while you guys were getting your hair and makeup done, the little kids coming up to you. That was amazing.
Right, and we have the first moves, guys, and look at this. Look at this. Jan-Krzysztof Duda decided to be extra aggressive and decided to bring all this bishop all the way to attack the Black Knight. However, MVL is not buying that. And you guys, we also have, as usually in our studio, with us, Master Swidler and Peter. Hello. What would you expect in this round?
Well, this is a fight between one team who is incredibly incentivized to try and win all 3 matches. They played 2 today, and the second one is arguably even more crucial than this one, but they absolutely must win against the struggling Chingari Golf Titans in order to have a good shot of getting into the grand finals. And so far, I'd be reasonably satisfied with the outcome of this very, very early opening, because MVL is going to quite likely get a fighting position on board 1. And this is exactly what they wanted, because Duda has been struggling up until now. He's still without a single victory on the icon board, lost a couple of games, and getting to play a sharp game against him today would definitely be one of the goals for the Grand Mumba Masters.
That's right, guys. It's so hard for the icon boards to get something, because those players know theory so well. In fact, between these two, the first round ended in a draw, but it was totally complicated position. We couldn't even understand what was going on, why they were not capturing the pieces, and so on and so on. So let's see, maybe Duda just decided to avoid any heavy theory, and that's why he decided to bring the bishop very early and gave up the bishop. James, 2 bishops for black right now. Do you think that MVL is a really, really scary person to have 2 bishops on the board?
Yeah, I think he's scary in any position, of course, with MVL. But no, at the same time here, I am a big fan of the black side of these positions, as we do have the 2 bishops. We get the big center here. And of course, like, you know, with white here, if you open up the game, the bishops are going to be very, very strong. So maybe you want to keep things close or try to obviously, you know, keep the pawn that we have here, create some imbalances, which we've already done. Black, I think, is already displaying quite fine here, as Duda chose a Trumpowski here. He actually does use a Trumpowski in faster time controls if you check his database or you check his game. And here he's already thinking here, which is a sign that something is off. Something's not correct here. He's not moving very quickly. He's already down time and in a position or in something that I'm pretty sure he's probably seen before.
Yeah, is it possible that he's just trying to recall his theory, or perhaps he knows so many different moves here that he's just trying to pick one?
Yeah, you need to somehow process all this knowledge you have of the chess lines, and that's why it's not so painful not to know many lines, right? Just know one line and you just go for that.
Yeah.
He striked in the center, and his idea is that if black captures this pawn, they probably gonna trade the queens and will go to the end game with extra pawn on the queen side. That's one option. And well, I think he has to take this pawn.
Yeah, and I love how, you know, when you see a chess player getting really focused, they sort of put their hands on their head or, you know, somewhere close to their face. And I always say that that's activating sport mode.
Board mode.
That's true. You guys, there is already some very interesting scenario on the board 3. Let's take a look at the board 3. This is Dubov versus Vedit Gujarati. And this seems to be a piece sacrifice from white. And also seems to be the heavy theory, as they are just blitzing out all the moves. We can see that they have actually increment on the time. In fact,
Can we go
Dubov.
back a little bit? Yeah. This is insane. So we have a Rai Lopez on the board.
Defending, and it gets sharp there.
Whoa.
Wow. You hit the center, I hit the center. Takes, I take. Psych, knight d2. Takes. 2 pieces are hanging currently. Very nice.
Wait. Why we just skip this move, knight to d2? Like, come on, guys. Come on. We need to ask Master Swidler, why knight to d2? The knight which is not even hanging. Why white decided to develop this one now?
Well, this is a heavily established theoretical position. There's a number of options white can choose. White could definitely take the bishop, which was hanging. White could take the black central pawn on e5 instead, actually with both the knight and the pawn. All of this is very a theory of long standing. And knight b2 is definitely also an option. I think it prevents massive piece trades. It also in many of the other lines, the queens come off the board, and here by blocking the D vertical, you prevent the queen trade, so you keep more life in the position. But they clearly both know very well what's going on, so it's hard to judge as of right now who is the happiest. Both are playing very, very quickly, should still both be in their home prep.
That's right. They blitzed out all these moves. Maybe this game will also end in a draw, theoretical draw. The first game, you guys, was also quite heavy theory, and it ended in a draw. We can bring the bird's eye view to have the whole picture of this match and check out who is.
Yeah, I hope the evaluation bar isn't broken today.
No, look, it's
it looks like already on board 1 we're seeing something happen.
I think it got really tired yesterday, and today fresh, well rested.
Yeah, it needed a good night's rest. But I think we saw also a London system on one of the boards. I believe it was it Shuvalova and Harika? Perhaps we can take a look at that.
Wow,
game over there.
This is like an E4 opening.
Is it E4?
Yeah.
One of them were. I actually can't remember because I was looking at the bird's eye view, yeah?
That's interesting. We need to take a look at that. What has happened in this match? We shall bring now this board on the screen, and it was E4.
Center game. Wow. Okay. Queen takes. Queen C4. Yeah, this is a fun opening. This is a fun opening. That's the word. Fine. It looks like a Sicilian, but the pawn is still on the C7 here. So no C5, nothing really happened there. And then we're just going to develop our pieces and go for an attack, as white is trying to do here. Knight E2, queen B5. The queens maybe swing over this way. You're also hitting B7 as well. Very provocative opening for white.
I suppose we can also see here this is what happens when you bring your queen out early. There's a huge possibility of it getting chased around. Of course, you're not going to give it up for something that of less value. So you're going to have to move it here. So if the pawn attacks it, like you said. Would you just let B7 go here?
Maybe something like this. It's very possible, but the engine does not like this at all. There's something nice here.
Is there
apparently.
something that we can play?
Like maybe knight d4, believe it or not.
What?
Crazy move. Yeah,
How?
this is just getting wild.
Just hanging?
Yeah, it's just getting wild here. This is getting quite wild. Let's refresh here and see what happened. Is there any moves? She plays bishop d7. It says, go ahead, take the little pawn. I dare you. Take the pawn. Are you going to take the pawn? Yes, see?
I would, maybe.
Oh,
Actually.
no, Jesse.
No, okay, no, I won't. No, I mean, no. I was just testing you guys.
We definitely get this initiative down the B file here. It's gonna
You
be
know
quite
why I would not take this pawn? Because you're not dropping your queen for sure now. But what James mentioned earlier, we have here opposite castling, right? White castled on the long side, black castled on the short side. So white's idea is to attack the black's king. Black's idea is to attack white's king. And by this move, capturing just the one little pawn, we are opening the B file for the rook. And rook is very dangerous piece. So black will chase the queen, but probably will not drop. But in the end, black will have a really nice attack on the queen side.
So taking this actually helps the opponent, even though it's a free pawn. And it's always about who's faster, right? You mentioned that kings are castled on opposite sides, and white would ideally like to get, the pawns rolling with, g4 and h4.
Right.
Gary the G pawn.
Harry the
H.
Harry the H pawn. Absolutely. Yeah, they're trying to get this off as quickly as possible. What it is whoever gets to the king first in opposite side castling is going to win the game. So this actually expedites our theme to do that if you play on b7 here. So this is something that Shuvalov is probably not even considering here. So she's looking for other moves.
She is indeed looking for the other moves, but this queen maybe has to leave right now the square because otherwise it will be under the threat. There is very interesting situation going on the board too. Let's go on the board to Shahriar Mamedyarov against Alexander Grishuk. Here we have some of the pieces of the board. They are not looking at the board.
It's Alexander's move. He's not even looking at his own board. He's looking at the other boards right now.
They both are like,
this happened. Yeah, this happened in yesterday's game as well, where the position was completely drawn after the queens were off the board, and maybe they knew the result already. But what do you think the point is of both of them looking at the screen there?
I always think that something is going on the other board, and they are just looking at that to understand what is going on. But here we have this position. Let's ask Master Svidler, what is going on? Who stands better? Who has more chances to win?
Master Svidler.
This is still theory, and I think Alexander here was choosing, as I see it, there were two distinct options. The move that he made, and also he could have played queen to the same square. This is not a line I play with either color, so as a kind of a somewhat uninterested observer, I don't know the theory too deeply, but the whole line has a somewhat equal reputation, if you can call it that. I don't think either side is supposed to be much better, but the choice was to offer the queen trade and then perhaps go after the extra pawn white currently has in the center of the board, or play the move that Alexander played, which keeps the queens on, keeps more life in the position, but also gives white perhaps a chance to stabilize. And if black doesn't achieve anything significant in the next two to three moves, white will definitely be much the happier for it. I think the tournament situation dictates that the Upgrad Momo Masters squad, they need to play for a win as much as possible on every single board. And that was possibly what Alexander was thinking about there when you saw him not looking at his position, but sort of judging how the match is standing. He was deciding between a conservative option, which probably gives him equality, but not more, or this, which is maybe riskier, but could potentially lead to positions which can be played for a win.
Yeah, and Peter's right. Master Svidler is correct about Upgrad needing the win. They have 3 matches left, and they're sitting third at the moment. So they're behind 5 match points, I believe. They have 10 total, and the SG Alpine Warriors and the GGs are have 15 match points. So
that's right, Jesse. Here we have it on the screen.
Yep.
Actually, it is theoretically possible to catch up the leaders, these two teams, if they win both of the matches. But the bad news for this team is that the other teams are also playing today. So it's just not only game today. You guys, there is very nice, interesting action happening on the icons board. We might see a decisive result here. So let's bring the first board on the screen and just analyze what is happening. So here we have Duda just played queen to d5. We're gonna have the board on our screen. And James, why Duda decided to trade this? The most natural move here instead of queen to d5 is bishop to develop your bishop and castle, right?
Definitely.
If you do that, let's say bishop to d3 or bishop to e2, Black here plays rook to g8 and attacks your pawn on g2. And you don't have much of the choices here. You have either to play king to f1 or castle. Those two moves will just help Black to attack on the king side, Jesse.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like if you can't castle, it does mess up the coordination. Most often it then, you know, sort of makes it even more difficult to connect the rooks. And that's why we castle. We try to connect the rooks as quickly as possible, get them to the center. But if king f1, maybe that's not
it's just stuck there.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why queen d5 happened, is to try to trade. He's like, yo, man, I don't like how my position is kind of looking, which is why I'm not a big fan of Trompowsky anyway. There are some aggressive ways you can play into Trompowsky here. This wasn't the most aggressive from White's standpoint here, as we just feel like something could be wrong. Imagine our rook getting the d8 here, and there might be some problems here. This bishop going to g4 to try to get rid of this knight, to put the bishop on d2. There's already pressure on the b2 pawn. White
B2 and G2 pawns are some like weak spots here. James, if White plays queen to b5 and chases this queen, now Black has really strong move, I believe. Is it a6 here?
A6 is the first thing that comes to mind, because after the more or less forced trade of the queens on the b4 square, the threat of knight b4 c2 is going to be extremely annoying for White to deal with. There's really no comfortable way of doing it, because you would like to castle queenside, but Black has already developed their dark squared bishop to the h6 square, making this move somewhat illegal, as James is indicating on the board there. The software is not allowing him to castle queenside there. If you play king d1, you're probably just straight up lost, and I wonder what the reply even is. Maybe you play rook d1 and pretend everything is fine, but it is one of those, you know, memes about the dog. That says this is fine type situations. I don't think it's particularly fine. So honestly, I'm very much not in love with how young Krzysztof treated the opening here. I think MVL will be very happy with his current situation. Even tactically, this seems to be working out very well for Black. But also the pair of bishops, and now a very open position with lots of diagonals for both the dark squared and light squared bishop for the future. Even if, let's say, White survives this and in 5 moves nothing dramatic happened, just structurally I would much rather be playing the Black pieces here. So yeah, I think this is just good for Black. Queen b5 in the meantime has been played by young Krzysztof, so we will find out what the solution is to the puzzle of what to do against a6, very possibly.
You guys, we're for sure gonna keep the eye on this one, but on the board 3, Dubov Vidit, we have to just go there right away, because Vidit just blundered right now, and it's time right now for Daniil Dubov to take this challenge and win some material, in fact. I think
this is very beautiful, actually. It's a very unusual tactic that Vidit missed, and judging by the timing, Vidit knew everything up until bishop g5. But at that moment, and that was the moment when we stopped and started talking about this position, that was maybe 3 moves ago, clearly he was not really well versed with what he is supposed to do there, because as you can see on your screen, he is down to below 5 minutes. And I think at that point he had the full 15 on the clock, so he burned 2/3 of his time and did not come up with the correct decision. I think the best move in this position is just to very quietly move the rook to e8, and that should generally equalize, I believe. White maybe has a bit of a pull, but nothing dramatic. Instead, Vidit played c5, which came as no surprise to Dubov. Dubov is only now dipping below the starting time. He is clearly still in his prep. Bishop takes, and White wins the pawn back. And now Black had to make a different move. This is not great, and this is not great for a very specific reason. White can win material now by a very unusual sequence. You can actually trade the knight for the bishop, seemingly improving black's position, connecting the rooks, bringing the queen out. And now we can play bishop e4, and Dubov does something else, which might also be good, but I think this was just winning the exchange, right? Because we're creating the threat of bishop c6, and if rook goes to c8, we have bishop f5.
Ooh.
Hitting.
Any of the rooks
Nice.
gonna be just gone.
Yeah, and I think that was just... I hesitate to say completely winning, but it was giving white a massive, massive advantage. Instead, Dubov goes c takes d4, which also looks quite strong, but that allows black a chance to somewhat stabilize, perhaps with the move that we did played. Yeah, and this will not be easy to win for white anymore, although white is still enjoying much the better of it.
Yeah, this is so interesting, guys. Dubov took some time. I really thought he would just go for this tactic, but instead he captured the pawn back, which we usually capture this kind of pawns back right away in a second, but he took time. Probably he didn't even consider any other candidate moves here rather than just to take. Or maybe he was looking some move like rook to d1 to pin this pawn on d file, but that's a big miss here.
Maybe he thought black had some type of compensation, which is totally understandable in these type of time controls too as well. He's also maybe trying to pressure Vidit on the clock. If you take a look at the clock here, I mean, Dubov used like 2 minutes, right, compared to
10 minutes.
you know, Vidit having 4 minutes here now. So it's definitely maybe something with the time, trying to put the pressure up. I'm up a pawn here. You're going to have to figure this out with the black pieces.
Right, so now white is trying to centralize the pieces. Perhaps black has to go here with bishop d5 to attack the queen and
Bishop
stop
d5
this.
loses immediately.
Oh no!
Get him off the board, Kenny. He wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready.
That's
Wow.
gonna hurt. That's
I
gonna hurt.
really want this bishop to do something bad.
Oh.
Bishop d4.
Okay, it
Something,
happened.
at least.
Yeah, the bishop moved, attacking the knight on the c5 square. And now I wonder, will knight take the bishop? That light
Most
squared bishop.
likely. Looks good. We also have rook a to d.
I would pin the bishop first with rook to d1. And when black plays queen to f6, maybe now I would go for something like that, to take and then take the bishop.
There's some crazy stuff in here. And then take the bishop, yeah.
Wow, can you take the queen there?
7 in positions like this, and I think this is what you have to consider. Bishop takes d4 played onto the board. No, in that final position, what Katie was talking about, even there, this tactic is sort of always in the air. Let's say we do pin the bishop on d4 now with rook a d1, which I think is a solid
d1,
move.
queen f6, and queen e4 is another
Queen e4 is...
here.
Let's put this on the board. Let's not talk about the position. Yeah, queen e4 allows black to take not only the knight, but also the pawn on f2 is hanging. This is probably not great. But instead, we can make your original move. We can take on e6 first instead of queen e4. And after f takes, which appears to be the only move, we can go bishop takes h7 check, king takes, queen e4 check, and then take on d4. And that gives us a massive advantage. So I think rook a d1 is a critical move in the current position, but black probably has to think of something stronger than queen f6. For instance, I'm curious, if we play rook a d1, is bishop c4 a playable move? Trying to use the fact that white currently has a bit of a problem with the back rank.
It's a cute move, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure it works, but if it does work, this is what I would like to play, because I very much, as black here, want to find a way to get some pieces off the board, and that will help me stabilize.
Very nice.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Guys, let's bring the bird's eye view and check all the games, because they are getting to be very exciting.
Heating up.
So here we were checking board 1 as well as board 3. A lot of very interesting action is happening on the board 5 as well. Polina Shuvalova and Harika
I just want to
Dronovelli.
briefly point out, before the viewers become very alarmed, in particular the Upgrade Bumba Masters supporters, yeah, now it's corrected itself. There was clearly a board there on board 2, which made it look like Alexander Grishuk was a full rook down, but that was now corrected in front of our eyes. That did not happen.
He is not a rook down.
Is not.
He
It's
is not a
confirmed.
rook
And
down.
guys, I suggest to go board 5 and check it out. This can be a decisive game.
And we sort of knew something crazy is going to happen because they castled on opposite sides, which usually means war.
Yeah, this is what I like to do every game, even though you can't, I mean, practically can't do it every game, but I like to play openings that give me the chance to castle queenside every single game because of this type of thing. Or you just try to look at it and try to make it work because your plans are very clear. But if you are wrong, I mean, your plan's very clear for both sides. You know, you will probably get mated. But
and
here, in this type of situation,
the pawns rolling, yeah,
look at this. Yeah, see?
Nice one.
G5.
Nice one. White is very fast here with the king side attack, and black's pieces are somehow stopping the attack on the queen side. It's interesting how white is going to convert here this advantage, because it's not something that you are winning right away. So one of the plans can be to bring the rook on the g file and try to sacrifice this rook for the pawn and expose the king. Another thing can be to play like knight to d5 to ask this bishop, like, really, what are you doing there? And after knight f to d5, if black decides to give up the bishop for the knight, then our bishop becomes a monster and just scans everything on this diagonal. So there's like a lot of plenty of the moves here for Polina Shuvalova, and she has very comfortable time on the clock. 8 minutes and 40 seconds versus 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So.
I love that, Ketty. You were like discussing all the ideas for white, and I kept asking questions in my head. I'm like, but what if bishop takes? And you kept answering them. I'm like, you can read my mind here. No, that's insane. So activating that bishop on the long diagonal as well. It's really scary.
There are some big problems here. Masters Filler, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I have a few updates, and perhaps we should start with board 3 because it's a very illustrative position there. The material is now even, but as you can see, the evaluation bar gives white a massive, massive advantage. And this is perhaps a very opportune moment for us to discuss the sort of the widely understood idea that in positions with the opposite color bishops, if one side has an attack against the king, that actually makes the attack much, much stronger because you can't really do anything with the attacking pieces. Your defenders don't really interact with them very well. And Vidit now, despite being equal on material, is, I think, in a lot of trouble here because it's just going to be extremely difficult for him to keep the threats against his king in check. And there's also a very cute tactic in the position right now if you bring up the analysis board. And this is perhaps what he missed, and a major reason for why he is in so much trouble here, is that he probably thought that, yes, Dubov will be able to get his pieces onto this very important diagonal, but he will immediately challenge them by playing queen f6 and perhaps drive the queen away, but it immediately loses a full piece to rook takes d4. Even the queen trade still connects white with the back rook on e8. So that costs him a full rook, a full piece. And if that move is not playable, he's just about to get mated because white is about to give a check from h7. The thing both me and James like very much, the rook lift, rook d3 f3 is also a very, very strong threat here eventually. It's just a very poor position, probably just a lost position for Vidit. So things have really gone off the rails once he did not know exactly what to do once his home prep ran out.
Not to mention, Masters Filler, if you take a look at the time, everyone, look at that time,
1 minute.
or lack of, or no time. In fact, he has a minute and 30 to 9. This is not looking good for Vidit Gajrov.
But I also have an update for board 4, and that's an update which is much more cheerful for the Upgrab Mumba Masters because Hampi, I think, had a very problematic position straight out of the opening. But then, somewhat uncharacteristically, Alexander Kostyuk made a series of kind of non-committal, restrained moves instead of going for the attack. And she is now a pawn down for, honestly, not very much. And Hampi seems to be more or less firmly in control. So that's a board where the Upgrad team has a very decent chance of striking with the black pieces, which they probably will need considering how poorly Vidit is doing.
Meanwhile, I think, board 2 is already done. They were repeating the moves. This is Shahar Mamedyarov and Alexander Grishuk. They decided to end the game in a draw. So this is our first results. Both teams will get 1 point each.
Vidit actually plays queen f6. This game is over.
Oh, yes, that's over.
Wow.
Right.
That's a blunder on the spot.
So should we focus on that game
let's actually just see if it's going to play it immediately. He might be just checking to see if am I missing something?
Yeah.
Is there something I'm missing? But yeah, there's nothing. Rook takes d4 wins on the spot, and this play, Rook takes d4, and look at the head shake from Vidit
And
there.
he
That's
shakes
tough.
his head.
That's a tough one.
Wow.
That's
Did
a
you
tough
see,
one.
guys, how Dubov was just smiled?
Did he smile a little?
Oh,
bit?
Yeah, a little smile, a little smirk there, a little
some
smirk.
confidence. Maybe
yeah.
trying to cover it with his hand, not to
Yeah.
seem disrespectful. Right.
He definitely wanted that.
But I
piece there.
suppose it is really nice when you can spot a tactic or even get a chance to play it. Oh, and we have a handshake there.
Yeah,
and there you have it. The game has finished. So this is now 4-1 in favor of the Chingari Gulf Titans, but there is still plenty of play. As I mentioned, on board 4, Hampi is doing well, and Maxim Shelegraf is a pawn up on board 1, but I think Duda has very, very decent drawing chances. He did manage to, at the cost of 1 pawn, he managed to stabilize, trade some pieces, and should have very decent chances of saving the game.
That's right. 2 games down, 4 to go. Which is the game, Peter, you would like us to be focused right now?
Probably board 5. I think board 5 is the sharpest position we have of the remaining boards, and our original evaluation, I think, stays the same. Polina Shuvalova is doing very well against one of the top performers of the entire league. I believe Harika was on 5 out of 7 prior to this game,
Right.
so she was definitely the star for the Mumba Masters. But here she is definitely behind in the race. You can see the Black King being pressured much more than the White King. That is quite safe there in the corner, and she will have to defend for quite some time very, very carefully here to avoid problems on the King's side.
Not only that, the problem is the time. Once again, Vidit had the same problem here. I mean, he just blundered immediately after, I think, going right under a minute there, which makes sense. I mean, of course, you do have less time, so you have prone to making more mistakes here, especially when
More
your
pressure
opponent,
on you.
Yeah, and they have more time too as well. So
But
pretty
it's
tough
tough
here
in
for
the-
her, but it
yeah.
is defendable.
It's tough in the rapid format because you do have so little time to start with, and then you want to make sure you don't make the wrong decision in such a critical position too. And what does Harika play there? D5?
D5.
Ooh.
Open up the game. I like it.
D5.
I like it. Very strong with the D4 threat as well. And saying we want some trades. We need to get some things going. There may be some D4, Queen A5 here too as well.
Yeah.
But D5, very strong move here.
You know,
Immediate.
after Knight F5, this is such a natural move to play Knight F5. And now there's no more D4, there's no threats. I want just to capture this pawn on D5. And I believe that I'm strong here with White in the center. And Black's pieces are not coordinated.
Ooh, wee.
Yeah,
Kind
and
of
I
tactics.
feel like Harika's just following the normal principle. When someone attacks you on the flank or on the side of the board, you got to counterattack in the center. Otherwise, if you just sit back and do nothing, the game is practically over.
Yeah,
Right.
one-sided. That's what was her choice here. G6, attacking the knight. We know that it's not good to play.
Oh.
Question, double question mark.
It's not good to play on the side where you have a king with the pawns, and especially when you have a super weak king. And we need now. Let's solve this puzzle. What is the winning plan here? Wait. Is this H5, guys?
Yeah, I
Is
looked
it?
at H5, but I'm also looking at Knight B5.
Looks very
like, oh
aesthetic.
my goodness, there are all kind of moves here. Masters Filler, what do you think?
Yeah,
Knight
let's
B5,
try and solve it
H5?
together. I don't actually know the answer, but the things you've already listed, they all look very, very attractive. My first idea was taking the knight on. I thought knight takes D5 even, with the idea of giving a check from the C3 square.
Okay.
Yeah, I
But
thought
I think
this
what
too,
she's
but I
doing is
didn't know
correct.
D4
But now we
or
don't
something.
recapture. We take on
Oh,
H6
nice.
once, but now we
Wow.
play H5. I think this is
Wow.
probably extremely strong.
Evil bar doesn't like it.
Because that ensures after knight H6, knight takes H6. If we go back to the live
Oh,
position,
back.
yeah, she took on H6, which I think is good. But now I think it's much stronger to play H5 than it is to recapture the knight.
Wait, without capturing
Without,
his
yeah,
knight
we,
back?
we leave that knight alive
Wow,
for a bit.
Disrespectful
Yeah,
behavior to the knight.
Yeah. but that ensures that that file will get opened very, very soon. And once it does get opened, Black will be, I think, defenseless, because the Black pieces really aren't very well equipped to deal with direct threats on the king side. There's too much material stuck on the other side of the board and not really participating in the game. And the fact that Polina is thinking here, I think clearly indicates that she realizes this option exists. it's still a piece sacrifice, so you still can't really do that lightly. You need to calculate, but pretty sure this is what she's calculating.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not going to do anything now. I'll deal with you later. Just going to leave that knight there for a bit. So is this the current position?
This is the current position. What a start for Chingari. You guys, for the moment, they are really suffering on the 6th position with only 7 points. Upfront Mumba Masters, they have 10 points and they're in top 3. But we are always talking about how interesting is a format that everyone can still come back and make it to happen. So as a start here, Chingari Golf Titans have already scored 4 points by Dubov, and this also looks really, really good. Sorry, Dubov got 3 points, in fact, with white pieces.
Yeah, and if Chingari wins this match, they move up 3 places and take on, then they're 3rd place and sort of tied on match points with the Mumba Masters.
Ooh.
So I think that would be a huge win for them.
Indeed. You guys, do you think Paulina will strike in on the king side and play h5?
I think
What's
she's
the
gonna
bet?
find it. I think she's gonna find it. H5 definitely. If you're thinking this long and you didn't take the piece back, you're looking for something else. They say when you find a good move, look for a better one, right? So you're looking for the better move now, and of course H5 definitely is something we're looking for. H5 and we live. Open the rook with a smile.
By the way, there's
open the file with a smile.
It's not a very forced line, but it's a very beautiful line. So let's continue the line for a second. H5. If the knight actually tries running away, we play a discovered check by taking this pawn and giving a check with the... Yeah, and here I like playing queen f4 first. I don't know if it's the strongest move, but I wanted to show a very nice line. And if fg, we have a very cute combination here. We can go rook h7 check, and there we have it, h5 on the board.
She goes for it, guys.
Yeah, h5, Harika immediately goes d takes e4. But now I think queen f4 in the game position after h5 d. Queen f4 is crushingly strong.
Nice, she finds
queen f4. It brings more
queen f4.
pieces into the attack. I think it's just more or less game over because white isn't even down too much material.
I'm down material, Master Thriller? It doesn't even feel like that.
Yeah, exactly. And the attack will continue. And the biggest problem for Harika here is she would like to play queen b8 to continue offering queen trades, but that loses immediately to queen f6 check. And now you can take in whichever order. Like all the things here work, and now h7 or hg, whatever you want to do. So yeah, Harika. Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from here.
What a tough start here. The leaders upgrade Mumba Masters. Indeed, it's not easy, guys. Just imagine you are playing your own game. You have such a tough situation already, and you know that 2 other boards are already done with like 0 result. That kind of affects on players, right?
It does affect you for sure. And yeah, in the pre-game show, Tanya and Ketty were talking about playing spoilers. Yeah, this is definitely what appears to be happening here. The team that is effectively out of the running for the Grand Finals is going to inflict potentially a very painful defeat on the Upgrade Mumba Masters, denting their chances of getting there massively. There is an additional storyline here of, in terms of the players themselves, only the top place counts, but there are 4 prizes for the team owners. So perhaps the teams feel like they're doing the right thing towards the sponsors by getting into the top 4. This is still something that could be a motivating factor for sure.
Oh yes, indeed. Top 4 is top 3 here in this event, indeed. And every single match really matters, James, here. And you want to, and you guys, this is also something that they're counting the ratings. You don't really want to lose your rating for the other events which is coming up right after this tournament for many of the players.
Yeah, I suppose there is a silver lining. If you don't make it to the final, you have an extra day of vacation.
Nice. I would take that.
Oh, taking on
h6.
h6
Okay, here we
check.
go. Got attack Tino.
So what's the next move here for white?
You double up, they go rook h8, but then you have queen f6.
I think the cute way of doing this is now to go knight takes e4.
Okay.
And if black plays rook h8, you can play queen f6 check.
Yes.
which is a kind of a
cute.
stylish way of concluding the
very
game, because in
That's
the end the king gets
very
mated
cute.
on the
Wait, can we
h5.
show this mate? King takes the rook.
Where?
Like take the
here?
queen, take the let's go. Beautiful. And the
It's
black
not the
skin
only
is
thing that
checkmated.
wins there, but I think it wins the style points. In my
Knight
opinion.
c4 is on the board, by the way. Going for the style points here, Rook h8. Wow.
The extra XP.
You even have Rook d7 coming, guys. I mean, this is so nasty. Rook d7 with Queen d7. Queen
By
f6
the way, was
and Rook
winning on the
d8.
spot instead of this, as I
Oh,
as I
instead
now
of this?
realize.
Oh.
Rook
you know
d7
what?
was actually ending the game
I
on
meant
the spot.
right, Rook d7 right
Rook
now.
D7.
Yeah.
Takes and then check and here.
Nice.
But I saw this afterwards.
Yeah,
but
that
that's
wasn't bad
funny.
at all. But what Polina has played is going to win very comfortably as well, so
Rook
it's not really a
d8.
mistake. Rook
Okay.
h1 is
You can see
fine now,
James has
whatever
been
you
doing
wanna
his
do.
puzzle rush.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, tactics for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Make sure you're doing that at home. Make sure you're doing your tactinos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, guys.
Tactinos.
Tactinos.
All right, so Rook
Rook
D8.
h1.
All right, going there.
H1, very nice.
Rook h7 now is a threat.
Very
So
strong.
Rook H8.
And Queen to f6.
And
That's
Queen
going to be
f6,
game over.
And there's going to be a
Same.
resignation. probably.
Harika has just played that.
Okay.
She has no better choices. She knows she's lost, but you still play it out on the
Right.
off
Yeah.
chance that something weird happens. But yeah, the game will end after Queen f6 check. There's nothing else to.
And
Okay.
Polina goes for that. Well played by Polina Shuvalova.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
the
much-
posture
Up,
shift.
Devastated.
So much
Understandable.
needed win for this. Although on the other board, on the other women's board, and here we have a handshake. Let's very quickly get the third board. Something is really, really going wrong for Alexandra Kostyuniuk as
That's
she-
not the right position, though. They definitely have a different position on the board. But Black, I'm sure, is doing well anyway.
Oh,
Something just happened. It just
Oh.
went from the evaluation
is
just went
going
from
on?
black winning to white winning. So
but is that Grishuk still sitting in on the second board?
Oh,
just,
he is.
just chilling,
He
you know?
was.
yeah,
yeah.
he wants to avoid the players' lounge for some reason.
Wow,
He's
okay.
just chilling there.
Let's get
Yeah.
a posture check for Grishik as well.
Posture
There. Let's,
check.
definitely posture check, my guy. Definitely
to
everybody
redeem some
home
channel
stretch
points
just to
there.
see that. Let's get Grishik in a stretch there. Make sure you're stretching at home, guys.
All right, so
Why is
What
wait?
did
What is
happen?
going on? There is a knight on F3,
this
guys.
knight is like strikers.
And it's not
This
even
is the
white's
funniest thing
knight.
ever.
Yeah, that board is currently broken. So perhaps we could have the zoomed-in view on board 4, and that might help us establish
Yeah, we
what's
need
happening
to
in the
zoom
game
in
between
board
Kostyuniuk
4.
and Hampi. Ah,
Oh, it's
Something
done.
happened.
It's
Game's
done
over.
already.
it's done, and it
I
seems
I
like
think the
Alexander
king's on the
did
white
win.
square.
Judging
Yeah,
by the
white
kings in the
won
center,
here.
Alexander, and that is just a blowout. If Hampi lost that position somehow, this will be a massive, massive win for the Chingari Gulf Titans. They're already, 7-1 up?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a
And that makes it
wow.
10-1
turnaround.
with 2 games to go. And
Awesome.
Nihal is also winning on the last board, or at least much, much better. So this will be a massive win for the Gulf Titans. And we also get the first appearance of the dreaded Rook and Bishop against Rook on board 1.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No!
long
This is a nightmare of all the commentators because this game can continue
I think it's a
forever.
bishop mare.
There's a YouTube video with Peter Svidler, by the way. In fact, with
Ooh.
Rick and Bishop. I don't remember who
Oh.
he
Yeah,
played in.
that's
actually.
Wow.
not a treasured memory. 'Cause I was actually much better in that game. For the vast majority of that game against Magnus Carlsen, I was
Oh.
just much better with the black pieces, and then
Wow.
I proceeded to slowly lose it, eventually losing the Rook and
Oh.
Bishop against Rook.
Look at this
Look
one!
at those smiles. I believe the team has already won, right? Is there any way for Upgrade Member Masters to come back?
Is it confirmed the
No.
information that the Kostyuniuk won? Because if they won, they get 9 points already. Wow.
Yeah, the result is on the board here.
And
It
we
seems.
saw Embryo looked back in a second. This is such a tough situation for the Icon board. You're playing your game, you want to win, but your team, the other boards have lost already. And yeah, seems like it's a really hopeless situation. We can take a look at the last board, the junior board. We have not checked it out.
Oh, we haven't. There's just been so much excitement, I guess.
Okay, real quick. All right. There we go. Okay, fix it.
So this is the sixth board that we have up right now. Nihal Sarin versus Javokir Sindarov.
Yeah, NVL
Oh,
looking
wow,
back.
MVL looks
Just looking
all the
back,
time on the
yeah.
back. Oh, no.
It's not looking good for the team there, buddy. But we do have 2
Oh.
more matches there. But of course, yikes, it's just tough to see it unfold that way.
Oh, that's quite tough situation. Nihal Sarin
Yeah.
against Sindarov. These guys made a draw in the first match. Let's take a look at the board. to learn what is the current situation. There we go.
Look at those threes on the scoreboard there. Three, and a draw. With
Yeah, I think Nihal Sarin is trying to try to redeem himself here, because I believe in the first game the result was a draw, but Nihal was the last one to miss the win, if I read correctly.
Yeah, that is the right way to describe their first round encounter. That was one of the most exciting games of the tournament. Lots of changes in the evaluation, and a lot of very, very beautiful stuff left behind the curtain, so to speak. There was a beautiful queen sacrifice that Nihal could have played, but chose not to.
Right. And, I was actually laughing at the meme reference, "This is fine." And then I looked at the Chingari logo, and I was like, this reminds me a lot of this meme. And in fact, things are fine for the Chingari
we could combine
Golf
this
Titans.
logo with the meme, yeah.
Yeah. Replace the dog with the knight.
It is the Upgrab Mamba Master's house being engulfed by those engulfed.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Engulfed by those fires.
Engulfed.
Right.
Yeah, this one's just.
Nihal's on seconds.
Yeah, he should probably
10
maybe
seconds.
repeat here. I mean, knight f3. It's really hard to make some progress.
Wait, it's Sindarsmith. He
Yeah, I
just
was wondering.
moves bishop back. Is it how easy is this for Nihal to convert? What's the plan here?
Not very easy at all, because you are sort of playing against without the king. It's very difficult to bring the king back. You're hoping for a mistake somewhere that will allow you to perhaps win something on the king side, get to some of those weaknesses, or get the king into the game. And now that black will be collecting the pawn on b7, it looks like it's probably just a draw with precise defense, but not an easy one either. And on seconds, and they will be playing on basically on increment from a certain moment on, you can definitely lose this with black.
All right, black is still thinking how to recapture the pawn back, and he goes with bishop takes the pawn.
That's a very interesting decision, because it allows white. I'm very shocked by this.
You can get the bishop?
Because that endgame looks bad. I wouldn't be voluntarily allowing white to trade that knight for the bishop. It's and also the move that Nihal played seems very strong, trying to get to the e8 square.
Maybe he wanted to keep the knight on the board.
No, eval bar goes back to equal. It probably was just knight b5 and takes. And I mean, you just have an easy route and just make you can play that position forever there. It is still difficult though.
I like that you paved the way for the king there for us. I was honestly wondering how to go about it.
Well, that's from Devarescu's in-game manual.
I need to work on my endgames.
Yeah. Uncle Devarescu will hook you up.
Uncle.
Yeah, he'll hook you up every time. He'll hook you up. That's right.
Whoa. How to push these pawns? Is that a way to push the pawns forward to create something?
Okay. Great question. If we ever push this falls, which means we need protection here. If we can't push this one, and we can't push these, I mean, we're just moving these over here, hoping for a trade at some point.
Wow.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm very surprised Nihal didn't go for the trade of the knight for the bishop. Even if you don't see any kind of a forced victory for yourself there, just comparing this with the same position without the dark squared bishop for black should tell you which one you're supposed to pick. And this one you really aren't supposed to win anymore. With the king already on the king side, the two bishops will defend this, I think, very, very comfortably. I no longer really see this as much of a winning shout for Nihal.
Do you think Nihal ever sits and thinks, oh my gosh, I should have gone with that check, picked up the bishop, and maybe it was winning? I always face that sort of predicament in my games where I play a move and I'm like, oh, insta-regret.
Insta regret, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that you need to get over very quickly to focus on the current game. Otherwise, you are just thinking of something that did not really happen, and that's a big issue for the chess players indeed. But in this position, white has extra pawn, but black has perfect bishop, which is so strong, and the pawns are on the one side, so that's not easy to create the pass pawn here. And even if white creates a pass pawn here, then black has like very least to give up one of the bishops for the pawn and still draw.
Yeah, and just to provide some update on what's happening in the game between Duda and Maxim Vashelegraf, the last pawn was picked up on move 42. It's currently move 71. So they are 20 moves away from the moment where young Krzysztof will be able to claim. And so far he's defending very, very comfortably. And it doesn't seem like he's going to run into any trouble holding a very well-known, theoretically drawn endgame. But we have seen people misplay these endgames, myself included, very much included. So this isn't a draw yet.
Peter, I know as a fact that he knows these endgames. Because in one of the interviews, I asked the question and he said that he was working on that right before the World Cup. I guess the World Cup that he won. Yeah.
The thing is, though, we all think we know it, and then we have to play it on 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then
turned out that we didn't know.
Yeah, just how reliable is your autopilot gets found out in those spots. But I will trust young Krzysztof on this. I think he is reliable in these respects.
All right, 2 remaining games, and we have both of these games pretty equal. We would not expect any blunders or any ups and downs here, because it looks
I think that MVL maybe just thinks that a draw is as good as a loss here for his team. He was looking back at the screen, probably seeing the results. And the players in the lounge, you can see the smiles on the Chingari Golf Titans faces over there. The confidence.
Great round,
wait, is it the same team? Because I'm always getting so confused.
Srinath is on the other team, so he's chilling with the enemy over there.
Yeah, he's on the phone talking about the next match.
Seems like. And we have them back on the screen. Players Lounge, they have screen there. They can check out the games. They can see what is going on. And that's the place where they also have very nice snacks, Jesse.
Yes. Yeah, very good.
Snacks in there.
It looked amazing. I wanted to steal some, actually.
I did.
Keep Keddy out of there. Keep Keddy out of there.
But I also think we're getting to that moment in the end game where you sort of run out of things to discuss. So, Katie, what's your favorite color?
Yeah, right?
Pink.
Did something happen on the last board? Nope, the engine was just messing with us over there.
Yeah, as usual. Oh, hello.
Yeah, we don't appear on the screen so much, so we have to smile and wave.
Hello.
when we do get a chance.
Wait. Our producer says your favorite color. It seems like we're all wearing black. We cannot say any other color.
Yeah. You can see which team we're rooting for here. Definitely the Chingari. Yeah.
What's for dinner today, guys? I mean, we might as well talk about that. Where are we going to eat dinner today after this? We're going to be here for a while.
Not going to give away the fact that we're thinking about food right now.
Svidler, talk to us.
Well, all I can provide here is the move count. 17 to the claim.
Okay.
There's really not very much to add. I don't think young Krzysztof is doing this poorly. I think he knows sort of exactly how to hold this position. So there's really not very much value for me to add. We're not going to go into the technical details of exactly how to hold this endgame, I don't think. In particular, now that we're 35-ish moves in and we're just not going to have time. But yeah, does seem like he's studied it. And is even more comfortable with it than I would have anticipated. So yeah, I think this is going to be fine. And even if he makes a mistake now, MVL might be some moves short, because even, let's say, if you get to what is known in this endgame as a Philidor position, and we do have a trivia on Philidor at some point, rotating at the bottom of our screen, that still requires about 15 moves to win. And he doesn't have 15 moves anymore, so it might just be, barring a really, really bad blunder, it might just not be winnable at all anymore, because even if a mistake crops in, MVL will not have enough moves before the claim can be made for the 50-move rule.
Right. However, Duda has dropped the time down to 47 seconds, and this might get very dangerous for him, as he's not going to play move any day soon. Look at his posture. She's so comfortable.
Definitely
But you have to make a move, Jan. You have to go for it.
It does appear like MVL made some progress. I mean, the king is on the back rank. The rook is cutting off the king. But I guess there's so many checks that white can make with the rook. There's another one.
Check. Another one.
Yeah, I was going to say, like...
Check. Another one.
And now a very beautiful draw. If the king goes forward one square, we can give a check.
Ah. We can
it's
give
not necessary, but it is kind of cute.
A little stalemate out.
And then it's actually a draw. There's no way
you
to
better
stop
take
it.
that rook there. You better take.
Oh, and the other game, I think, is progressing really soon and just ended in a draw, and we have already handshake. The final board, board 6, is a draw.
11-2 in favor of Chingari Gulf Titans with this game still going on. The move count is at about 40. Yeah.
How many moves
Exactly
left?
40 right now.
Another 10 or another...
10. 10. Another 10.
10 to go.
Okay.
10 to go.
10.
Okay.
So we can count with them.
1,
10, 9, 8, 7.
Not so fast. It's still 10.
It's still 10.
Still 10. Try again. Try again. That was cool. That was cool. But yeah, try again.
Yeah, no, I like Kitty's excitement, and we can count down to New Year together.
And he's going to move with a discover check there. I was like, please move, go king d1. Please go king d1.
Jan Krzysztof is now switching to defending on the side of the board. And that allows me to bring up one of my all-time favorite topics in chess. And that is, if you're defending this with the rook against the rook and bishop, and you defend on the back rank, and then your opponent successfully switches you to defending from the side, are you allowed to get up and stand at the side of the board so that your position is sort of more easily understandable for you? I've discussed it with experts, and I don't know what the answer actually... I think there's nothing in the rules... I think there's nothing in the rules that prohibits you from doing it.
Exactly.
It's nothing in the side. Like, go sit
it will
next to
look
your
very
opponent.
weird.
It would definitely look weird. Maybe if you like get a magnifying glass too as well and like try to put it on the board. That'd be
Maybe
sweet.
you need
It's not
the
against the
mirror.
rules.
Just bring the mirror.
You know what I mean? It is not
That's
against
cheating,
the rules.
apparently.
Not against the rules.
As good as using an engine.
Yeah, he got himself down to 20 seconds, so there is maybe some intrigue left, but they're 7 moves away from the claim. Maybe even 6 moves away from the claim now.
But it will Duda stop the clock and call for the arbiter when it's 50
There's no
minutes?
downside. I think when you have a rough count and you think you're pretty close, there's really no downside in claiming.
He's not counting the moves on his fingers right now,
No,
right?
I don't think he
One,
is. No.
two, wait, no, that was 7, right? Dang, hold on, I forgot. Shoot.
Yeah.
All
It's
right,
running out of fingers.
And now, and now that
Running
he
out
is
of
switching sort of to the second rank defense, we can perhaps show the one variation which exemplifies what the second rank defense is. You can give a check from b3 here, which seems like a blunder because king c4. But then we go rook b4 check. And because if you capture this rook, it's a stalemate, this is actually a very stable way to defend these types of positions. And it's definitely one of the options he's considering here. But he's gone rook b5 immediately, which is also completely fine. Yeah.
And a few moves left.
He's holding this because he will at some point claim just to find out where he is in terms of the move count. He will find out he is pretty close.
Wait,
and
something
then-
happened?
What did happen
I don't
there?
know. Something strange happened there. Maybe that was
Okay,
a
yeah, I think it was
glitch.
just...
The engine.
I mean, they were
bar.
moving so fast that maybe your countdown would work then.
Right. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh,
Yeah.
MVL does not
I
look
think he can claim
happy
now,
here.
or definitely on the next move for sure.
All right, he's looking on this side. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, MVL is the one who offers
Hey,
the
bro, you
draw
want to just get
here.
some lunch, bro?
He's just like, it's a draw. Let's go get
Call
some
it a
lunch.
day.
Ooh,
Good
so
game. Draw.
guys, this is huge win for Chingari Gulf Titans. This team desperately needed to win as they were on the last positions, and now they will join up Grand Mumba Masters to share third places. We can see icon boards right now chatting to each other.
Right.
Wow.
And we can hear how much excitement there is in the studio even.
Lots of
And we
excitement
have
in
a
the
really
studio.
special guest from the Chingari Gulf Titans as well.
You guys, we are going to take a break right now and coming back with the special guest.
Chingari Golf Titans with a scintillating win over the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And the man who got the job done on board number 3 is Grandmaster Daniil Dubov. He's joining us to talk about the match. Daniil, firstly, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Yeah, first of all, let me praise the team. Yeah, I mean, it's half the team who actually had the job done. Not just me. Yeah, we won half of the games. So yeah, everybody did pretty well.
3 big wins for the Chingari Golf Titans. I want to talk to you about your game against Vidit because it was a 23 move victory. Daniil, you made it look easy. How?
Yeah, well, he played this line that I think I had against Keimer somewhere, or yeah, I mean, sometimes you get it when you don't want it. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to like make a short draw. I knew that the line I played is very solid, and I'm supposed to have this extra deep on, and then it has to be simple draw. And then he played some like bad moves, and I won. Okay, I'll take it.
Daniil,
but it didn't go according to the plan. Yeah.
Daniil, we saw that you had such a happy face when the game was about to end. You were smiling. Can you please tell us what was going through your mind at that moment?
Yeah, before the start, it was just funny that, well, young Zhistov was a bit late, which I think is completely, like, normal. Yeah, let's say Magnus is, like, late every single time. But still, I mean, it was quite impressive, yes, that, I mean, we used to be, like, a great team, and now that we're not doing well, yeah, not everyone even manages to make it to the playing hall on time, yeah? So, I mean, it was just funny, yeah, I thought maybe Shah could play board 1 or maybe 2 games or something, yeah, I mean, it's the whites.
Simultaneously?
Yeah, no, I mean, I just realized at some point that if some of us will just leave the country tomorrow, like, it will take quite a while for the rest to, like, realize what happened here. So, yeah, that's what made me laugh a little, yeah.
But your team did play spoilers to the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Let's take a look at the scoreline with which the Chingari Golf Titans take this match. 3 big wins. Daniil Dubov, Alexandra Kostynuik, Polina Shivalova scoring wins on their boards. Daniil, you mentioned, even though you won, it didn't go according to plan. Can you tell us a bit about that?
No, I'm just saying that, yeah, in general, especially given the opening, like, Vidit is always solid, and also I'm, like, normally doing quite badly against him. Like, we played a lot, he won quite a lot of games against me. And exactly today, especially given that we didn't have too many chances to qualify, I would be sort of okay with a short draw. But in the end I won, so it didn't go according to the plans, that's what I'm saying.
You mentioned it's tough for your team to qualify, but this was a big roadblock for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. So playing spoilers, how does that feel?
Feels good, actually.
You can't lie about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, also winning is always nice, yeah. I mean, we were laughing about this in the team, yeah, that, like, well, better late than never unless it's too late, yeah. And yeah.
Daniil, I have one more question about your game. It was a very interesting moment because a fascinating opening. It was dynamic. And then there was this moment where Vidit went into a 7-minute think after you developed your bishop. What happened there? Is that a new move?
No, I don't think so. I think he was just trying to recall the line. And also, I mean, he seems to like thinking in general. So yeah, which kind of makes sense, and sometimes it helps. Sometimes it doesn't, yeah, I mean, today it didn't really help. But yeah, I think Black has many good ways there, so it's not that I was, like, too inspired. I thought, okay, like, he will take his time and play something precise. Which I think he didn't, but yeah, it happens.
All right, and with that win, let's take a look at our leaderboard. We've got more matches coming up, but this is where we stand with a Chingari Golf Titans climbing up the leaderboard. On 3rd position right now, Upgrad Mumbai Masters have been toppled over. Ketty, a lot of shuffling.
It is indeed, and now with this win, Chingari Golf Titans actually overtakes Upgrad Mumbai Masters, equalize the points. Daniil, is this something that your team will change the mood or maybe strategy?
Yeah, I don't think so. No, but I don't think for us, I think we're actually playing a very, very decent tournament. Like, if you look at the individual points, we would be, like, on clear 2nd. And, yeah, I think it was just tough luck that the matches we were winning, we were actually crashing, and then we lost pretty much all the close matches, I guess. Which was a bit of tough luck, you cannot control this, but, yeah, I think in general, we kind of deserve to be, like, a little higher. Having said that, I must say this Visha team and Magnus team are, very good too. But yeah, we'll see. For us, I don't think it will really affect our mood. I think the only bad scenario is actually to finish second and then to lose the final. Like all the rest works for us pretty well. So yeah, we'll see.
And Daniel, for your team, the day in office is done. What's the plan? You've had the win. Are you going to watch the matches, or is it time to take it easy now and perhaps see a bit of Dubai?
Yeah, I think the plan is to sort of part ways. And like, I don't know what my personal I know what my personal plan is, yeah, but I'm not sure about the rest of the team, and I think it's a win-win actually. You know.
Well, we know what the plan for us is because we've got more chess action coming up. Let's take a look at the next matchup, which will be starting soon, and it is a big one as the Triveni Continental Kings take on the SG Alpine Warriors. Daniel, what are your thoughts on this one? What are your expectations here?
Well, I don't know what my thoughts are, but let's say my hope is that the Magnus team will win. As these Triveni guys, I think they beat us 2 times. Both times undeservedly, and I mean, I started to hate them a little. Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, but give me a break. Yeah, we played with black. We won 2 games, and still we found a way to lose the match. Nah, I mean, come on, let's face it. Yeah, I don't like them anymore.
Oh no!
Very
personal.
No, I mean, very annoying team. Come on, give me a break.
All right, well, it's gonna be a fun fight. Let's take a look at the performance of these teams so far with the different colors, and let's start with the Triveni Continental Kings. And there we see with the white pieces 1 win, with the black pieces 2 wins. Daniel, have you enjoyed this concept of having the team play one color and then the other?
Yeah, I think it is interesting. I also think that actually, let's say if we start like another season in a couple of weeks, I think like everybody would adjust much better. I think the first season it was like pretty hard to actually like figure out what's going on in the match. Like even when you're looking at the boards, I think sometimes people, let's say, we're not like taking enough risk with white. Also, I mean, you can see that your team is doing badly, and basically you have to gamble. Yeah, if you lose, you lose. There's no big difference if you lose like 1 extra game if you're going to lose anyway. But I think like most of us were like pretty tight. And let's say if you compare it to like football or some other game, yeah, I mean basically when they're like two goals down, they're not too worried about like losing 3-0 or something, yeah. And here exactly, I think next time we'll adjust. Same with the colors. I think everybody. I actually have a bet running against Sasha Grishuk on this thing, and he thought he's a massive favorite, and I must say I thought so too. So we had a bet on like which color will prevail after the end of the tournament, and he thought white is like a massive favorite.
Oh wow!
I thought white is a little favorite. Now, like I'm not sure, but I think black was leading by quite some margin. Yeah, now white won probably like 4 matches in a row. I think black is still ahead, and the bet is still alive. But let's say we didn't know even the basic math. Yeah, like in the very beginning, everybody I think thought that white will win like 80% of the matches.
Yeah. Very interesting dynamics there, Ketty. Let's take a look at the SG Alpine Warriors road so far with the white and the black pieces. And there we see massive wins with black, Ketty.
They like black pieces here. 4 wins, only 1 loss with black pieces, and no draws. With white pieces, here we have tied with winning, and lost they have 1-1. So with the black pieces, they are in advance.
Wow. It's going to be a fun one, and we are getting an update that we will be revealing the colors of the matchup really soon. And there we see Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan alongside Grandmaster Leok Wanwali. Handshakes. The teams are ready to go from the SG Alpine Warrior International Master Vishal Serene, and the white pieces for the SG Alpine Warriors. This is going to be a fun fight. Quick prediction, result predictions. We know which one you're favoring. Ketty, who's taking this?
I would go with Triveni. I want things to be more complicated.
Yeah, I would go with the other team. No.
And there we have it. We will be back with all the chess on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. It's lights, camera, action at the playing arena of the Mahindra Global Chess League, as it's a big matchup for the SG Alpine Warriors taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. And to call the action alongside me, FIDE Master James Canty and Samir Raina. Let's start with predictions. Samir, what are you expecting from this one?
I have no expectations. I only have hope, and I'm hoping that Triveni Continental Kings wins this game, because I am doing some mathematics here looking at the leaderboard. They still have a chance, believe it or not. If they win everything and the top two teams lose everything, there are some possibilities there.
On their last lifeline, the Triveni Continental Kings. But James, the SG Alpine Warriors have a player called Pragnananda.
Yeah, Prag is definitely that the dark horse there, or the Indian horse. I mean, he is just crushing everything right now, and he's destroying, you know, this field, and especially as strong as it is. I mean, a player like Prag, and then you got Magnus too, and Art. I mean, like all these players here, it's very strong, and it is scary. And Alpine Warriors are real warriors right now.
Is this the first time that we're seeing Magnus arrive early for a game?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not very often.
He always comes late, but now he's like, no, this is for my team, and these are the last
business.
ones, right? So he means business this time.
He means business. He will be taking on the two-time World Cup winner, Levon Aronian. Magnus starts with the white pieces. Opening predictions, are we expecting the king spawn or the queen spawn or something totally different?
I'm thinking knight of 3. In fact, I'm looking at the usual his Catalan stuff. You know, maybe he has to bring out his best, and he loves to play that Catalan.
There we have Mr. Mahesh Srinivas Bhupati, an Indian former doubles world #1 tennis player,
The
making
tennis
the first
legend.
move. Yes.
Wow, I wonder what first move he's about to make.
Probably E4. Maybe D4.
He is the Indian tennis legend, and there Magnus
He told him what to
telling
do.
him to go with the king pawn.
King
It's on the
pawn.
board. Will Magnus take that back? And wow, he keeps it.
He said,
He
play
keeps
E4.
it. Is he playing E4? He
Yeah,
takes
he's
it
gonna play
back.
E4. Oh, okay. We'll try again tomorrow.
I think he wants to play it himself.
A huge matchup here. Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. Top to bottom, all 6 boards. Handshakes. It's time to go. And that is 1b3. This
Did
is
he
the
really
cowboy
1b3?
opening. It's on the board. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Who would have thought 1b3?
Whoa. Yeah, who would have thought? Now all the Cowboys at home are very hype. I see a bishop f4. I wonder if you're going to see knight c3. Is that Arjun? No, that's Gukesh. Okay, cool. Checking the games just in case I see a Jar Jar Binks London, a.k.a. Joe Bava.
And let's just talk a little bit about this first move chosen
B3.
by Magnus Carlsen. James, you usually want to control the center, but
That's
this
right.
is a very different approach
Yeah.
where White wants to develop the bishop, place it on the long diagonal, and basically what White is saying is, I don't want some theory, I don't want a long line, I just want a game.
He wants a game. And here, you know what's actually by transposition, it's going into some Nimzo Larsen territory. I actually have a very strong game where I beat an international master in 18 moves with the white side OTB, with this opening. I love this opening. It's very fun. You start with knight f3, b3, then bishop b2. But here you can get really aggressive. You get a game is what you're looking for. You get a position, not theoretical where like you got this, all this theory and then draw. You actually get a game here, and I like this choice from Magnus. With b3 and knight f3, bishop g4, we got ourselves a game here.
You know, as a beginner, we are always advised to play in the center. The first 2 moves should attack the center, capture some center with your pawns. I mean, I don't see any of that happening. What's happening here?
Yeah, he's doing it with the pieces. In fact, Aaron Nimzowicz is actually a fan of that, where you, the hyper-modern type of style, where you actually control the center with the pieces and the pawns, but mostly the pieces here. So hyper-modern strategy in a way. E3 played. And usually what we want to do is actually grab this bishop here eventually with h3. We will play g4, believe it or not, if the bishop goes back to h5. You get yourselves a real aggressive position.
And we often see White start slow, White make these moves that might appear passive, but the only idea is to keep maximum pieces and pawns on the board. As you mentioned, the fight in the center by White is more by the pieces than the pawns. And we've got Master Swidler with us. So I'm going to ask him, Master Swidler, Magnus Carlsen going for 1b3, how much of a surprise is this for Lev?
Well, he's been known to play this, and also 1b3 has become, you know, part of the conversation very much due to the efforts of, first of all, Adiban, of course, the beast himself, and then the promotional team over at Chessable, who did a very, very good job promoting 1b3 as hashtag B3 Cowboy, which I think made a lot of people play 1b3 who normally wouldn't have, myself included. But on a more serious note, Magnus has played 5 games in a row with black in this tournament at some point, which is something he's probably never done in his career.
Wow.
And he is planning to enjoy the whites he's getting now. Very clearly, you know, this is the beginning of him having fun with the white pieces. It's a playable line. There's nothing particularly wrong with playing 1b3. The only downside of it becoming, you know, part of the zeitgeist is that people have actually started looking seriously at what to do with black against it. Whereas in years gone by, you would play 1b3 and nobody would have a clue. Now it's been analyzed. Now people have repertoires against it, but it's still a fun way to avoid mainline theory. So why not?
A very interesting approach by the icon board of the SG Alpine Warriors. We will keep an eye on this one and see how this develops. Let's zoom out and get our bird's eye view and do a quick opening overview of the action that we're seeing across the boards. Same, what catches your attention?
So far, I'm really seeing everything is equal. But I would really like to see what Gukesh is up to in that opening. I think he's not having a great tournament so far. I want to see what his strategy is, because he definitely must be striving for a win. And Tanya, do you think the opening he has chosen is something that can be decisive in his favor?
Well, for Gukesh, it's been a tough tournament so far, as you mentioned. And he's one of the finest grandmasters in the world, one of the biggest prodigies. He's only 17 years old, currently world number 13. His live rating is 2744. He's just an overall beast. He's struggling here. And I think for Gukesh, right now, it's about stopping the bleeding. He needs to stop the bleeding. He needs to make sure that this game, he doesn't lose. I'm not expecting him to go all out right now. I'm not expecting him to take too much risk. What I am expecting from Gukesh in this round is to keep it solid, to keep it under control. James, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what he's doing right now. In fact, okay, actually, Yu Yangi is actually trying to mix it up a little bit and make some concessions, or actually make some things happen. He takes on he takes on C5 there. So yeah, I mean, this is a very easy position, kind of dry to say the least. It's nothing sharp. You know, now he's trying to isolate a pawn here. If pawn takes, there was an isolated pawn, so we might see knight takes there. I mean, we have probably a slight pull with white here. I prefer to be white. He actually takes with the queen here. Very nice. Very interesting.
You know, I would like to ask you both, since you're chess players, considering that this is their second ever encounter and the first encounter was won by Yu Yangi, do you think that also kind of plays in the mind of a player when they're playing someone who has just defeated them so recently?
Good question.
Yeah, it does. It actually does. You remember that defeat, but you also have to get over it very quickly. In fact, I remember Hikaru says you have to have short-term memory loss when it comes to these losses. And like, really, you just got to get over it very fast, because you got more games to play. And if you linger in that, oh, I lost to him before, you actually it will affect you psychology or psych, the psych part. So you have to have that out of your head, and you got to play this game.
And right now, Gukesh isn't just fighting his opponent, he's fighting himself as well.
Right.
With the form that he's had in the tournament, he wants to pick up the pace. He wants to perform for his team. Can he do it right now? He is playing with the white pieces. We see the central pawns are off the board. The center has been liquidated. Black's pieces, there is activity. This one looks pretty even for now. Let's zoom out of here. We will come back to this. Let's get an overview. Bring out our bird's eye view. The one game that catches my attention is that bottom left table. He's been the man, or should I say the boy, or the man of the tournament so far, the prodigy board, Pragnananda, with a staggering 6.5 out of 7. The H-pawn is marching down the board. Let's do a deep dive on this one.
What was this opening? It's like an English or something. Like, something happened here. What happened?
We're going to do a quick action replay, and we're going to reach out to Master Swidler to take us through the opening that we witnessed on this one.
Master Swidler.
Thank you, guys. This is a very fashionable line, and something that's been very much a trend in the past, I would say, maybe 5 to 7 years, with the advent of the new generation of engines. So far, so good. This has been known for years and years. But what I'm talking about specifically is this trend of pushing the H-pawn, which you will see in a moment if we go a bit further.
And let's just talk about, this is the moment that the symmetry in the position was changed. Black striking in the center is the first one to go for it. We see the pawn trades, the bishop developed. Black wants to take out his own bishop here, and this is the moment that you were talking about.
Yeah, and this idea has been extremely popular in all kinds of positions, including some positions where you really wouldn't have thought this move would make any sense. This is still reasonably well known, and both players, I suspect, are still very much in their prep. Black's reaction here, finishing his development and then bringing the other bishop out, is, I think, the most critical reply to what Prague is doing. So this is going to be a very sharp, very interesting game. Definitely the one to look out for.
Wow. Guys, where is White planning to castle? Because now, he's launching an attack on the H file. His C file is open. He can't go queenside, can't go kingside. Is the king planning to stay in the center throughout the game?
I think
correct,
so.
Maybe.
In most cases, you can sometimes castle kingside anyway, but I think often you just see White keeping the king on E1, or perhaps putting it on F1 slightly out of harm's way, and just parking it there. So yeah, that definitely adds spice to these positions. The fact that White is going to be playing with the king in the center for quite some time potentially.
That's a brave king.
It's a brave king, but once you say Harry the H-pawn moves forward, you can't go back from that. You've got to be brave for the rest of the game. So we might very well be seeing White's king in the center. Right now, Prague needs to take a decision about what to do with the threat on the knight.
These are going to be
Is he planning to retreat, or will he go for counter offense by pushing the pawn further and, in fact, hitting Black's bishop?
Well, Tanya, I am calculation over everything here, so I was looking at knight f7 first, followed by e4, but I was looking at a crazy line. Okay, knight f7, king f7. Right, the idea here is obviously e4, pawn e4. Then after e4, knight takes, correct, bc3. And then you can play rook e8, I think. Something like rook
And
e8.
James, your point is that the bishop on f5 is trapped.
It's trapped,
You
correct.
don't have the square because the queen protects the square.
Correct.
So in fact, white can go on to win the bishop. And this is a brilliant idea.
Wow.
Definitely strong. But rook e8, I think, is hand castling way. And then when I take the bishop, I'm going to get hit with check. So maybe I have to like, yeah, and I was looking at this and I was like, I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe I could go king f1. Engine kind of likes it. So king f1 and then king g1. And I still use the h file as well. So there's a lot going on here.
Bro,
Lots going on. Calculation over everything. We might be seeing that.
You lost me at knight f7, man. Can you tell me how is it that, you know, we can develop a skill like this? How do we calculate so deep? You guys are just seeing 8-9 moves deep in chess.
Well, first off, you do work on the calculation by sitting in positions and calculating and doing 100 tactics a day. Do 100 tactics a day, Samay. Start today, and I want you to tell me when you do it. 100 a day, every single day. And then you can also become, talk to Masters Fiddler as well. Masters Fiddler will help you.
Tactics is the way to go, but I have to be honest here, James, knight f7 was not on my radar. It is a move that once you mention it, you of course think about it. The idea is clear. You want to take advantage of the black bishop not having too many squares. Is this what Prague is thinking about? Peter, can we expect knight f7 on the board?
Masters Fiddler.
I think it's risky. It's definitely playable, but you have to assess it precisely. And there are more conservative options here. You can drop the knight back to e4, which is something that white generally wants to do when they play knight g5. You can also, weirdly, you can include the move h5, h6, which is something that the engines in particular very much like doing in these types of positions. Just getting that pawn to h6 and saying, for the time being, I'm not thinking of opening that file anymore. But I will have that pawn as a major source of annoyance for you for the rest of the game. And it also provokes black into perhaps putting their bishop on some unfavorable squares. So those two things are more or less diametrically opposite in spirit. Knight takes f7 is a massive, massive mess. And h6, knight g4 is a way to play a much more conservative game. So it's interesting to see what Prague comes with here.
And he's taking his time. He's taking his time. He's calculating all these options. What are we hoping for? Where is the fire? Is it knight f7, h6? I want to see one of these two moves on the board.
You know, I also like d3, believe it or not. I mean, you always look for the crazy moves here, obviously. If it doesn't work, then you go for the conservative. This is what I learned from Grandpa
D3 is not
Patel.
happening.
Yeah, but of course, right. D3, the idea is just sacrificing exchange. It's not necessary, though. Putting the queen on a1 because of the whole diagonal and the dark squares could be weak.
Wow.
But it's not necessary to do. But you do want to throw these out there and to see if it works. And he just goes for, like, he went in the think tank and he came out and said, none of this is necessary. Just go knight to e4.
Keeping it solid.
Right.
Knight e4. Very natural move there. And now white has got the idea of capturing black's pawn on c5. And of course, the move h6 is always in the air. Also, ideas of advancing the pawn, opening up the bishop, keeping all the trumps in the position.
Very nice.
But Prague is down by almost 4 minutes on the clock, and we're barely out of the opening.
Wow.
This game is happening on all sides of the board. You know, usually you have one plan. Either you play on the king side or the queen side or in the center.
Right.
Suddenly there's this play on the king side, now in the center.
Both kings in the center, no
Right.
castling. We are
Right.
basically throwing all the traditional chess rules out of the window.
No castling chess here.
All right, let's take a look at our other boards. This one will be a complicated middle game battle. Look at Pragnananda on the screen. He's ready for that, ready to go. He's the one on fire. We'll see if he can get another point for the SG Alpine Warriors. This is our overview. Master Swidler, what catches your attention?
I wanted just to briefly point out that that brief discussion you had about the previous games between the players and also your general form in the event. I think it's very much evident on board 2 there because Gukesh is one of the most ambitious players in the chess world today. And in this particular game, he is very clearly just playing to have a 0% chance of losing. It also limits his winning chances to pretty close to the same 0, frankly. But the way he's been playing, I think he and the team probably came to the conclusion that it's important for him to shake off some of the disappointment of how the tournament has been going until now. Play one safe game, get back to feeling a bit better about life and things in general, and then maybe he will go back to playing much more ambitiously for a win.
And Peter, do you think this is a board for you, Yangi, for the Triveni Continental Kings to actually try to get an advantage given Gukesh's form?
I think they were very ready to try, but this particular position doesn't really give you, very much in a way of even attempts to play for a win. It's just very symmetrical. That last move by Yuang Yi is perhaps a slight nod in that direction because he could have traded queens there with a very, very equal position, but he preferred to keep the queens on. Perhaps if, Gukesh's best instincts take over and he remembers who he is and starts playing from here, we could still see a sharp game. But in general, I think that the setup from white is aimed squarely at just making a draw.
Very solid here, but all the action and the drama is on the icon board. Let's quickly use this opportunity to head over to Magnus Carlsen taking on Levon Aronian. These two are titans of the game. They played each other a bunch of times and always fascinating fights, and once again, a really feisty position.
What I like about these type of positions is that, I like to play the knight f3, b3 stuff, where I just want to attack you and castle queen side. And it may even be wrong, but of course, that's practical. I'm going to play a human here, and you're going to have to figure it out, and I'm going to try to checkmate you many times. Now, actually, what Levon said is, I'm not going to castle king side. You're not going to get that opportunity at all. So he went castle queen side as well, giving us more of an equal way of playing here, which is Magnus is fine with that. So I think actually he handled this very well, him meaning Levon. Having the queen on a3 here, the dark squares are kind of weak. The bishop on h7 is pretty strong, quite annoying. But also we have the bishop on g2 doing the same thing.
Guys, what about that knight on d7? Is it planned to come from, somewhere to b4 from a6?
Maybe
Interesting
b8.
idea.
Knight b8, a6, yeah. Or knight c5, knight a6, knight b4. Very possible.
And imagine once the knight lands on b4. I know what you want, Samir. You're an aggressive player. You want the queen and the knight to give checkmate to the white king. And that could be definitely a plan to create play. Also notice the two bishops and how the pawns are actually limiting their activity. For the black bishop stopped by white's pawn chain on these squares, the white bishop is currently inactive because of black's own pawn chain, keeping the king safe. I really like the knight maneuver that you're pointing out, Samir.
Also, can't we just develop the rook, which is still not in the game? On h8, we get a free tempo if we attack the queen. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, I'm going to take that as fast as you put it there, Samay.
I'm putting it, and you're taking
Absolutely.
it.
I'm going to take it immediately. And after takes, rook takes, and maybe we just double. We could double on the file with rook e1, rook d to e1. It's very possible. But there may be some better moves there. But the problem is that it's going to take a while to get that knight in there. And it might not be a good night for you, of course, because of the rooks.
Not even going to be a good day for you in this position.
It's not going to be a good day, good night, okay?
It's going to be a good night for the position.
You know what I mean? Exactly, right. And it's going to be pretty rough here. It's definitely difficult to face this, especially as strong as someone like Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
That's not even considered rookie A.
But it's a great idea. If black
Absolutely.
can find a way to actually defend the rook on this square and get it into the game, yes. But right now, it's not the move you want to make. Instead, Levon Aronian making a committal decision, advancing the pawn. Master Peter Swidler, what do you think about this? Because this wasn't on my radar.
Yeah, I did not expect that move at all. And at first glance, one thing you will say about it is that the white knight, which until that move was played onto the board, did not really have any prospects whatsoever. You would be hard-pressed to name a square you want to aim it towards. Now he definitely has a very good square to hope for, but Jan Krzysztof clearly wants to develop some kind of counterplay, and he wants to perhaps put the rook on the f-file next move and suggest to Magnus that the pawn on f4 could potentially be a bit of a target. Yeah, Magnus immediately goes knight f3. It does feel like this is where this piece belongs. Yeah, interesting choice by Levon. I trust Levon to be very much on point in these types of positions, but it's definitely not a move I even considered. So.
It's also so counterintuitive because you block your own bishop by pushing your pawn.
That is true, but on the other hand, that bishop wasn't really, doing very much. You've very correctly described it as being heavily restricted by the white pawn chain. So it's not feeling much worse now that it was a move ago.
Wow. A committal decision there by Levon, and Magnus immediately jumping with the knight, taking advantage of the weakened squares because of that last move. Levon behind on the clock currently by 3 minutes.
Guys, if the knight comes to e5 where it wants to come, like Master Peter said, will it be a good idea for Black to recapture that knight with his own knight? Because then after that happens, there is no, there's nothing that Black is actually playing for. In fact, White has the open file on the E file. Queen on A3 is looking hopeless. Everything is developed. Do you think that is something he should be scared of, Levon?
The problem is with 95 after taking, you can take with the pawn, and then we just got to pass E-pawn for nothing at all. So, of course, yes, it may be equal, but practical chances, it will be difficult. In fact, you see this a lot in the Grunfeld positions where even Master Spiller is the master of the Grunfeld. You actually do have a D-pawn problem sometimes where the white has a D-pawn that's very passed, but black has compensation of holding it, maybe even winning it at some point. After 95, we can take this pawn and use it maybe, honestly, for our good if we're able to keep this pass pawn. We got to take on G4. Master Spiller.
I think that's logical. I just want to bring up briefly, we don't need to change the view, but something I suspected might happen did happen on board 2, where Yuan Yi like dangled a carrot in front of Gukesh, and Gukesh said, "Yeah, I remember. I'm a very strong chess player who is one of the most promising talents to have come in the last 2 generations. I'm not going to play for a draw anymore." And this is now a pretty fighting, sharp position all of a sudden. So. Very nice to see that, and something that I suspected might happen, but not so quickly.
This is suddenly blowing up, and we do see Levon Aronian put pressure on the weak f4 pawn. White needs to find a way to defend it, and a potential idea is that White, in fact, if you do push the pawn, you're using your pawn chain to block the bishop. At a good moment, Black can strike. The best way to get rid of a pawn chain is to strike at the base, and that's this pawn, and we can potentially see an h5 advance kicking away that base, and that could be a big issue in the position. But right now, big questions from Magnus Carlsen. Will he take the committal decision of pushing the pawn, or will he find another way to safeguard it? Is this a good moment to jump to the other games?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and take a look at the action that's happening all around. As Master Peter pointed out, that there have been some developments on that board number 2, but also all over. Look at that bottom left board. Wow. 3 pawns advanced on the 6th rank. Pragnananda trying to create weaknesses on his opponent's king side. What are we expecting there?
Definitely some fireworks. We got to take a look at that game for sure. Open H file there. I mean, it feels like we should castle queen side, but then again, the king can actually run away. That F6 move is pretty crafty, I think. I mean, it looks kind of weird, but the king eventually could run away to F7 and over to E8 if it gets really, really bad.
And you could challenge on the H-line with your own rook, but look at that. Instead, Jonas, he continues to pursue Black's pieces. And let's do a quick action replay here. The queen was attacked. Instead of defending the queen, Jonas attacks the bishop. The bishop falls back. He doesn't care. He goes up with the pawn, 1 move further, attacks the knight. But every pawn move creates weaknesses. And with the last one, we do see a big hole on G5.
Can you not come back with the bishop on G5, attack the queen once more? This time there's no pawn to push.
Great question, Sameh, and it's definitely a possibility. You say, you're attacking my knight, I'm going to get to the queen. Black will sidestep with the queen, and once again, you will be left with a decision to move with the knight. Just be a little careful. Do not get greedy by capturing the pawn, because this could mean a big check, and you actually end up losing your piece.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I would have played.
That is not a move there. In fact, after knight G5, I am a fan of knight G5 and trying to get the queen to B3 so I can take on E6. Nice idea. Definitely with the bishop on D2 deters a knight A5.
It's on the board, knight G5.
Knight to G5. Of course, it's definitely a move you have to play. Maybe you might go queen A4 and try to swing over to H4 as well.
And the idea is to try to double up, to set up a rifle on the H-line so that you can give a checkmate here. James is pointing out the path. You come with the queen on one side of the board and then swing all the way to the other side. That's a bad arrow by me.
Wow, Ben, that one's new, Tanya.
That's a never-seen-before move. It's not going to happen, but you can swing to the other side of the board, line up on the H-line, and start threatening checkmate already. This could start getting tricky. Meanwhile, how does Black defend? One idea is you can step up with your bishop, hit the knight, and then eventually try to get your king up.
He just stood up. Look at the flex. That's a flex there. Let me walk away. Make you think about this one, big dog. Mate
with 4 minutes on the clock. That's
with
a big
4
flex.
minutes, mate in 17, he says. Walks away and looking at the games. That's a flex from Young Prag.
A brief update. No particular need to go there until the handshake, which will be coming momentarily. But board 5 will be a draw between Elizabeth Bates and Sarah Hadem.
Wow.
Wow. So Elizabeth Bates versus Sarah Kadem could potentially end in a draw. But we will stick to this one for just a moment because it is a big
critical position for black. And Praggnanandha there looking confident, just walking around, looking at the other boards. He's down to less than 5 minutes on the clock. How's he feeling about his chances in this one? Pretty good.
He's feeling real good, especially when you walk away like that. Oh, yeah, he's feeling great. F4. I don't think he was looking at that one. I don't think anybody spotted that move. In fact, F4, is that really on the board? It is on the board.
It's on the board.
It is on the board here. Whoa, Prag's got to
he
figure something out.
actually removed the defender of the knight.
Absolutely. That's why it's so strong. It also hitting G3 as well, saying your king's in the center still, Prag. Your king is still in the center right now. So you're going to have to deal with this right now.
That king is staying in the center for a while. And
That's right.
as Master Swidler mentioned, we will stay on this game, but a big result update that board number 5 has finished with a draw between Elizabeth Pyatt and Sarah Kadim, but it's all eyes on this one. Fire on the board with black's last move, trying to create counterplay. What do we make of this? Master Swidler, this is getting out of hand.
It is becoming extremely sharp, and Jonas Beard is doing sort of the right thing, pouring oil onto the fire here, because he doesn't really want to wait until white develops an attack along that open H file. He wants to open some files for himself. And Prag actually, somewhat surprisingly to me, goes for this somewhat materialistic route here, trading the bishop for the knight on d5, and next move he will take that intruder on the f4 square. I think probably with the pawn, but with the bishop is also playable. But that does give black very nice play on the open lines in the center.
Wow.
The rook, which is currently in the corner doing not very much, will be brought into the game towards the e8 square. The white king is very stuck in the center. This is going to be a very sharp game to predict. He takes with the bishop. Yeah, I was wondering which way he'll go here. Takes with the bishop. I guess now that the bishop is slightly more active, you can support it with your e-pawn in the future and just put the king on f1 and hide the king behind that bishop, which will be very difficult to attack because black has no real ways to attack it with any pawns.
Very nice.
Full control on that bishop, James. A really nice idea. White has an extra pawn, but black has a lot of play as well. You see this bishop, it's down on the diagonal, always threatening to pick up the pawn. Meanwhile, the rook can join the party. But one very instructive moment right here. Jonas feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. He takes this moment and instead of trying to get passive, he goes for it. He says, I'm going to be brave here. I'm going to try and create my own chances. Going for the offense is the best way to defend. And we see that with that move. And now with the trade, an extra pawn, but a lot of activity for black. This is a game for all 3 results.
Absolutely. In fact, you never would expect to get these type of positions, which you can. You can actually make any position as sharp as you would like to, or any opening, in fact. And it started as a ready opening, and the ready opening is not actually one that you would see these type of positions with the open H file. Of course, you can make it happen like that, like the Catalan H4s and Castle Queenside. This is actually very similar here. Is a ready opening. Kind of looked like it was an E4 opening, but the pawn is still on E2. So this is definitely a sharp game.
Why don't you just take the B2 pawn that's free? Like, I would have just grabbed it. It's free.
Just grab it right now. Grab it on B2, he says, and bishop back to C3 as well with check.
It's a good question, Samir. He can take that pawn, hitting the rook, and if white was to attack the bishop, you can give a check. White sidesteps with the king. But the problem with this line is that white anyway wanted to get the king here, and now there are ideas of the rook jumping onto the 7th rank. You're firing down the board. You're going to get your other rook into the attack, and black just loses a lot of time. That bishop is required to stay exactly where it is to keep the position under control.
Wow. So that's a poison pawn then. You shouldn't take it.
It's a risky one to take. You might not lose immediately, but you're asking for trouble by giving white all the moves that he wants to make anyway. I would be very tempted as black to bring all the pieces to the party, get that rook to the center of the board, start eyeing the E-line. And we will use this moment to zoom out, get our bird's eye view, because the board I want to go to is our icon board. And we see that on the top right. A very fascinating position.
Ooh.
Let's bring up
Isn't that
Magnus
the top
Carlsen
left?
taking on Levon Aronian. Top left. My bad. Good call there, Samir. Making it wrong because simply all the boards are so fascinating.
Right.
They could very well have been top right, but
Right.
this one indeed a big fight. And we see a strange bishop here. This could have been a pawn, and I wouldn't have known.
Oh, that's a bishop? Oh, I didn't even know.
What
I mean,
bishop?
that's not a bishop
Where?
to me, but okay. Little bit.
And interestingly,
But
the
okay.
plan that Samai was talking about, which seemed somewhat far-fetched at the time, is now very much materializing because black is one move away. If black is to move here, I think black is just winning with the move knight f6 to d5, creating threats of knight c3 and knight b4. That's the one that Samai was talking about earlier. So Magnus has one move here to find something to do against that massive, massive threat. My first idea was you can still play queen to e7, offer the queen trade, and black will have to, you know, change tack and do something else. But currently, I'm not sure what white is doing here if black just goes c6, c5, and says no queen trade for you. Perhaps rook e5 is very strong, though.
Rook e5, yeah, that's probably... Yikes, that's a
And
strong
you're first
move.
to black's king.
And 95, you
Oh,
take it.
nice. And tactics everywhere. That's deflection. You know, the rook was overloaded, and now you just go on to win the other rook. So queen e7 would be an idea for Magnus, offering a queen trade. If black was to accept, that's good news for white. You jump in with your rook. You're threatening all the pawns along the 7th rank. But Magnus currently in a think tank.
Yeah, this
wow,
is like,
both
where do you
players
even go?
under 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And there's actually no other way to defend it, right? Like, you cannot stop the knight coming from d5 in any other way. Maybe you can go c4, but I think that's not good.
Yeah, c4 en passant.
It
or en
would be
croissant.
great. But then, James,
En croissant there.
this might look illegal, but it's completely legal. Black can, in fact, capture the pawn this way. This is en
What?
passant. Getting rid
That
of
is a
that
move.
pawn. You're up an extra pawn. The knight is still jumping in. The D line opens up. This would be a bad idea. But in theory, a really nice point that if white had the option to control the square,
Right.
great point.
Massive turnaround on the Prodigy board, by the way, because Prague, who perhaps forgot how to play with the white pieces, hasn't seen them in 5 days. His last two moves are very uncharacteristically imprecise, and he is in a lot of trouble right now. And there is a very cute tactic on the board as well, which allows us to demonstrate some ideas.
Let's bring it up. Let's bring up our board number 6. And there we see Master Swidler mentioning that there has been a big turnaround. Let's bring up our analysis board.
Yeah, this has gone very pear-shaped for Prague. Already the queen move seemed very suspect to me, and then he followed it up with playing very much into Jonas Bjerre's tactics by playing e3. And now black makes a temporary queen sacrifice.
Boom.
Not a difficult tactic, but still a very beautiful one, sacrificing a queen to give his knight access to that beautiful f3 square.
Wow.
And the problem for Prague is if you just recapture here on d2 after rook takes f2, you're completely lost. So he has to find a way to do something smarter, but I really don't know what that is. You can play, instead of king d1, maybe you can play king e2 after the check. He still hasn't taken the queen, but I also don't know how to avoid it. Perhaps you play long castles right now?
And he has only 35 seconds, guys.
35 seconds. This potentially could be Prague's first
loss. Yeah, it's tough, especially being as far as he's came here as well. You can tell from the jitters here. He's shaking of the leg there as you saw the body movement, flipping, looking back at the clock here,
Guys,
definitely understanding this is tough.
Entire game is full of, you know, surprises because Prague is actually losing his first game here. Meanwhile, Gukesh is actually doing very, very well in his game.
Magnus is in trouble, so there's a lot of very, very interesting and unusual things going on. Yeah, and Prague does long castle. I guess this was always the plan. It doesn't look great, even if black does something fairly simple, but you could also try to sort of go in for the kill. The line I like the most currently is queen to g4. I think you have to take the knight now, because otherwise you have to allow knight to check, and rook e2 coming in. And this looks massively, massively dangerous for white. I just don't like this for white at all.
Wow, big trouble for Prague, down to 18 seconds on the clock. He's currently down a piece. He could not have captured the queen. That would have walked into a lost endgame. Prague trying to create chaos on the board with that last move of long castle, but it looks like it still favors Jonas as long as he can find queen g4, and he does it. Immediately Prague recaptures. Will Jonas step in with the rook on the 7th rank? This is looking big trouble for white, James.
Yeah, this is definitely big trouble here. And the problem with being hyper-aggressive is what I call the style of play of what I saw in Prague here today, is you have to keep that up almost the entire game. Precision and accuracy is at a very, very high level when you play like this, with the H-pawn moving all the way up here, and then one move, queen d2, followed by another, and it was game over.
He needs to play that rook, because if he does take the pawn on d4, white can challenge the e-line, and you might not have the same amount of advantage. And he's reaching out, he does it.
Yeah, and there it is, and that's a tough one.
Yeah, queen a5 played, and my feeling was rook takes f4 even is potentially playable here. I was trying to calculate. And as you can see, the engine suggests black is fully in control. Rook f4, yeah, and he plays bishop takes d4, which I think is also completely fine. But something must have been stronger.
Might be queen c7.
And it was probably your move, because we saw the eval bar stay right there. And that was a really cool line. Master Swidler, can you just show us the finish of it? Because it's a sacrifice.
I just realized why it works. Yeah, the point here is we want to take with the queen here, and if king b1, we want to take on d4 with the queen, I think, not the bishop. White does have one check. Yeah, that's a mistake. Rook takes b2.
Oh my goodness.
Rook takes b2 instead of queen takes d4.
You first sacrifice one rook, you take it back with a check, and then as you're pointing out, Peter, you give the second rook for checkmate. And this is game over.
Oh man, get this off the screens. Kids watching this, Tanya. There's crazy. This is a family channel. Wow.
It doesn't matter where you go with the king. The next move would be queen stepping in with a check, and that would be checkmate.
That's GG. Start a new one. Oh,
and instead, Jonas makes a very, very natural move. Bishop takes d4. But now after rook d2, the game sort of restarts from scratch, more or less, because white solves most of his tactical issues for the time being. And the black king is also not entirely safe, with the other white rook still being on an open file next to it. So
you need one move, Peter. Get that queen in, and you're threatening checkmates on the board.
Exactly. So maybe we wrote off Prague a little bit too early, as has been the case throughout this tournament. He's had some suspect positions before, and he only made one draw so far. So not a stranger to playing with disadvantages.
And now both players coming to that 1 minute mark. We are getting moves in. Jonas gets the other rook on the open line, threatening checks on the back rank. Is this a good moment for white to start jumping in with the queen?
No, in fact, after rook e1, you might be done. In fact, and because there is like rook h1, right? So queen and just rook e1 might be just completely winning. You block with the rook on d1, you actually queen takes d1.
He played queen c7. This is not made. I think c2 you don't really have an immediate follow-up. So this is not as bad as it looks.
He does go for queen c7.
Yeah, queen 7. I think a bigger problem here is maybe black can start by chasing the queen away. But I very much understand why Prague made this move. It just looks correct. It looks like this queen needs to be in the somewhere towards the center of the action. Right. Very. I figured out what the problem is. We can go back with our active rook back all the way to the 7th. I'm sure Prague is intending to play queen d6 here. But then after rook d7, the queen has no squares.
What? It's trapped in the middle of the board?
It's trapped in the middle. And this is a very, very rare occurrence, because generally queens are difficult pieces to trap.
It's a checkmate on the queen.
Everyone,
he finds it.
That's a good way to put it. The queen is checkmated on the center of the board. Everyone take a photograph of this position. You don't get to see it every day. The queen has nowhere to run. And we do see that right now Jonas has made the move. Rook to e7 will
Great move.
And fall for this.
He doesn't. He
falls back.
He's like, yeah, you're not about to get me with that one.
But that's obviously a lot of time wasted. The queen returns, and black now has a free move to do something productive. And queen f3 is one move you could consider. You could also consider now going in with checks. g5 maybe even weirdly. You normally don't want to play on the side where white is supposedly attacking, but maybe the bishop doesn't have good squares. Still a messy position, though. You feel like black is better, but it's still definitely a mess. g5 is the choice.
Guys, I would like to throw your attention to the first board where the game is over. The icon board, Levon Aronian has taken down Magnus Carlsen.
Whoa! Oh, with the smiles there.
And Magnus smiling through the pain. He does lose that game to Levon Aronian. And maybe we can just see the very end of it. What happened there? Because it was, in fact, the idea that we were talking about with the knight joining the attack. This is a huge result for the Triveni Continental Kings on the icon board. And there we have a very proud Levon Aronian.
Wow.
He's walking out. He's got reasons to be pleased right now.
Of course, he just beat Magnus Carlsen.
I think something very strange happened there, because the best guess I have is that Magnus sort of pre-moved capturing on d5, because I'm not even entirely joking. because there is absolutely no explanation for him playing bishop takes d5 there and resigning. If we can maybe zoom out of there a little bit and show the last 3 moves.
Let's do it, Peter. Let's bring up our board number 1 and just show everyone how this ended. A quick action replay, because we did see world number 1 getting checkmated.
Yeah.
And here the move, pawn advance was made, attacking the knight, and once Levon captured it, Magnus captures it back, hitting that bishop. It falls back. Always keep an eye out for the threat of the knight jumping in. The bishop tries to control that square, and then for some reason...
The analysis board is still not here.
Yeah, so this is the position. And instead of the rook move, black, of course, could already put the knight on that square, and then Magnus would very happily take that knight with his bishop. But when black plays the...
here?
Yeah, but when black plays the rook to this square...
And here you pick up the knight.
Yeah.
But instead, Levon played the rook.
Yeah, and now white absolutely can play queen to e7, offering the queen trade. And I think white is completely
here.
safe. And instead he played this and resigned, which is a very bizarre turn
Shocking.
of events. Yeah.
Absolutely shocking.
Wow.
This is how it ended. There's no way to stop the checkmate. Inexplicable what happened there, why Magnus picked up the rook, but it was already a very difficult position as black, after that move, had the rook joining into the attack. Let's zoom out, bring up the action on the other boards. Same, what catches your attention?
I would like to see the game number 2 between Gukesh and Yu Yangi, where Gukesh is doing very, very well. If you see that position, the pawn on g3 is a g6 is a thorn in black's position. James, how do we capitalize on this?
Whoa, okay, let me see this position here. Whose move is it? It is, oh, Yu Yangi's on time. Let me see what we have. Any knockout blows? Nothing yet. G5, we definitely want to get in, so I'm trying to get F4, followed by G5 in, and that's just going to explode the position
And
very
you're a
quickly.
pawn up. You got an extra pawn.
I got an extra pawn there, Tanya. That is correct. Great counting there. Mathematician Tanya over here. After F4, G5 is going to be very strong. F4, I don't even see what do you do after F4. Maybe you go knight F6, but I mean, who knows? What did he play? Rook C6. Hey, I'll take the pawn, right? Pawn hunting. Give me something, and you have no time.
And that would be 2 extra pawns, getting my math hat on, and that would be big advantage. No good way to defend that pawn. The knight jumps into attack. You could still pick up the pawn, go into a clearly better endgame. Will Gukesh try to take this in the endgame, or will he try to checkmate black here? And there we have Levon Aronian and Sarah on the screen. Their games are over. They've got eyes on the other board. Lev has got the job done on the icon board.
Crazy. He beat Magnus, right? And that is
What a
tough.
result.
That's a result.
That's Magnus's second loss.
Yeah.
He went down to Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, and now it's Levon Aronian who takes the win.
The pressure is on.
Maybe we can do an overview and do a quick roundup. Let's say that this game, Gukesh wins. That's 5-6.
Great idea, Sami. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick roundup of the results on the first board. The Triveni Continental Kings have taken the point with Levon Aronian win. Gukesh here in dominating position. We see an end game there. He's got 1 extra pawn, more active pieces. This is for Gukesh. What do you think about Arjun Wei?
I think about Arjun Wei Yi there. Let's see. That looks kind of draw-ish. I'm not even going to lie. But let me see. 3-6, 3-6. I mean, yeah, they're just trying to push there. They're going to probably shuffle back and forth in that game. Prague game. Wow, what happened? What happened there? I have a pass A pawn? That is very interesting how Prague was losing, and now he's okay, in fact.
Yeah,
So
Prague
then
is
that
completely
means-
fine, yeah.
That means if we go with our roundup, then Triveni Continental Kings is currently leading this match with 1 point.
Wow.
Currently leading, but boards are on. Where does the SG Alpine Warriors strike, Peter?
Well, Prague actually has some winning chances now because he has a passer on the A file, and Jonas will have to play very, very precisely from here. Queen endings are generally, the tendencies are very skewed towards draws, but it's become very, very sharp, and Prague, I think, runs 0 risks. And Gukesh should win from here, but Arjun is a bit worse, and it could come down to the final game of the match, whichever that is. Arjun, in the meantime, decided he can no longer wait passively, and he made a move that opens the position up, which I honestly don't really like, because I think his king will be a lot less safe than Wei Yi's king. And generally, giving Wei Yi a shot at attacking your king is not something you want to be doing. He's pretty good at that. So yeah, this is coming down to the wire.
And the bottom left board between Crush and Lano, that looks equal. Let's jump over to board number 6 as Pragnananda is playing with 15 seconds on the clock. Can he get the much-needed win for the SG Alpine Warriors? You can feel the tension between these two players. You never want to be the last board in a team championship.
Yeah, right. Trying to figure out, yeah, and it's all on your game too as well. But you got to focus here and focus. Speaking of focus, look
It's
at
a
the
race.
time.
It's a race.
Who's getting who first?
Do you think we're going to have 4 queens on the board?
Impossible. Very possible.
I'd love to see it. And look at the tension there for the SG Alpine Warriors. It is all eyes on the Prague game. A race not only on the clock, but look at the pawns. We might have 4 queens on the board. White starts with a check. If black falls on the back rank, you'll give another check and assist your pawn to queen.
I just actually posted something on TikTok and Instagram with it was 4 queens game. I ended up winning the game, but it's 4 queens is a common thing now, I guess, in 2023. 4 queens, guys. Wow. Yeah, the king g6 is probably best move. So you have no check where we queen king to g6 now.
Peter, this is a crazy position, but is draw the most likely outcome here?
It should still be the most likely outcome, but queen endings are very, very hard to pilot on low time. Anything could happen. I said Prague shouldn't lose this. You can actually imagine some scenarios where you miss some beautiful tactic and black queens the g-pawn without really allowing the a-pawn to queen. It's unlikely, though. And as you can see, the bar says white is somewhat better, but not massively better. What you should do, I think, is just to take the pawn on c5 with the queen, which stops the black g-pawn from queening, and then start running with your king. And it will be difficult for black, I think, to play that very precisely. He's trying to avoid doing that. Maybe he goes queen e4 check now. This actually is an interesting option for him if there is no immediate perpetual. And I don't think there is an immediate perpetual. If you yeah, and this is what he does. So now the first pair of queens comes off the board, the second one gets onto the board, and there is no immediate draw for Jonas, which honestly I think spells disaster, because the side defending generally doesn't defend forever. Eventually you make a mistake and you lose, because it's much easier to press in a queen ending a pawn up than it is to defend.
Prague there looking back at his team score, and he must be very happy to know that Wei is completely crushing Arjun Erigasi.
Wow, it's a good moment to perhaps rush to that one. It is a big board. Let's zoom out here. This is going to be a big grind. We will jump back to this as the players are fighting with new queens on the board. Arjun Erigasi against Wei, and another crazy position where it looks like black is dominating. White's king is the one who's under fire here. And we see moves being blitzed out.
He had a very clean victory just a moment ago, which he decided not to take advantage of, and now he will have to win. There will be 2 queen endings on the board, in which Triveni has an extra pawn on one board and is a pawn down on the other. Both, I think, likely will end up with the side with extra material winning, but these are very, very dramatic endgames, and they can go in different directions.
Wow, and there are threats of the pawn advancing with a discovered check in the position. Black has got his own sets of check here, and he starts with bringing in the queen. At some point, you've got to start moving down with the h-pawn.
Yeah, it's going to happen at some point there. The king also can walk up too and kind of shield with the queen from checks. And even if you check with queen g5, queen e3, or d2, we go queen f4 check, just completely winning in game.
I think we can push now with h4, because if white plays a discovered check, queen f5, I think, is extremely strong there. So there is no particular reason to be worried about that. But he prefers to keep the position more under control for now.
Also adding that very precious 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Checks on the board.
Check.
Check. But you've got to start pushing the pawns at some point. Perhaps wants to just get the queen to a very nice central square on e5 to control any pawn advance.
Absolutely.
This is stressful. Black can also offer a queen trade, and he does it. Queen c3 on the board. You can never trade queens. The king pawn ending is completely lost. White now threatening checks on the king's side.
He actually gets the queen trade now. He's won the game, because he can give a check from h4, eventually forcing the king onto the g file, and then he will play queen g5 check, and the queens come off, and black just simply has more pawns. And having more pawns in a pawn ending is generally very useful.
Wow. Another big win for the Triveni Continental Kings, this one. Dan.
Guys, the queen endgames are so complicated. If we can quickly look back at Pragnananda's game, he's in fact better now.
What?
We're going to rush to that, but this one is finishing. We will have handshakes any moment. with the players, and that would mean a huge point for the Triveni Continental Kings. The queens have to be traded off. The king pawn ending is dead lost for white. Arjun fighting on, but it's to no avail. Let's zoom out and head over to the board that you were pointing out, Sameh. What's happening?
Guys, you guys tell me, I have no clue. These queen pawn endgames are so complicated. Perhaps the most complicated of endgames, right?
They are so tricky. You have to avoid queen trades at the right time. There are checks. There are perpetual checks idea. Anything can happen. And right now we see a question mark has happened on the board. An inaccuracy there by Prag. We saw the eval bar shoot right back down. Does black have a series of checks here? Or is it just creating counterplay?
I currently don't see exactly how to refute the move c4, c3, because yes, that pawn will get picked up, but then black has a way, I think, to pick up. Let's say we play king g8 here, maybe. And yeah, that apparently is a mistake, and this is why these endgames are so difficult. I'm choosing a square for the black king as well, but I think we should just watch, because it's more or less impossible to play the queen endings as precisely as they need to be played, but it's very understandable, in particular in long time. And now Prague, I think, is just winning by giving a check from g4 and taking on c4. All the king and pawn endings will be completely winning. And when you're 2 pawns up in a queen ending, I think you're pretty safe. I don't think there is much.
He doesn't find it. Instead, he comes up with the king. He did have the option to win the second extra pawn, but he still keeps all the trumps because this pawn is not going anywhere. You can always give a check.
The right way. You can play queen f7 check now, right?
I was just going to say that. Can't you play queen f7 and just you have the reserve tempi, as Devereski calls it?
Yeah. What he's doing is also fine, but it's a bit strange that he didn't just play queen f7 check, because
right,
that was
trade him.
That was just ending the game on the spot.
On the spot, yeah.
But I think he will return to it.
Guys, no matter what the result of this game, we already have the result of the entire matchup. The game has been won by the Triveni Continental Kings there. Vei has won against Arjun Adigasi.
I don't think that's true, because I think Gukesh also won. So if oh no, hang on, yeah, it's two losses. Yeah, sorry, yeah, of course you're right, Sama, and I will never ever doubt you ever
Queen
again.
f7 is on the board. Queens have been traded.
And that's
the Triveni Continental Kings,
Wow.
despite losing on this board, will take the match with their big wins, and Jonas there resigns. But it's not enough. Prague goes on to 6.5 out of 7, but the SG Alpine Warriors going down.
Wow.
Wow. That's a huge result for Triveni Continental Kings, who wants to win each and every game. They have 2 more games remaining. One is today, one is tomorrow. If they can win both, they still have a chance.
And with that last game over, James, what do you make of this? This has been a day of upsets.
A lot of people are going to be upset as well. In fact, I mean, just having it there, not in the bag, or trying to have it in the bag, really what it's about is just keep playing, and even the underdogs or the people from behind can still catch up. That's all this is about. You got to keep playing, Tanya.
Chingari Gulf Titans take down the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and now the Triveni Continental Kings toppling over the SG Alpine Warriors.
Crazier.
What is happening here?
It's been a crazy day. It's been a day full of queen endgames, let me put it that way. Queen endgames are so tricky, guys. You saw what happened today.
And Jonas there, it was a tough game for him. An up and down, topsy-turvy battle that ended in the favor of Pragnananda. But the day hasn't ended in the favor of the SG Alpine Warriors. A huge win for the Levon Aronian-led Triveni Continental Kings. And we will be talking more about this match on the other side of this break. The day of surprises continues as the Triveni Continental Kings take down the leaders, SG Alpine Warriors. And joining us in the studio is the icon, 2-time World Cup winner, Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Lev, congratulations. What a day for your team.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are relying on miracles, and miracles seem to happen for us so far.
And your board, that didn't feel like a miracle. That just felt like an amazingly played game. Were you surprised when Magnus chose to start with 1b3?
Okay, to say that this was a good game on my part is obviously an overstatement. I think I was just playing solid, you know, trying not to make any mistakes. But when I got the chance, you know, to play d4, I thought, okay, I have to get it there, and you know, to hope to win, because winning with black is very important, and somehow I got lucky. Well, I was surprised with b3, but you know, it's a move that I analyzed for white as well, so it's quite playable.
Of course it is, Sagar, and we've got the game on the board as it developed. It was a fascinating battle to watch.
You know, Levon, before the last move was played, the engine was suggesting that the position is around equal. Did you also see the defense, and were you surprised that Magnus blundered?
Yes, well, I saw that Queen e7 equalizes, and instead of Rook d5, I mean, I was really desperately looking for a move to get an advantageous position, but I didn't find it.
And we saw Magnus's reaction there, Lev. What happened? What was this about? You're smiling, he's smiling.
Well, quite often it happens, you know, you see that the move that you're going to play is a blunder, and you kind of reject it, and then suddenly, like on last 3 seconds, you decide to play it because you forgot. So I think this happened to me myself many times, and that's why we were laughing, because I thought that the same happened to Magnus. He just forgot that it loses. Yeah.
But with this, your win, there's one more player in the team who's doing brilliantly, and that is Wei. Do you have any thoughts about him? You've been, you know, interacting with him. He has been just amazing in this tournament.
Generally, I think Wei is very underrated as a player. I think he didn't really have too many tournaments to play, but whenever he plays very well. And sometimes, I mean, he's been around on the top for so long that people forget that how young he is actually. Yeah, he's a brilliant player, and I'm not surprised with his result. I mean, I've played with him quite too many times to know how dangerous he can be.
A very dangerous player and a very dangerous team taking down the SG Alpine Warriors. Let's take a look at the score line. And there we see a big win on the icon board. Wei taking the second win for the Triveni Continental Kings. And Levon, at this stage of the tournament, with this big win, how do you assess your team's chances going forward?
I mean, we still very much rely on miracles. I think we got to, what are we, 50%, I guess, in the tournament. So we still need to win some matches and then see what happens.
And I remember yesterday night when we were walking past, you were going to play some blitz to train for today. So the motivation and ambition always stays.
Yeah, I think, you know, you need to keep on training and keep on trying to be in a good shape. And, you know, so far, it's not so bad. I think I've gotten better in the last couple of days.
That's awesome to watch. As Gary Kasparov said about you, that the chess world is a better place when you got Levon playing and playing well. Today's game was brilliant. And Lev, let's take a look at the leaderboard with this toss-up that we've had with the big upsets of the days. Triveni Continental Kings moving up to third place now.
I'm surprised myself.
Actually, this is a good time to see the leaderboard because all teams have played 8 matches. And if Triveni Continental Kings wins the remaining 2 matches, I think there's good chances.
Yes, good chances. We definitely need to try, yes.
Wow, we've still got action coming up. I want to ask you, Lev, that today we've had, at least according to the leaderboard on paper, 2 surprising results. 2 favorite teams have gone down. Do you think this is also because of pressure and tension rising? the end of the tournament nearing, the finish line in sight, these unexpected results?
I don't think they're too unexpected because, well, the field is very balanced. So you play one match with one color, the other with the other, and sometimes just the synergy, you know, and this things work out for a team that is actually almost equal. So I cannot really say that there is any team that cannot win this tournament or finish last, as a matter of fact.
And what's the secret recipe to finding that synergy before a game?
Playing lots of blitz
Mm.
and believing in the team, and we've been in a really great mood for last two matches, I think, and I think that generally we felt it, and I think we should try and, you know, try finding this emotions in us and try continuing our work.
You know, Levon, yesterday we saw a beautiful scene where when Sarah Khadem won her game, you ran to her and you congratulated her. I think this is one of the things you do brilliantly, that is inspiring the other teammates. So for all the chess people watching out there, what is your thought process when leading a team? How do you maintain that camaraderie in the team? What would be your tips for that?
I think the most important as a team leader is to understand that everybody has their character and everybody has different emotions and different characters, but you need to try to unite them by you know, kind of feeling how they are. You know, it's not an easy task, but definitely I played in many teams, and some of the people that I've played in teams were not particularly nice people. I mean, nothing to do with this team. This team is full of nice people. But it happened to me, and I would tell my friends, I say, we have to make these people welcome in our team. Because if a person is not a very social person, if you keep on like ostracizing him and not giving him a chance, he'll gonna stay the same. But if you try to include even people who are, you know, very kind of alienated in their regular life, they will be a part of it. So that's the trick.
Some amazing leadership lessons there from Levon. Not just great chess on the board, beating Magnus today, but also really leading the team.
Yeah, just amazing to hear that. Levon, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. You are truly a great leader off the board and on the board, and we wish your team and you yourself a lot of good luck in the coming games.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Levon Aronian taking down Magnus Carlsen. A big win for the Triveni Continental Kings, and the chess continues as we will be back with our next match in just a few moments. And we've got a huge match coming up as the Ganges Grandmasters take on the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. We'll be seeing the Upgrad Mumbai Masters for the second time in action today. Ketty, they lost their first match today. And they're up against the Ganges Grandmasters. We see them on the screen there, looking relaxed, looking good.
Look at the
Look at Vishy. Look at Vishy on the side. Boss there.
Boss said. They have really nice mood. We can see them chatting, smiling. But very interesting detail here, Tanya. They have played in the fourth round, and Ganges Grandmasters lost the match against Mumbai Masters. So this is very tricky. But on the other hand, Mumbai Masters lost today the first match.
And how do you see that affecting them? Because they've got little time to switch, Sagar.
Yeah, I saw them like the moment they were losing their games, each player was going back to their room in the hotel, not to the player's
dugout.
room, because they knew that, all right, we've lost this game. Humpy, Harika, they all started preparing for the next game. So I believe they look very determined right now. It's not like they are upset because they still have an outside chance.
And we have a special guest there in the Upgrad Mumbai Masters dugout next to Vidit is his sister.
Vedika, yes.
Vedika, and she's always there to support him.
And today is a very crucial day. In fact, for Vidit, today was a very tough day because he lost in 23 moves to Dubov.
Yes. Family support is the best support to the chess players.
Especially when the tension is rising, because take a look at the leaderboard. A big match for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And there we have it. Currently, they're on 5th position. Is it fair to say that this is a must-win match for them, Katie?
It is, Tanya, because if they will lose this game, there will be like tougher for them to come back. I don't even know if it's even possible to do so. But on the other hand, if Ganges Grandmasters win this match, then it will be really difficult for rest of the teams to catch them up.
And if the Upgrad Mumbai Masters win, they actually overtake Triveni Continental Kings and the Chingari Gulf Titans.
Right. From the perspective of this tournament, I think the fans are rooting for Upgrad Mumbai Masters because it keeps the event open.
Yeah.
No team would have made it to the top 2, but if Ganges wins today, then they are through to the finals. So it's a big game for Vishy Anand and team.
And Vishy will be taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's going to be a fun one, Katie.
It will be, although we remember the last game they have played, we were talking about Maxime's bad bishop. There was kind of trauma that I think we all got. Let's see what today's game gonna bring.
We are going to find out in just a few moments exactly that. This is a big matchup for both these teams. The Ganges Grandmasters can secure their spot into the grand final. For the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, it's all about keeping their chances alive. They've lost the first match early in the day. Will they be able to come back? And there we see the Upgrad Mumbai Masters will be starting with the white pieces. The Ganges Grandmasters play black. What are our predictions there, Sagar?
I think the top board has to be handled very carefully by MVL because Vishy is in tremendous form. But on the other hand, I think Harika is someone who's doing really well on board 5 for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. So she has to continue her form. Just put aside the loss that she had today and focus there. But I mean, on paper, the Ganges Grandmasters are clearly the favorites. You know, they're playing so well. Ho Yifan in great form. Richard Rapport. It's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but the Ganges Grandmasters also don't make any team's life easy. We will be back with the first moves. The players are ready to go. Everyone, get ready. A big fight coming up.
Please, take your boards.
Big matchup is here. The Upgrad Mumba Masters take on the Ganges Grandmasters. And here we have the pairings. Vishy Anand takes on MVL. Rapport against Krishchuk. Samay, Tanya, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I'm super excited. This is the most crucial match for Upgrad Mumba Masters. All of their team has to strike today because if they do not win this game, they're out of this tournament.
It's go big or go home for them. They've got to go big, and one of the boards they have to try is this one. But Vishy Anand, he's been so in form. How do you overcome this one? And there we've got handshakes. It's time to go. Maxime Vacher-Legrand starts with the King's Pawn, and we have a Caro.
Guys, MVL is in great form because yesterday I played a match against him and he defeated me.
Wow, that's a great warm-up. A great warm-up for MVL to face Vishy straight after a win against Samay. And there we have an advanced variation of the Caro.
And
This
Vishy
is fight on.
plays the pawn sacrifice line.
He pushes the pawn twice in the opening, Sagar.
Right.
And that's something known as taking on fire.
Exactly. I mean, Vishy Anand generally likes to play very sound openings. But here he's playing aggressive stuff, giving up a pawn in the opening. Now he's captured it back. But what MVL essentially saying, I have a very strong pawn in the center.
Yeah, I mean, is it a long-term issue? Because the knight will later on come on f6, just like we saw in the game between Magnus and Levon.
You mean the knight on the queen side will come forward and start putting pressure on that central pawn that you're talking about. Sagar, with Vishy's last move, he's managed to not only recapture the pawn, but also develop the bishop. This is a big, big board for these two players. It was very interesting to see how Vedika is here to support Vidit. A big day for Vidit as well. It just shows that the teams are feeling the pressure, calling the family for that extra support.
I'm sure that Upgrad Mumba Masters need all the support that they can garner. But I think if we look at the leaderboard here, the Ganges Grandmasters are quite safely perched at the top of the table.
For now, and if they lose this game, then no one's safe, Sagar and Tanya, because then anything can happen on the last day.
I agree. I agree. From the viewer perspective, everyone's rooting for the Upgrad Mumba Masters because it keeps the tournament open.
Exactly. And I want a good fight. I want all teams to face equal amount of stress, for which I am completely rooting for the Mumba Masters. Guys, you also tell us who you are rooting for by using the hashtag Global Chess League. Tweet it to us, and the best tweet gets a retweet.
As always, Same's grand prize there, but right now the grand prize is to make it to the grand final. We see on the top of the leaderboard, 2 teams with 15 points. A lot hanging here, especially for that 5th team. Upgrad Mumbai Masters with just 10 points. A match win would leapfrog them up on the leaderboard to 3rd position. Maxim Vashelograf looking at the position on the other boards.
I am actually a bit surprised that Vishy Anand is taking so much time in the opening. Clearly, he's thinking about where to get this knight out, because generally it wants to come to this square, but the pawn is controlling there, and if you have to put it on the side of the board, maybe he's a bit worried that the bishop might come and just capture it.
Yeah, I mean, what did he gain out of that pawn sacrifice? Maybe you guys can explain to me.
He has got it back. He has
recaptured
recovered
it.
the pawn back, but I think what white has gained is this very big space, and if the bishop comes here and starts looking at the king side,
wow,
it might be dangerous. But Vishy plays on the queen side.
He plays on the queen side. He's delaying his development. He's going all out here, taking advantage of white's last couple of moves, creating some weaknesses on the queen side. Notice the A-line, Sagar. Black has a threat of capturing the B-pawn, and you won't be able to recapture because the rook hangs, which is why Maxim Vashelograf pushes the pawn. But this means there's a weakness on the board.
Guys, but this also means that the black knights cannot come out.
Wow,
Neither the
very
G
good
knight
observation.
nor the B knight.
True, true. Look at how they're playing this opening. Pawn push
This
here,
is a pawn game. Where are the pieces?
What happened to the piece development? No one wants to develop the pieces.
I think this is a great time to bring on Master Swidler to give his deep insights. Peter, we've been seeing so many pawn moves. When are the pieces going to come out?
Push.
Yeah, this is a fun one, and it's definitely one of the sharper lines of the Caro. I haven't seen Vishy play it very much. I think he generally responded to the advance variation of the Caro cannon. This is this line where white moves his central pawn across the equator, so to speak, on move 3. He was playing the more conservative options against it, but here he goes for the most fashionable and the sharpest line. But his last 2 moves are very quirky. I understand the strategic idea of pushing this pawn all the way to a4, but spending 2 tempi on it in lieu of development could backfire clearly, because black does need to at some point start bringing pieces into the game. Vishy in general is one of the absolute all-time greats in terms of like the width and the depth of his opening knowledge. I would trust him to know what he's doing in most cases, but what he's doing here is clearly very risky. I will say that.
Wow, Vishy Anand playing risky chess, that too with the black pieces, is not a very common sight these days because he has such a solid repertoire. But I guess the tournament situation where you have 4 points for the win with black is what's dictating him to take some risks there.
And big risks, big returns. He's right now down to about 13 minutes, but as you said, if it pays off, that is a lot of points now. Just to wrap up this position that we have with the pawn moves that we're seeing, I do see a nice square for Vishy's knight, and that is that c5 square. We were talking about where the knights come out. I can imagine a future where the knight will find itself posted nicely on c5, but right now, Sagar, there's a lot of tension in the center with the 2 pawns in a face-off.
Yeah. So do you break it or do you not break it?
Ah, you mean you take this pawn?
Yeah.
Good question, actually. If you take it, maybe MVL just trades the queens. Oh, he takes it.
We're going to find out.
He takes it. The
We're going to
queens
find
will come
out.
off
He
the
says,
board,
yes,
I think.
Same, we take that pawn.
My early guess here is perhaps that white doesn't really want a queen trade. White currently is ahead in development, also ahead on in space, I would say. So a move like queen c2 here would be very, very interesting for me, trying to keep the queens on, and then only after that recapture on c4. I'm also curious if maybe we can, because ideally we would like to take this pawn with our knight, which is currently on b1. So a move like knight b1 to g2 would be interesting, but currently black has the reply c4, c3, of course, which we don't like that much. But once we have played the queen to the c2 square, I think the idea of then playing knight bg2 and taking on c4 with the knight could be something that MVL could be interested in. This is a very, very sharp position, and I continue thinking it's massively risky for Anand, but
Peter has full trust on Vishy.
Yeah,
oh, he trades the queens.
Yeah, and MVL immediately disagrees with everything I said, trades the queens. I think if Vishy takes with the bishop, at least maybe the second part of my prediction might come true. because then knight bd2 could be interesting. I can definitely see MVL, and yeah,
takes with the
I can definitely see MVL not listening to a word I'm saying and doing it his own way.
MVL not at all agreeing with you, but I think Peter, you were on the ball. You were right that the queen had to be kept in the position, but he did not keep it, which means Vishy's position now does not look as risky as it was with the queens on the board.
Absolutely. And now we do see a shot-side castle. Now that the queens are off the board, we know this is going to be a long endgame. This is a good moment to get an update on all our 6 boards in this very critical matchup.
Yes.
Because it's not only Vishy who's taking the risk. We are seeing a lot of non-standard opening approaches here.
Wow.
Look at that top center board. The H-pawn has marched down the board.
Wow.
This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, let's go to Grishchuk versus Rapport on board number 2, and we will get to see some amazing play by Grishchuk, who actually knows that his team needs all the points today. So if we take it from the top, it was the Sicilian, Rosolimo opening. He took the knight, and then Tanya, here came the move that everyone has been waiting for, the pawn push on the side of the board, and then pushing it again.
Oh my god, I thought he was just, removing his back rank weakness.
No, he's just going all out there, and then he moves the piece which he has already developed. This is hyper modern chess.
It is, but there is a very sound foundation for it, because black has this knight on e7, which would generally go to g6 very, very happily. But now that there's a pawn on h5, this particular development is been curtailed, and the knight actually has no particularly good squares at all. And the retreat with the white knight is easily explained by two things. First off, black were very much threatening to play bishop g4. If the knight stays on f3 and move a go, you can clearly see how unpleasant bishop g4 would have been for white. And also white pretty much always wants to push the f-pawn to squares forward and start opening things up in the center. So knight h2 is in fact an extremely logical move here, despite perhaps looking a bit odd when you see it for the first time.
So you come back, Sagar, to go forward.
I agree,
He wants to push that pawn to open the line, and Alexander Grishchuk under 9 minutes, but that's not out of the ordinary. We've seen him play his best chess when he's playing on seconds, and f4, as Peter suggested, has arrived. Already the lines are open. Black's king still in the center, far away from getting to safety. It could start feeling the pressure a little bit.
I like how Grishchuk is playing here.
I mean, you can't even develop that bishop on g8.
Now you can with that last move, and I think that's exactly what it was required. It is playing with fire, advancing the pawn, inviting an en passant, but very importantly, vacating a square for the dark squared bishop to develop.
But where will the king castle then?
Maybe he won't castle. Maybe he keeps his king in the center. Richard Rapport is one of the most creative players in the world, and he's showing it here with the g-pawn push.
Should you just not? I believe that wherever there is a chance of en passant, just go for it. It feels great to do an en passant, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels great.
It's a special move.
But I think if you do it, the knight is going to be very happy. It jumps here. The bishop sits here on the long diagonal. So maybe Grishchuk may not do it.
Tempos. It's a game of tempo. You're inviting black to develop his pieces with an attack on your piece every time. So it's not ideal. Also notice how that pawn on that H line, the white pawn on H5, actually really cramps down black's position on the king side. You're taking away key squares from that knight. So en passant, it's a special move. You'd love to make it, but here it frees up black's position.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So maybe then just bring the bishop back on g3 and keep the pin on the d6 pawn still alive.
Beautifully. Yeah, very well said. I think, Samay, this is a great suggestion. Keep the bishop on this diagonal. Keep attacking this pawn. But guys, look at the time. Grishchuk is on 8 minutes, while Rapport is on 14 minutes, 30 seconds.
Sagar, we're talking about Grishchuk. What time are you even mentioning here? Grishchuk is known as one of those players who thrives when he plays on seconds. Anything more than a minute on the clock is too much. You can never play on the clock against Alexander. And I want to ask Peter this, because Peter, you've been teammates, you've been friends for a long time, and Grishchuk is famous for having no time on the clock. As his teammate, was that something that gave you, I don't know, like tension?
Yeah,
Stress?
it's if this is happening on the board next to you, it's not as much fun as it is when you're watching this as impartial observer, but on the other hand, he's been doing it all his life, and you sort of trust him to navigate these positions on extremely low time. And over the course of his career, he's done it well more often than not. I think, honestly, he would probably prefer not to be as much of a time travel addict as he is, but he is one of those people. There are two schools of thought about approaching a decision in the chess game, and he very much belongs in the camp of people who are just perfectionists. And until he is satisfied he's come to the absolute truth of the position, and he still has time on the clock, he will continue thinking. And yeah, it just feels like trying to change him in this regard would just be fruitless, and also perhaps even kind of wrong, because this is what made him great, and changing his method completely would be perhaps detrimental to his chess.
But to be able to do that, Sagar, you have to have such a strong intuition to be able to play
Nerves
on your nerves, the ability to control your tension. Your intuition has to be on point, and that's where Grischuk thrives.
Yes, and he's actually 3-time World Blitz champion, which means that he can make quick decisions. But when he has the time, he wants to kind of go for the perfectionist approach, as Master Peter just said to us right now. So for the time being, this position looks slightly better for White. Alexander has moved his knight to d2 here, has brought his knight out, and he has given up a pawn, just baiting Richard. Do you want to take that pawn or not? And he is thinking.
What happens if you take
terrified. I would be terrified to take that pawn, and I don't know if it works or not, but knight c4 was the move that comes to my mind. You jump in with a knight, say, yes, you're most welcome to take that rook. I don't care about that rook because I'm going for the king. The pawn is hanging on d6. You can pick up the bishop first, attack the rook, go on to win the pawn, and this looks like game over.
Wow. Great line there, Tanya. Very well spotted, giving up material. And that's the reason why Richard Rapport stops the knight from coming to this square. And we have a big fight that will happen. Guys, should we sort of zoom out and look at all our 6 boards and try to figure out where do we want to go next in this match?
Wow, there are so many interesting positions out of the opening. And what catches my attention is the top right board, Vidit versus Lenia. That is board number 3. Again, a non-standard outcome of the opening that we see. Lenier has got a bishop pair in the position. We see him moving one of the bishops to a very interesting square.
What if you take this bishop here with its bishop is hanging? So it was not a piece blunder.
It's not a blunder. In fact, it's a mini trap, because if you take the bishop, black picks up the bishop in return with a check and goes on to win the pawn as well.
Yes, this is hanging. Oops, this one is hanging here. So, isn't Vidit actually losing his pawn here? How does he support it? Because there are 2 attacks on that pawn, and it seems like it's not so easy to defend it.
There's only one person in the studio who can answer that, because it is a great question.
Let's ask Samay first.
Samay.
Okay, I think the way to defend that pawn would be to attack the bishop again with a move like knight d4. Counter-attack is the best defense, I guess.
Oof. Man.
Wow,
Samay
on fire.
Samay, we didn't expect that from you.
Yeah, maybe now Master Swidler will crack a joke.
No, it's absolutely right. I think it is the best move on the board. It requires some calculation, because if you make that move, black can take the pawn with the queen, protecting the bishop and also attacking the pawn on h2, losing which would just signal the end of the game pretty much. But the bishop f4 move here, attacking the black queen, forces black pretty much to move the queen to e4, otherwise the pieces will fall. Now we trade the bishops, and we can pick up the pawn on c6, which is very important. And this position, I think, is just very attractive for White. I think White would be very happy with all of that. I suspect black is not forced, after our initial knight move, black is not forced to accept the pawn sacrifice. You can actually continue this weird dance where nobody's taking anything, and you can move your light squared bishop back, let's say, to d7. So the game continues quietly if Vidit goes for this. But I do believe knight d4 is the best option he has.
Wow, beautifully analyzed there by Master Swidler. Guys, how would it feel that in our life we would have someone like Master Swidler? You know, whenever there's trouble, we can just call him, and then they're like, okay, this is what's happening.
It's like having a family you can count on. You know, when things get a bit messy, you're not sure what the answer is, you're not sure about what career path to take, what college to go to, what profession. You're like, hey mom, what do I do now?
It's called Chat GPT.
I am actually going to miss Master Swidler after this tournament. I might even message him on WhatsApp saying, hey, Master Swidler, I'm in trouble here. What should I do?
There's some great insights there as you're pointing out. And this is really a big match. Also from a psychological perspective, Vidit had a very tough start to his day. He lost in 23 moves to Daniil Dubov. And now here he is fighting a very critical match. Sagar, is this also an inner battle for Vidit?
I agree. He hasn't won a single game in this tournament. He has had 6 draws and 2 losses. So somewhere, you know, that keeps playing in your mind that I haven't contributed those 3 or 4 points to my team. And I guess this might be the best time for him to strike.
Yeah, all's well that ends well, they say. And if Vidit is able to win this and all his other teammates are also able to win this, Yumamba Masters might actually be here for long.
Absolutely. They have the best team spirit and they will celebrate like anything if they beat the Ganges Grandmasters, but it's a long way off.
It's the team to beat.
It's a long way off though, I guess.
It is a faraway dream, but it's the one that you want to get to. And Sagar, this is a good moment to get our bird's eye view. It's a team competition. Every player matters. Every board matters. We can't emphasize on that enough. And take a look at that junior board.
Yes, I want to go there. I want to go to the junior board, the 6th board between Sindarov and Esipenko, because Esipenko is making the life of Upgrad Mumba Masters very tough. Right now, he has pinned Sindarov's knight like this. He is a pawn up right now, Sindarov. You can see white has 7 pawns on the board. Black has 6. But the problem is, Tanya, how do you get rid of this nasty pin here?
I would not want to be white here. Give me 1 extra pawn, give me 2 extra pawns. I don't care. The threat that you are pointing out, black with 2 minor pieces attacking that knight. And the problem is that once a knight gets traded here, white's kingside pawn structure gets shattered.
Yeah.
There will be nothing defending white's king. And we can imagine a future, not a faraway one, with that other black knight jumping in onto the king side. You first jump 1 step, then you come another step as you're pointing out, and that could soon start to threaten checkmates along the king. This is big trouble for the white pieces.
So Tanya, what you're saying is, let's say if white makes a move like this, I just take here, shatter the pawns, and then the knight jumps here. Wow.
You bring the knight, and also let's point out, you want as many pieces in the attack. The knight from there will also threaten the white's double pawns that we see on the F line. Not just that, the queen can land on the F6 square, threatening to slide 1 step further, give a checkmate on the next move, and huge threats on the board, Saga.
Oh my god.
So is this undefendable? Do you have to give up your rook for the knight right now?
How do you give up? First of all, this is the problem, right? So maybe it's not even sure. Even if you give this up, I can just take it. And or maybe I can first even fracture your structure and then take it, and you don't even get anything in return.
And you can't even go g4 maybe in that position?
Ooh. Tame, that's playing with fire. That's playing with big fire.
I think your king is going to be completely exposed here, and the rook would be joining in the party.
So what do you do there?
This is big trouble, and this is why we reach out to family, the one that we count on. Master Swidler, we're calling you to help out here.
I think, and honestly, one thing I will say to begin with is I'm pretty sure Java here missed specifically the last move Andre played, because it looked dangerous until that moment, but I also did not spot the retreat specifically to e7 until it was played onto the board. I think it's a very missable move. Moves backwards in general are a blind spot for pretty much any chess player, and the threat you highlighted of getting that knight over to the h4 square is something that perhaps he didn't count on, and he does need to start shedding material here. I believe maybe the best choice he has is to play bishop c3, trying to at least get rid of this particular attacking knight. Black takes on f3, we take, black goes knight g6, and there is really no time to save that rook. We just play queen d2 here, and you stop the queen from coming to g5 with check, which is very, very crucial. There's also a very beautiful trap here, which I just spotted. if you play knight h4 here, Samay, mate in 4.
Samay.
This is queen h6 checkmate.
Yes.
The pawn is pinned.
And
And what's the follow-up? What's the follow-up?
I'll tell you 1 second. Give me 1 second. This is rook e7 checkmate. Woo! Let's go.
Correct.
Guys,
Well,
everyone around the world watching, please follow my YouTube channel. Let's get me to 2 million, please.
absolutely, go do that after you finished our broadcast. So after queen g2, there would be a mistake, so you have to take that rook. And white gets some compensation for the exchange, because we more or less kill off the attack at the price of this exchange. We do have 2 pretty strong bishops, and some play for the sacrifice material. But you have to do something like this, because otherwise I think there's a very serious danger of just getting completely overrun on the king side.
Right, brilliantly broken down that position, and actually after Master Swidler's analysis, I'm feeling that black's position is even much better than what we anticipated.
And he's reaching out for the rook. Big trouble. Look at him. He's shaking in the row right now. He's hesitant about his move. He reaches out. He puts it on e3. It's not the line that we were looking at, but I'm just wondering, is he? And it gets awarded a question mark.
What happens to f4?
Exactly.
That's the big question. That's the big question.
Instinct is actually the best
Yeah,
move.
you just remove the rook from their defense, right? The pin is still there, and now knight takes f3 is anyway coming.
Right.
And Sagar, the big point of this move, let's just explain that. If black was to take the knight right now, I think what he has in mind is to actually recapture it with the rook. You want to give it back. You want to take the piece back, but you don't want to spoil your king side pawn structure. And that's why after you take with the bishop, the queen captures it. The 2 bishops give a lot of activity. The b7 pawn is hanging. Notice the queen, how strong it is. But the move that you pointed out, I think that's the key in this position.
Yeah, and somebody spotted it in an instant. Just kick this rook away, and then when you take here, the entire king side will be completely destroyed.
But he must have thought about it, right? There must be something after f4.
I think his idea is to actually somewhat weirdly put the rook back on e5 after it's being attacked, because we do get to attack the bishop on h5, and that somewhat interrupts the easy flow of the black initiative. But it still looks quite bad, because we can take on f3 with the bishop. White recaptures, we go knight g6. Every single move black plays here comes with tempo. Rook h5 is probably what he's intending, trying to at least maybe stop the queen from coming in. But we can play knight h4 here, and black continues attacking, pretty much for free, which is an important detail here. Black has only sacrificed 1 pawn to get here, which is not that significant, and the attack continues apace. So yeah, this looks very, very problematic for Sindarov. I will also say that in the current position, I wouldn't really be against just starting with knight g6. It might not be the most precise, but it might be more annoying even for white, because you still have all your problems unresolved on the king side, and you have to continue thinking about them, and that's what Andre does. Yeah, he goes knight
Great
g6.
call there. A threat
Swidler.
is better than its execution. Keeping all the trumps on the board, Sagar, and bringing more pieces to the party. Once that knight jumps on h4, you've got a pin, a repin, and a re-repin.
Wow, I got 99 problems, and
a pin is 1.
Pin is 3.
Well, Andrei Esipenko is actually Ganges Grandmaster's trump card. You know, every time they are in some trouble in the match, he stands up and he says, "I'll take care of everything here." And there you have it. Oh!
Hey, I thought he was going to go for knight h4, right?
But with that last move that white played, Sindarov played, he was attacking one of the knights on the board. So using this moment, he does pick up the knight, but it is an inaccuracy we see. And as we said, the rook is the one that recaptures. It's not about material, it's about keeping your king safe. And once, if black was to jump over to pick up that rook, then white jumps with the queen. And on the other hand, if you jump with the knight, this I think is a key line, Sagar. There's a potential tactic here.
My God! Samay, did you see it? Because this is what I think Andre was banking on to attack it further, the pinned piece. But I think Javokir Sindarov has his tactical vision on here.
Can I try?
What is it?
I don't know. Maybe
Let's go for it.
I
Bishop
actually
G7
wanted to
check.
talk about Bishop G7, but then I think there's a small problem with this. That black can actually recapture. And Samay, I know you want to give a check and capture that bishop on hanging with the queen, but black can fall back with the bishop. Not only protect the king, but also step back.
But then can you not go queen h5, attack the knight and the bishop?
But it's protected here.
Oh.
So this protects this, and I think it's fine. So you got the idea right. The right move here is to move your rook to the side.
Oh, wow.
And if the queen is taken, then in this position, you go in with the rook.
This is insane. And now you're threatening to give a checkmate with a discover check. But we've got moves on the board, and this did not happen. He probably spotted this with the black pieces there. We see no knight h4, but he advances the pawn.
Very good move. I think he's taken away this square from the rook. So the knight will next jump in. I think Andrei Esipenko is slightly better here, but Javokir Sindaro being so resourceful at this moment.
I mean, those two bishops look dangerous, man. Like, everything is eyeing towards the queen, towards the king.
Right.
Like, you might be material down, but positionally, I think Sindaro is the one who has a lot of chances there.
Absolutely, Samay. This can become very, very dangerous. Maybe it's time to look at one game between Ho Yifan and Koneru Humpy on board number 4, because that's where Humpy is actually going all out on the attack. Humpy is like, this is the game. I'm going to go for it. She is playing here with the white pieces, and she has gone for a pawn push on the king side. Wow, look at that. The pawn has just simply moved forward.
But isn't this a double-edged move, Sagar and Tanya? Because now the king itself is weak, like white's king as well. I mean, the G diagonal. You know, Ho Yifan has a darker bishop.
It would be weak if black can get pieces into the attack to actually start targeting it, but right now it looks like the fire is all on black's king. Notice that bishop on b2. That's on the queen side. It's on a long diagonal. There can always be pressure there. With that last move that Humpy plays, she's asking her opponent to take that pawn. If black was to recapture, if Ho Yifan was to take it, that leaves a big hole on the square. The knight jumps onto the center of the board, and this could be big, big disaster for black.
Wow.
So huge decision there to be made by Ho Yifan. Humpy is in driver's seat in this one.
Agreed. Agreed. There is a lot of pressure here, and maybe we have Master Swidler with some insights.
I would agree with everything you said about I like what Humpy is doing. I will just note that she's had a tremendous amount of very good positions in this tournament, but the results are just not there. And another example of it there was in their earlier match today, where we actually don't know how that game ended because the board did not really give us proper info. But she lost a very good position to Alexander Kostyanyuk earlier in the day, and yeah, I just want to see her do well, because pretty much in every game she shows glimpses of just how strong a player she is, but in the end it doesn't really convert into points. And once again, she's doing really, really well. I like her approach. I like how she's pushing in the center, and she should be better.
Right.
Let's do a quick roundup with those thoughts that you mentioned, because this is a critical moment. Sagar, Samay, it's a good time to bring up our bird's eye view and see where the teams have their best chances.
Right. For the time being, it feels like the icon board is doing really well for the Ganges Grandmasters. Once again, Vishy Anand in doing excellently.
Vishy Anand there with the black pieces, and we do see a lot has been traded. Vishy about 5 minutes on the clock, Maxime 4.5 minutes. If we can just quickly bring up our
Guys,
analysis
only 18
board.
seconds for Maxime.
Oh wow, there have been a lot of moves. A lot has happened.
6 minutes for Vishy Anand.
And this is not our live position. We see the trades have happened. We will try and get an update on our board.
Guys, is MVL losing on time? Make a move, MVL. And MVL has lost on
second, what is
video.
happening?
Let's go full screen on the video.
We need to zoom into the players to see what's happening on the board and the clock. And there we have it. Maxime has time.
Okay.
He has 4 minutes.
Yeah, he has time, and his pieces also look very active. But Vishy has an extra pawn on the board.
but it's all about piece activity for Maxime, and I think that does more than compensate for that extra pawn. We see some back rank weaknesses potentially
We
for
have
Wishy
result
as well.
on board number 6. Can we quickly have a look there? Because what has happened on board number 6 between Andrei Asipenko and Javokir Sindarov?
Oh wow,
Did they agree to a draw? No. No, Sindarov
What? Sindarov won?
Yeah, it looks like Sindarov won somehow, and whoa! Andrei blundered mate in 1?
What? What?
We have to do a quick action replay in a completely what looked like a busted position with the white pieces.
Oh my god.
Andrei Asipenko goes down. We see Sindarov winning the tour, analyzing. This is a huge turnaround. Sagar, a mate in 1, as Peter's
Analysis
mentioning.
board.
What happened there?
Unbelievable things have happened since we just left. Asipenko was doing well, but what I like is he's smiling right now. But actually, he blundered big time.
I told you those two bishops
Yes,
were very, very strong.
You were right. You were right all throughout. This means Upgrad Mumbai Masters have got 3 points.
Let's go. Upgrad Mumbai Masters are fighting. They have 3 points, and that means that they're doing great in this matchup.
Right. Let's just quickly have a look. So, Sindarov pushed his pawn forward. He took here. He moved his queen up. What
big
a move.
threat. Watch out.
Look at this. This is hanging because the pawn is pinned by the bishop. And what did he do?
I think I know what happened, because clearly he knew the threat was there. Otherwise, he would have taken the rook on the previous move. I'm pretty sure he thought rook takes f2 is a check.
Oh, he thought this was a
blind
check.
spot, Sagar.
But the rook doesn't move this way. The rook moves straight and the queen swooped in and mate in 1.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
And guys, on board number 1, we have a draw at the icon board between Vishwanathan Anand and MVL. That means the score right now is 4-1 in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Right. This match actually a huge turnaround on the Prodigy board, because Ganges Grandmasters we thought might score there. But actually, Sindarov striking just when it was needed the most. And he has scored a massive win there. But there's someone who's doing really well for the Ganges Grandmasters. And let's quickly go to board number 2 between Richard Rapport and Alexander Grishchuk. Because over there, Rapport is putting pressure on Grishchuk's knight here. And the pawn here. Guys, this doesn't look so good for Alexander Grishchuk, although he's a pawn up.
How much time does he have?
Grishchuk has only 34 seconds.
Then it's looking great for Grishchuk, I guess.
Nicely done, Samay. It's a problematic position for Sasha, but I don't think it's that bad. There's still, I think, ways to hold it, but it's definitely Richard in control. And a very important tactic in this particular position. I thought White can play 95 check, attacking the black king, of course, but also attacking the rook on e5. But it immediately loses to taking on d5 with the other rook. And White actually, in the end, can only win one of them and will end up being a full piece down. So Alexander has already played king f2 in reply. He knows he can't play 95 check. And after king f2, at the very least, Richard can take the pawn on h5. And just like that, he was a pawn down. Now he will be a pawn up.
Guys.
Right.
Wow. That was a very nice tactic with the rook off Samir.
Guys, let me tell you something. Let's quickly go to board number 4. Like I said, you remember that bishop is very, very dangerous.
Between Humpy and Horifan.
Look at the teammates. Upgrad Mumbai Masters, they know that they're up on the match. Maxime, after that draw on the icon board, Sindarov with a very miraculous win there.
Yeah, Sindarov must be feeling so good about himself right now. But Humpy is actually going all out against Ho Yifan. And she has, look at the pieces, Tanya. Queen up here. The bishop on the long diagonal, 2 knights in the center. I can see the black king shivering there.
Guys, I'm telling you, it's so double-edged even right now. I feel this because that bishop on c5 is also dangerous. Do not underestimate that bishop over there.
Oh, yes.
Super dangerous, Samir. But my first question is that black has 2 pieces hanging. Loose pieces drop off.
Yes.
You've got the rook hanging on the board and the knight at the edge of the board.
I think you should give one more piece because Mikhail Tal had said when 2 pieces are hanging, offer one more because the opponent can take only one.
Nice one. Nice one. But even if you can take 1 piece, that should be enough. Although, Yifan says, I'm not going to give anything. But guys, what is this? Isn't this a free knight?
What has happened?
What is this?
I am shocked, and we can see in the studio that Master Swindler is shocked.
I think I figured out why this loses.
Master Swindler's
What
figured it out,
Hoifan is
okay.
planning on, if white just takes this knight, she wants to
Yes.
take the white knight with hers.
Okay.
We take. She
Yeah.
takes our knight with check.
Check.
Then we take with the bishop. The rooks are traded, and she wins the bishop back.
No, but which rook? This
Oh,
one.
yeah, queen g7 is a bit of a problem.
It's a mate. She misses a mate. What's wrong with all the Ganges Grandmasters players?
Guys.
They're missing
Oh my
mate in one.
And a queen bishop mate again. Even Sindarov's board was a queen and bishop mate. Will we see this being played out? Knight has jumped to g3. It has been captured. Has this been missed by Hu Yifan?
I agree. I think so. I think so. Look at her. She's just stopped now. She
Oh
can't
my God,
breathe.
she realizes.
She realizes that taking here, take here. She wanted to take the rook to deflect the defense of this bishop, but she missed that there's a mate in one.
And this is such a nice scene, Sagar. Look at that. The two teams who are facing each other right now are standing in the dugout, are actually analyzing together.
I agree. And Vishy's face just is very, very upset right now. He also sees it. That why did Yifan play that move?
It's a big miss. It's a big miss. And we've seen the same mating pattern on the Sindarov Esipenko board. And this just looks like
No, this
bad
is
news
over.
for the Ganges Grandmasters. You're just down a piece.
Absolutely, this is game over, which means that then the Grand Mumba Masters move to 7-1 lead in the match.
Wow, guys, that is throwing the tournament wide open.
Right. And
what a moment this is. Hu Yifan, after playing those moves, has stopped. And there we see both teams looking at the board as it's being played out. And Anand pointing out the variation, the line. Esipenko there, we see a smile, but this one has got to hurt.
yeah, huge there. Huge,
19 seconds for Hu Yifan, guys.
Only 19 seconds. Maybe she'll resign this game or what? No, she's about to make
She's
her
about
move.
to make, but it's not
She
going to
takes
help.
the
She takes the
pawn
pawn
with
at the
the queen.
center of the board. She knows that the only thing to fight for is that pin. The pin along the diagonal, the knight on d4.
But you know, Tanya, if you just move the king, your own bishop is pinned. So it's not even like you're going to win something. So just moving the king to the side ends the game. And that's what Humpy does.
It's on the
Brilliant
board,
play.
Sagar.
I think they're going to
Brilliant
shake hands on this move, guys.
We might have handshakes. We might have resignation now. Hu Yifan there, down on 10 seconds on the clock. She
picks
makes
up
the last
another
move.
pawn.
And now White has to find
How
a way.
about knight e6 here?
Oh, I
I
also
thought
Knight e6
about
to
that
make
with
that
Sagar.
move.
Then Black can pick up the bishop. And with that queen, you defend that pawn.
Oh!
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
So there's some tricks here still. Both players playing with 15-20 seconds each.
Oh man, Humpy also has 10 seconds. What did she play?
She simply falls back with the bishop with all the threats on the board, and now the player's playing on seconds. Hu Yifan stops the mating threat, but that means at the cost of opening up the king. Humpy currently has got an extra piece.
Tanya, jump
Jump
with
with
your
the knight.
Jump
Start
with your
threatening
knight.
checks. This is close
Oh,
to
she
game over.
does
She
it.
does it.
Beautiful play. Will Humpy take this game to its logical conclusion?
And Sagar, it's not just the checks. Look at that pin that you pointed out. White also plans to threaten a fork on the board. Knight coming on to d6, coming
Oh,
on to
there,
e7.
there.
You've got the two rooks hanging. You can't
Beautifully
take with the
spotted,
bishop.
Tanya.
There is a pin
Damn.
on the C line.
Nice. Brilliantly done there. I think Yifan in big trouble. She has 10 seconds and her king is now in big trouble.
Can she bring her rook to e2? And no,
Oh, she brought her rook here.
She sidesteps and Humpy lines up the battery with the bishop and the queen, and there's a checkmate
There are
of
two
squares.
checkmates, yes.
Two checkmates on both these squares. This
Rook
is all
e5.
over.
Rook e5.
Oh, she
Only
played
move.
it. She
Good call,
played it.
Samir.
Now what? Maybe go h4, h5?
Check. The knight jumps in.
Oh, and if you move the king up, you can take the... You can go knight g4. She does it. The knight comes back, hits the
man.
rook. You want the rook out of the way. The queen's coming in. That's game over.
Brilliant play by
Wow.
Humpy. You know, look at Humpy's face there. She's so determined today. She doesn't want to drop this point because this one will make a huge difference to her team's prospects.
5 seconds there for Hu Yifan. I think she has seen that.
Oh, she's going to
this is
resign.
over.
No, she moves her rook.
Mate in 3 now. Just give a check on h8.
Okay.
Then
King
give a
moves
check.
up.
Give a check with the bishop on f6.
Game over.
No.
Oh, that's it.
Oh.
And what's the final check?
She can do
She's
it.
going to repeat.
She can repeat and give a check from h8 now.
And the idea is that you give a check with the bishop and pick up the rook at the end of that line.
Beautifully
Wow.
done there.
And this is going to
Go
be played
here
out.
And then check. Take this rook.
And Humpy's paused. If she had found this, she would have played this instantly.
But Humpy has 38 seconds to work it out. Oh, don't repeat one more time. Don't repeat.
That's a bit strange. Okay, she finds another way to go forward. It's still completely winning.
It's a fork. But Tanya, I'm a bit scared. Why don't you finish it with checks?
That was a game over in 3 forced moves. But Humpy's still up on material, now winning more. And it's hard to imagine Black even creating threats here.
Right. It's very difficult.
Is there no way with Rook E2 or any ideas for
Rook
Hoyifan?
D7 checks, Samit. That's a big threat as well. The Rook jumping in, giving a check, picking up the pawn, picking up the king, picking up the point.
Too many
threats.
threats.
She played it. She played what Samay just said. Now the Rook jumps in. Yes. And it's time to resign, I guess.
Oh, no.
You win the house, you win the pawn, and that's it. You come in with your queen, give a check. The king has to move up. Humpy just calculating it till the end. Looking for that checkmate. There has to be one.
Yeah, come on. This
but watch
king
out,
is
the queen on A2.
Yeah.
There is a trade being offered from that faraway queen.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I didn't even see
block
that.
with your knight. Block with your knight.
She
yes,
does it.
she does it.
And if the king moves to the E line, you can pick up the rook with the check. And you don't even have a real square to move up to. Everything falls apart. There's mate on F3. Mates everywhere. Humpy now looking relaxed. She knows that she's gotten the job
she's won
done.
the game. So in order to counter that, the Ganges Grandmasters basically need to win on board 3, and out of the 3 remaining boards, they need to win 2.
And there we have it, guys. Humpy has won it for the Upgrade Mumba Masters. And
Huge
now
win.
we have 4 boards remaining. Let's try to see which board to go to.
Three, right?
Yeah, 3 boards. Let's go to board number 3 between Vidit and Dominguez. What's happening there?
I think it's gone into a rook endgame, and Vidit has managed to save himself because he was slightly worse, and the game is going to end in a draw, I think. And they have agreed to a draw. Great result there for the Mumba Masters once again. So the score now is 8-2, right? 8-2 is the score.
That is correct, Sagar. And that
with
means
2 games to go.
That means that for the Ganges Grandmasters, they need to pick up the points on these 2 boards.
Right. So firstly, let's quickly go to board number 5, where Harika is playing against Bella Kotenashvili. Is Harika actually in trouble? I don't think so here. Harika also seems to be in a good position. She's exchange up.
She is an exchange up. Black has got a pawn and a bishop for a rook. That means 1 extra point. We do the maths. Rook is worth 5 points. A bishop and a pawn for it worth 4 points. If anyone can push, it's probably Harika.
Yeah.
But also Black looks very solid here. That bishop on E5 stops any counterplay on the E line. The other rook controls the D line.
I agree with you, Tanya, that it might not be easy to win this, but it's definitely not easy to even lose this. So if Harika draws this, then there's no chance that Ganges Grandmasters win this
How
match.
about we go Rook E4, threaten Rook E5?
Rook E4.
No, we're not threatening Rook E5 because the queen is defended by the king.
Right, but Samay, maybe it's a good idea to simplify at some point to take it that way. But yeah, one thing is for clear, Harika is going to be able to hold a draw here for sure. And by the way, we have 2 games going on. Board number 2.
She goes for it.
Samay's move on the board.
Look at Upgrade Mumba Masters. They know they have done it here in this match. We have MVL and Humpy on the screen.
And Humpy played a big role in making that happen there. A great win by Humpy against multiple-time world champion Hu Yufan in a really attacking style. And as this one continues, there's one more game. And we do have a result on that. In fact, that has ended in a draw, which means the Upgrade Mumba Masters
have won.
Win the match.
Have won the match. And also Harika might just win this, or at least she might draw it as well, because now she no longer needs to win it. And which means that her team would then win with a score of 10-4.
But she needs to know this. She needs to see
She's
the boards.
just repeating, and that's fair enough. She's giving checks. There's no way that Black can hide. Black has to go back with the king. The queen moves forward, gives a check. King comes forward. White moves back with the queen. It's check, 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 check. And that's a perpetual draw.
That's true, Tanya. That's what's happening. Check, 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 check. And a big check.
Check this out. That Upgrade Mumba Masters takes a win from the Ganges Grandmasters. It has been a day of unbelievable results.
Oh my God. Guys, whoever is watching this, if you're enjoying this, please do leave a tweet by using hashtag Global Chess League. It will not hurt your thumbs at all. It won't even cost you anything. Just one tweet and we can have a great day tomorrow with many more people watching across the world.
And we've got one more match. The day continues. Chess action is always on the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Right now, Bella trying to survive the Perpetual. She comes out with the king, but note.
Oh, Queen
I
is
was
not
like, that is a
hanging.
blunder.
Queen is not hanging.
Thankfully, it's not hanging. Notice how the black queen is too far away to defend that king. You always have checks against it.
Right.
And Bella knows that this is all over.
This is a draw for sure. I mean, Harika knows that a draw is enough. And with that, upgrade Mumbai Masters, I'm very keen to watch their celebrations. If we can have the video on them when this game ends.
We
the dugout.
need to be
Yes.
at the dugout
I
because
want
this is
to
a
see
big win.
how they're going to celebrate this. Because today was a tough day for them. They lost the morning, the earlier match. But now they've come back with full force.
Full force, and there we see the checks are being given. She can give check just along those white squares,
keep
Sagar.
checking here so that when the king goes here, come back and check. You know, there are ways for white to maybe try for a win here, but I don't think Harika has any such intentions. There you have it.
That's
Now
a
it's a
perpetual.
draw. Now it's a draw. But you know, maybe Harika says, I want to play for a win. You think
But
so?
should you? I don't think you should, right?
Or
maybe
professional.
Maybe you should, because even the individual game points will be accounted for.
Will matter, yeah. That would be a difference of 2 points because you... No, but
I
no.
think
Oh,
she
there she
knows
is.
this is what is needed. The upgrade
Let's
Mumbai
go.
Masters take down the Ganges Grandmasters, and what a big win this is for the team.
10-4 is the score.
Massive scoreline.
No wins for Ganges Grandmasters on any board.
And we haven't seen that happen before.
Yeah, clinical performance here by the upgrade Mumbai Masters.
So guys, with that, now the upgrade Mumbai Masters on the leaderboard are actually third.
Yes, on the third place.
An amazing match. The most shocking moment was the Sindarov win.
Oh man,
Everything could have been different.
look at Sindarov there. He's like shaking with energy. He's like, yeah, I've done it.
He was the first player to get the job done from an almost close to busted position there. Harika
Exactly.
in the end, repeating the moves. And with that, the teams are signing off for the day. What a day, up and down day it's been for the upgrade Mumbai Masters.
I agree with you. And Ganges Grandmasters, there you can see Praveen Tipse, the captain of the team, not particularly happy. It's time for us to take a short break. And on the other side, we have the man of the match, the person who's played brilliantly, Koneru Hampi.
The field is wide open as once again we have an incredible result with the Upgrad Mumbai Masters taking down the Ganges Grandmasters. And the MVP of the match, we've got joining us in the studio Grandmaster Kunaru Hampi. Hampi, firstly, congratulations.
Thank you, Tanya.
It was a wonderful game to watch against Huyufan, and I would love to hear your summary of it. To us, it looked flawless.
Well, I think here many of the games I maintained good positions towards the end, but then all of a sudden I blundered and lost many games. So I think it was very important to get this win in the tournament, and I know I have been suffering with the play. I was struggling a lot. I'm happy that I made it today.
And how critical was this match for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters?
Well, after the before loss, I think we all were very low, and we lost 3 games, and which was quite unexpected. So we were determined to get back, and we did it.
What was how you guys managed to come back right after the match ended? What was the thing you did? The first thing you did? You went back in the room to get ready for the next match, or you just chilled and rest?
No, I immediately checked my game because I just blundered towards the end and I felt very bad the way I lost. So I just went through my game and I was fresh to the board.
A much needed win there for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and let's take a look at the scoreline with which they took this match. An incredible performance there, top to bottom, a dominating victory, 10-4. We see 2 big wins with Sindarov and Hampi taking the points. Hampi, a very critical stage in the tournament right now. How do you feel about your chances, the team's chances of making it to the grand final?
Well, I'm not thinking about that. We just want to play one more good chess. Because, you know, we have been having many chances in many of the matches. So it was not like that. It's quite tricky. And having the same color in all 6 boards is, not easy. Yeah, sometimes it's, first time. Though if it's an individual tournament, you just take one color. But when you start thinking about all the other boards, then it becomes messy. But yeah, I think it's also a great experience for us in this new format.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, of course, and especially the team is always in good spirits, and I think whatever the result is, we always stood by each other.
That's a great way to do it. And Katie, that means we've got a lot of shuffling on the leaderboard with the results that we've seen.
Indeed, Tanya, and that makes this tournament so exciting because you have no idea how the day can end. And look at this now. We do have Ganges Grandmasters and Alpine Warriors actually losing the matches, and they have not gained any score. But we have then the other teams catching them up very, very closely. Upgrad Mumbai Masters and Triveni Continental Kings.
And a roller coaster day for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Hampi, the first match did not go your way. The second match, you take a win against the leader of the tournament so far. What happened in the middle? How did you switch it up? Was there a team meeting that happened?
No, not at all. I think we are able to play the best when we had a strongest team.
Oh, nice. So playing the best against the best.
Yeah. In fact, I think your team is the only team which beat Ganges Grandmasters 2-0.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah, we won both the matches.
That tells a lot.
And we
Tanya.
were the only team to lose with the same team twice also.
Hampi, you played team championships. You are an incredible team player. What's the experience been like over here with this global team? All the lights and the cameras around. How's it been?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because, you know, the first 2 days, like, it was not easy with the way it ran. It was like more of an outdoor sport where as a team we all getting into the hall and the media attention and everything. But after 2 days, I think everyone felt normal.
It's been amazing to watch the team camaraderie in the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. We've seen that the players have gone out to play different sports. You all have your team dinners together. We bumped into each other at the different restaurants, and that's such a big part of team competitions.
Yeah, like we used to like have dinners till 11:30, 12 in the night. So yeah, it's entirely different from other tournaments, and like all the team members are quite friendly. I think we have the best moral support as well.
And Ketty, that's so important.
It is the key point here. We can see this team spirit, and we can see that in the end of the day, team comes together and they are happy, you know, whatever result comes.
And Humpy, what about you? Today, at the end of finishing these two matches, are you now satisfied with the day that happened, or is it still a little bittersweet after the first game?
Well, as a chess players, we never get satisfied.
That's true.
Still, there is a lot of things lacking behind. Yeah.
All right, well, Humpy, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And your team is still in the mix. A brilliant match against the Ganges Grandmasters. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's been a big day of chess, and the action does continue as we have one more matchup coming up. Ketty, what are your thoughts on this one?
You know what, Tanya? If Triveni Continental King wins this match, the things will be even more complicated. So I think they have all the motivation to play for the win against Balan Alaskan Knights.
Very true. Triveni Continental Kings did get that big win. Humpy, what are your predictions? We'd love to get your thoughts on this upcoming match.
Yeah, these matches are unpredictable because we are even, you know, some matches we felt like we are the best and we have to win it, and they went on the other side. Some we felt are the strongest opponents and we were able to beat them, so they're just unpredictable.
Yeah, expect the unexpected at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and that's exactly the kind of day that we've had so far. And of course, we've got one more match coming up. We will get straight to business after this break. The battle continues at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League as we've got the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Balan Alaskan Knight. Sagar, what a day of chess it's been. So many unexpected turnarounds and results.
Absolutely, nothing's going as per plan for the leader teams here, which means that we haven't been able to decide which two teams will reach the finals.
Which is exactly what we want. As chess fans, as commentators, just the unpredictability of the league makes it so exciting.
So the day started with Ganges Grandmasters and also SG Alpine Warriors, both on 15, and they are still on 15. They have not progressed. In fact, the Triveni Continental Kings have risen up to 12 points, and if they win this match, they will join at the top at 15 points.
It's a huge one for them. And what a start they had with Levon taking down Magnus, and Lev will be back on the icon board. Let's take a look at the journey, the performance that the Balan Alaskan Knights have had with the colors. And there we see they've had one win each with white and black. Sagar, what do you make of this as they start with the black pieces?
Well, I think for them, it's very critical to play their best game because still they have an outside chance of making it to the top 2 because they are at 9 points, and if they win their remaining 2 matches, they'll reach 15. But it looks unlikely. However, that's the best they can do.
Yeah. And they're up against a team that's on their A game today.
On fire. I mean, look, Levon, board number 1, very tough. Nepo can hold him there, but the main guys on board number 3, Wei, I'm very scared of him. This guy is just not stopping. He beat Arjun today.
You would be very scared to play against Wei today with the performance that he had. Let's take a look at the journey of the Triveni Continental Kings. And with the black pieces, they've had 3 wins. With the white pieces, 1 win. They do start against the Balan Alaskan Knights with white. And Sagar, what do the Alaskan Knights need to do to get by with this very on-form team?
I think firstly, they have to, Rajabov has to use all his might on board number 3 and stop Wei. That's the first thing he has to do.
And that's a clash of styles.
Yes.
Wei versus Rajabov, these two players have 2 very different styles.
I agree there. And then you have Abdu Sataro, who is in great form to strike on board 2 against Yu Yangi. I mean, if these things work out, then I think Balan Alaskan Knights have some chances, but don't discount Sara Khadem and Katrina Lagno for the women's board of the Triveni Continental Kings. They are actually playing very good chess.
And this is a clutch match for both these teams.
Yeah.
If they have any mathematical chance of making it to the grand final, they need to strike on this one.
But I would say a slightly more chance for the Triveni Continental Kings because they are at 12 points right now, as we can see on position 4. Meanwhile, Balan Alaskan Knights are on the last position right now with 9 points.
This is actually absolute chaos because the Triveni Continental Kings, if they win, they join the leaders, the SG Alpine Warrior and the Ganges Grandmasters. That means it's a tournament wide open.
Look at the team there. They look very relaxed with Levon with his cup of coffee. Katrina Lagno also relaxed. I think one thing which must happen for Triveni is that Jonas Bier has to strike. He has got so many great positions in this tournament, but he has failed to convert them.
And it always comes down to those seconds. When you're down on the clock, the pressure is high, the position's usually crazy, and that's when we get maximum decisive results. It's never an easy call, and he's playing against Raunak today.
And Raunak, he's motivated. He wants to play well. Also, remember that rating points are being calculated in this tournament. It's a FIDE rated event. And rapid ratings are going up and down. So the players, no matter how unimportant the game could be, they don't want to lose rating points.
A lot on the line for the players. And in this match, they will be going all out. They need to get those points in. Let's take a look at the captains are getting ready there to reveal
have a very young boy
the colors.
there.
Yeah. And that's so inspiring, right, Sagar? To be around all the players, the greats of the game. And we see Abhijit Kunte with Leok Van Valley. Handshakes.
And there you have it. The toss has already been done in the first half of the tournament. So right now, TCK gets white, black for Balan Alaskan Knights.
It's going to be a big fight there, and let's take a look at the squad that is fighting each other top to bottom. 6 boards, 6 big fights. Which team will take this one, will have a real shot to make it to the $500,000 grand final.
You know, Tanya, my eyes go on board number 4. Tan Zhongyi versus Katrina Lagno. I would say that that one would be a very critical game because Tan Zhongyi in great form. Katrina Lagno also playing pretty well here.
I see it all along. Sagar, I think every board in this match has the potential to be a decisive board. We're probably going to have a result on each of these boards. I don't see where you see an even fight. We see clash of styles there between Wei and Rajabov. You got Yu Yangi against Nodibek Abdusatrov, two immense fighters. It's going to be a fun match and a battle to watch.
Yes, and we are going to follow it very closely and anything can happen. I feel, Tanya, I would give like 55% chance to the Triveni Continental Kings. What about you?
And do you say that because of their form today?
Yes.
Because they happen to have taken down a certain SG Alpine Warriors.
Exactly, and Levon, after beating Magnus, is all ready to beat Nepo now. But what about you? You're not getting away with this question.
I was trying to dodge that question, Sagar, but you've got me. And I fully understand what you're saying. Triveni Continental Kings, there, Levon Aronian taking down Magnus Carlsen, looking confident. I would agree that it's a close match, but just with that slight advantage to the Triveni Continental Kings.
So you agree with me?
And we see the players walking out. I do agree with you, Sagar. I don't often disagree, but this one, I have to say that it's going to be a big fight, a close match, but the Continental Kings have been on fire today.
Absolutely. And there was one person whom I saw in that video, Wei. He was walking there with no expressions, very calm, very cool. And that's the way he wins his games. On the board, you don't see a smile on his face. You don't see any emotions or excitement, but he gets the job done.
Wei showing the way for the Triveni Continental Kings there. It is a big fight coming up, and we will be back in just a few moments.
It's the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Balan Alaskan Knights, and what a matchup we have on our hands right now. Triveni Continental Kings making a strong claim for the top 2 spots in the tournament. They won their match today with the SG Alpine Warriors. Can they repeat their performance? Ketty, what is your feeling? Will Levon Aronian's team do it once again?
You know what, Sagar? They are so excited. They are so hyped. We have seen them on camera that this is a team who is ready to win. In case if they win, they can overtake Upper Mumbai Masters and they can be on the 3rd position. So
Right.
I think that's what they are looking for. However, on the other side of the board, they have really tough opponents. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the icon of this team, and it's gonna be really the best end of today's match.
Absolutely. Levon Aronian beating Magnus Carlsen today, and that too, Magnus playing 1b3 with the white pieces and Levon winning his games. Jesse, do you think Levon with white would be very, very strong against Nepo?
I definitely think that he's in good form and he's definitely confident going into this game, and they're shaking hands, showcasing Jan's tattoo.
Ooh, I
once
like
again.
that tattoo. I like
Yeah,
it.
definitely. And it's really great to take a look at their personal score against each other as well. I believe they've played 120 games in their lifetime,
gosh.
with
Wow.
Levon Aronian leading by 6 points. So their score is 37 wins for Levon, 31 for Jan, and 32 draws.
Wow, that's brilliant bit of statistics there. Thanks, Jesse, for that. But right now, Levon has opened it with the pawn sacrifice, the Queen's Gambit. He's given up a pawn, and he is all ready to play a sharp game.
That's what we're looking for, guys. Thank you for the joy that you are bringing to us already. This means, Sagar, it will be a very complicated double-edged position because white is giving up the central pawn right away. On the other hand, we'll get this center, very strong center, but on the other side of the board, and we might see here very sharp king side attack.
It's not very often that a top player starts thinking on move number 5. Look at Levon there. He's just with his hands in his head. What is he thinking right now?
It was not expected, I guess. That's why he takes it as a surprise. Here, Levon can make 2 decisions. Either he strikes right away in the center and goes e4 pawn with 2 moves and tries to even go further, or he can go with slow move like e3. I want to get this pawn back. I want to have a stable center, and I'm happy to just play a slow game. Jesse, what do you think he's gonna make?
Yeah,
out of
I
these
think
2
he's
moves?
trying to recollect what he watched when he saw Beth Harmon play the Queen's Gambit, of course, in that series. That's the only reason he's thinking right now.
True.
Also, this could be a move just to give a check and pick up the pawn with his queen. Although getting the queen out too early in the opening is never a good idea. Levon Aronian taking his time there, and I think that's good news for Jan. You can see him sort of shaking his head, getting into the groove.
Literally.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you seen Jan before the game in the dugout? He actually wears sort of these headphones and is listening to music.
Oh, wow. I wonder what he's listening to. Some Taylor Swift. Oh, okay.
Two different
Right,
directions.
Yeah, 2 different ends of the spectrum. But what happens if the check happens, Sagar? Like, what would black play here? The pawn, the bishop?
Yeah, I think you can block with
Oh, the
either the
knight?
knight or the bishop here.
So many options here. You can even play like pawn.
Yeah, pawn could also come
Okay.
here, and then eventually you can push your pawn, get your bishop out. So a lot of options. I'm very surprised why Levon is thinking maybe a good time to get Master Swidler here is to why is Levon thinking so much?
I think he is choosing because the directions you listed, they're all very valid, but they all lead to vastly different
Lady four.
outcomes. And as is often the case in these types of positions, there's a lot of transpositions between different lines. And I think Levon was mainly just trying to choose what to aim for, and he went, I think, with the most aggressive option, which is what we like to see. Jan, in the meantime, clearly expected exactly this today, so he's playing very quickly and should still be reasonably comfortable in his home preparation. But this is an exciting start to the icon board for sure. This is a very sharp position.
Thank you, Master Swidler, for those insights here. Yan instantly responding back with a strike in the center. He has 15 minutes, 43 seconds, while Levon is down to 12 minutes, 20 seconds.
He's very well known for playing quick chess, which is both, I believe, his strength and maybe weakness. I don't know, we spoke about this.
Right, that's true, Jesse. And also, sometimes you need to spend like 2 minutes to know which setup you want to play, and then the next moves are coming rather fast.
Right.
And we might here expect Levon to play these moves really just one by one. So Jan is taking now his time, and he is considering probably to take the pawn in the center, or maybe to develop the pieces also in the center or on the king side, because there's this little pawn move, pawn e5, that you have to always.
I was going to ask if we can take a look at this.
Yeah, you have to keep the eye on this. Just for the moment, Sagar, I think Black always has this h6 move to unpin the knight and then to push g5, and that's so complicated position. But Black is taking.
Takes in the center.
Queen takes.
Oh, they're going into an endgame here if the queens are traded. And maybe that would be a very small edge to white out of the opening, but nothing special, I guess.
You know what? These kind of positions, when you take the queens off the board, Black will suffer for a long time with the light square bishop. And it's sometimes like you just don't want to have endgame when you don't have that much of the chance. You prefer to have queens to make some troubles on the board.
Right.
So white has very easy game here. White will take this pawn back, will develop the rooks, connect the rooks, and will play slowly against this light square bishop.
Right. So let's see how this game develops, and maybe we can have a look at our 6 boards, sort of zoom out.
Are his eyes closed? He's trying to just see the position in his head.
Right. Blindfold chess.
Yeah, blindfold.
In action.
Right.
Oh, they look all very interesting.
My attention has been captured by the Prodigy board.
Right.
Because we have a very sharp game there. Should we go to the 6th board?
Absolutely. Look at this rook on a7. I really want to know what the rook is doing on a7.
Going on a quick adventure.
For the record, Jonas Bre won the very first game against Raunak in their previous match. That was so much needed win. So they're going into this match, Jonas being a slight favorite.
Right. Okay. So one thing is that this opening which we had is the very famous, not the Najdorf, because in this position, we had the Sicilian classical with the knights coming out. And in that position, when both sides castled on opposite sides of the board, Black played the move pawn up to a5.
Oh, wow.
Which kind of weakened the square on b5. And instantly you could see that Jonas put his bishop there, stopping the pawn from coming forward. But as you said, the knight wanted to get this bishop out, so the bishop was also given up for the knight. Rook
That's how the rook get on a7.
Yes.
That makes more sense.
And now it went
going
back
on its own.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is happy with this trade, Sagar?
I feel that Jonas has now sort of clamped down on the queen side. And before starting his attack, he's telling Black, you can't do much now.
Right.
And now he might start pushing his pawns on the other side.
I'm so curious. A4, and usually they say, you know, don't push pawns on the side that you're weakest or where your king is, like that game we were analyzing together, Ketty. And I would obviously go for the king side. Like, why do you think A4 was played here?
I love this move, Jesse, because usually Black goes A6 and B5, and that's how Black is attacking here in this kind of structure. And this is something different with the A4 and the bishop on B5 and those knights. You are stopping the queen side attack forever, so your king is safe. White is starting with that, and then the plan for sure is to attack on the king side. I would not be surprised if White actually stabilized the center here, even that before starting the attack, because Black might might plan to push d5 somewhere in the next
doing it.
moves. So I love here White's position, to be honest.
Yeah, I also like it. You know, there's a nice analogy that can be given that when you run a, let's say, an organization, you might either want to sort of promote your own products or you might want to stop your competitor from doing something. So in that sense, what Jonas has done is with his pawn up to a4 has stopped his competitor from doing anything there, and now he's getting ready to sort of get a free hand on the position.
Burn down their shop. What?
Lovely. Lovely. Lovely plan. Master Swindler, do you agree that White has here just so pleasant position that Black has no plan?
I like what Jonas has done so far. I'm a little bit puzzled by his last move because I think you mentioned the d6, d5 break, and this is a major source of counterplay for Black in these types of structures. And I'm not entirely sure what he's planning to do against it. If, let's say, Raunak goes rook fd8 here, perhaps he wants to play knight d5, but I would be reluctant to do it so easily. But I don't really see how else you are stopping d6, d5 from appearing on the board. So that's one big question for me.
Wouldn't g4 be an idea here, so that when you play d5, I want to play and kick
maybe
your
we're
knight
in
away?
time with this. Yeah, maybe this is what he plans.
Yeah.
Nice. I would have started with g4 is my point, but maybe this order is also completely fine. But in general, I quite like what he's done, and he should be quite well positioned here. Rook ac8 is the choice by Raunak instead. I'm not quite sure what he is intending, because I don't think playing bishop c4 is any good. Maybe he wants to try and set up the famous exchange sacrifice that you see in many Sicilians. But I think White should be well equipped to prepare for it and not allow it to happen. And yeah, Jonas immediately goes rook d3, because now that the threat of d6, d5 wasn't created immediately, we can actually double on the d file, make sure that d5 never happens, and then we will have a free hand to play on the other side of the board. So I think Jonas has every reason to feel quite satisfied with the outcome of the opening here. And he has won the first game between them earlier in the tournament, which should give him confidence. That was a very nice victory.
Right. Okay, that was a very interesting bit of analysis there by Master Swindler. Should we, guys, zoom out, have a look at our 6 boards? I have one board in mind. Maybe we have the same one.
Okay. Let's try. Which one?
I want to go to the board number 3 between Wei and Rajabo. Yes?
Wow.
Oh, nice.
You're reading my mind.
Okay.
Let's do that. You guys, they have not strayed any piece, or they have... Oh, they have traded only one
pair
piece.
of minor pieces, but I feel Temur Rajabov is under some pressure in this position, because look at the white pieces. The amount of space that Wei has captured on the board is quite substantial.
Yeah, and I think Wei maybe has a psychological advantage over Temur in this game, because in their first game, Wei won in a very sharp game, I believe.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yes, Master Swindler.
Yeah, I have a point here to make, which is Temur, I think, very consciously opted for this structure because he played the Queen's Indian, but you can play it in a wide variety of ways, and I think he played it specifically in this fashion because his opponent is arguably maybe the most fearsome giver of mates, so to speak, in this tournament. But the position, very few people like to play this this particular structure, I feel. But specifically against Wei, it might not be such a bad idea, because I think he is not going to enjoy playing a very close position. I think he generally just likes having open files, likes having, you know, freedom to express himself, options to sacrifice stuff. And those will be very thin on the ground here. It will be very difficult to imagine how White gets to sacrifice stuff, at least in the immediate future. He is clearly better. A spatial advantage like this is never irrelevant. But I think Temur had just made a very interesting stylistic choice here, not to give him what he most enjoys. I don't know if it will pay out, but it's a notable thing to talk about.
Right.
You guys, is there a chance that White can start this kind pawn attack on the king side with f5, g4, h4, g5?
I do
How
like that.
serious this can be without dark square bishop?
Do you think it's fast enough? Because I know black is really wanting to play b5 here, maybe. And yeah, so there's like f5 one move, g4 another move,
and then
G4.
it slows a little bit here because you
He
need
just
to
plays
follow up.
h6.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I think that Temur knows that this is risky, but I think he's playing his opponent here more than the position, as Master Swidler said. So even if f5 is played and then let's say I make a waiting move and you go all out trying to do this, I just stop you, and I don't think it's very easy for you to sort of break through, right?
Yeah, seems like.
Master over the board, giver of mates.
All right, what White is doing is very interesting. He played rook to f2. I love this move for two reasons. First of all, he wants to play bishop to f1 to stop b5 happening. I have extra piece there to control.
Wow.
And I want to play rook to g2 with the idea to push the pawn.
Damn.
Ketty is like, moving her pieces just one square and wow,
brilliant.
That was a brilliant idea.
He improved the idea, actually. I love this move. It's like really useful move.
This is why I love commentary. I'm always learning something new.
Absolutely.
I didn't even know this was possible.
Many people would think that you moved the rook up to bring the other rook, but I completely agree with Ketty that the bishop could move there.
Yeah, and this is actually, d3 square is perfect square. You keep the eye on b5 on the queen side, and potentially you're looking to the king side as well, if black dares to open up the center.
I agree. And Wei actually saying to Temur, you might want to close down the position and take me out of my comfort zone, but you don't know my comfort zone. It might be that I'm comfortable here.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot about this like preventative measure, stopping your opponent's plan before going for your own. We saw the same concept in the Bier Sadwani in this game, in this match as well.
Right. And let's zoom out from this board, and maybe it's time to look at one of the women boards. There is a very interesting game going on board number 4.
I think so.
Yes,
between Tan Zhongyi and Katrina Lagno.
That's right. Very interesting game between these two. The earlier match ended in a draw, but I believe that Tan Zhongyi had really, really good position, very close to winning position, but she could not convert that one. So let's check out what is happening here. We can see that she has better position according to the engine as well.
Right. Right now, if we look at the knight, it is nicely observing this weak square, and I think this pawn also wants to push forward. It feels like white, if given like let's say 3 or 4 moves, would be doing really well. Like if I could get the knight here somehow, I would kick this knight away. But I think time is not in white's favor.
Yeah, so it's like more of a spatial issue as well as developing. The development isn't, white isn't as well developed as black is here.
That's a very good point. This knight being on b1 between the rooks cannot connect right now. And also where the knight goes, because if you go to the natural move on c3, you'll fall for this baby fork that is called attacking 2 minor pieces, and knight to b3 is the key point here. If you pin my queen with your rook, then I will anyway bring my knight. That's such a perfect square for this knight here.
To defend this.
Yeah, look at that. And then I can move my queen away. Probably there's even better move, but Katrina is really struggling to find the square. She goes knight to c3, and we can see that engine.
Really? Did she play it?
Anyway.
She went for it.
Oh, what about your fork, Ketty?
d4, d4, d4. Master Thriller, is it working?
It is working, but I don't think it's winning, and I don't think white had a better choice anyway. I think things have gone slightly off kilter for Katerina earlier than this. The position already was very, very critical. And I think she's doing the right thing to trying to at least complicate the task for Tan Zhongyi, because you need to bring your pieces into the game, and knight c3 followed by rook a d1 appears to be the right way to go about things. Even though it's
She
not
pushed
good
it.
for
She
white.
pushed D4. Rook went very quickly on D1.
Right.
Yeah. And something I
this-
noticed, I don't know if it's relevant at all, but just on a topic of chess players and their superstitions, I think Tan Zhongyi was wearing the feather on a different side when she was playing white. So perhaps she actually adjusts it depending to which color she plays. It's would be interesting to find out, but obviously it's if it is actually something
very observant.
Wow.
Very observant.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Would you
very
ever wear a
interesting.
feather, Master Fiddler? Would you ever wear a feather?
Probably not during the game, but I have worn feathers over my. I've lived a long life, you know.
This is a
That's unexpected.
brilliant situation. We have to see photos of this feather. Yeah, and I was wondering in this position, how far are the players actually looking? Of course, you got to see a couple moves ahead to see, if your plan works. But I wonder here if Tan Zhongyi was like, D4 seems great. Let's just see what my opponent does and then revisit or reevaluate the position after that.
Yeah, I think she just observed that she's not going to lose this pawn anytime soon because she's got her rook. And look at this.
That is
now the
probably-
knight
yeah.
jumps in.
I think knight f4 might be just crushingly strong here because then
Because
you can
then
put
the
a
Why
knight on
so
g3.
strong move? Why it's so strong? If I just get this queen back on f1,
Okay.
then how black is gonna win this on the
Ooh,
spot?
it seems kind of cramped.
Maybe there is this very interesting idea here to put your knight and then if you capture, remember that the pin is now broken and I can pick up your knight.
And the rook is protecting that pawn.
Exactly.
Wow.
So this one seems to be going Tan Zhongyi's way. Can we quickly have a zoom out of the 6 boards and have a sort of an analysis of which team is in the driver's seat? So if we look at board number 1, let's say equal. Okay.
Okay.
Board number 2, maybe slightly better for Balan Alaskan Knights. Abdul Sattarov, maybe small edge.
Ooh, those pawns. I know they're kind of tiny right now, but
We can say equal.
Equal. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go equal. Wei definitely pushing against Rajabov.
Yeah.
So good news for the Triveni Continental Kings. Tan Zhongyi.
Knight f4
Oh,
on the
she's
board.
played it. She's played it.
on the
She
board.
might win this for the Balan
On a
Alaskan Knights.
spot.
and it got an
Right.
exclamation mark.
Right.
Wow.
And on board number 5, we have an equalish position. And on board number 6, maybe slightly better for the Triveni Continental Kings. So right now, the match slightly in Balan Alaskan Knights' favor, I would say, but not in a huge way. Wei
Right.
and Bear might strike.
Yeah,
And,
that's right.
Also, I wanted to say that claiming that board 1 is equal, I think, is a bit premature. At some point, it really looked to me like Jan might be in tremendous amount of trouble. He managed to solve the immediate problems, but his position remains very, very unpleasant. Despite it being in the endgame, which seemingly a almost symmetrical pawn structure, these positions are not fun for black, and he will have to defend for quite some time before you can claim this is equal. And Jonas Bier on the last board, I think, is quite significantly better, actually. So it's a very intriguing situation in the match where both teams, I think, have some good positions.
Yeah, well balanced match right now going on, and as always, things will get decided in the last 10 minutes or so. But right now, Levon looking to make it 2 out of 2 today, beating Magnus and Nepo. What a day that would be for him.
It really would be.
Amazing.
He's
I
gonna
wonder
smile all the way
what is the result. We heard on when we had a break that Grandmaster from UAE, actually Salim, they had the training matches. Bullet matches or blitz matches yesterday.
Yesterday.
At night.
Yes,
so
he told me. He told me about it.
Yeah, Salim
so-
was sitting with Katie and myself just earlier saying that he, in fact, could be, the lucky charm for that team. And the manager was like, you better be here the moment we leave this room just to wish us good luck and to be our lucky charm.
They also gave him a T-shirt.
Oh,
were
they
like,
did?
Yes, yes, please.
Ah.
You have to wear our T-shirt. That's
Okay.
what they said.
Maybe he's wearing it underneath. That'd be amazing.
Whoa. Yeah, just players do believe in many of these details, right? superstitious things, and that's so nice. Actually, both players right now very deep in the thoughts. Aronian has better position now in the end game because his pieces are more active, he has more space, and is that serious to target this pawn on a6, Master Swidler?
It is a weakness, and perhaps more relevantly, the black minor pieces just don't really have good squares to aim for. The white bishop is just much stronger than any of the knights, and in particular that knight on f6. This is a structure that is quite well known from a number of openings. If you look at the white pawns on f3 and d4, they restrict that knight so successfully that basically the only way it can go is backwards, and even if it goes backwards, there's really not very many squares on the board you can aim it towards that will be particularly happy for you. So yeah, Levon is clearly at least a bit better, and it's going to be quite an unfun defense for Jan. But of course, material is equal. There's been a lot of trades, and if white doesn't achieve anything particular in the next, I don't know, 10 moves, black will be able to bring pieces closer to where the action is and perhaps hold.
Right. Jan is slowly and steadily trying to crawl back into this game. Very important for his team that he holds this.
Yeah, and I think piece coordination is of utmost importance, especially nearing the end game. And as predicted, knight did go backwards to this e8 square.
Yeah. Right. But look at the bishop, centralized, controlling so many squares, just avoiding rook to double on the b file for the moment. This bishop is just...
fantastic.
It's amazing, bishop. The strongest piece, I can say, for the white's position.
Isn't there a small tactic in the position? Can you take this pawn, and let's say he takes back, you can win this knight.
But b2 is hanging, unfortunately.
That pawn here is hanging. That's the problem.
I was going to ask if that would be a huge issue.
And the
at some
knight
point.
is also hanging on c3.
I wonder if we can use this knight to defend the pawn first. And threaten this tactic.
Smart Jesse wants to just use
came
it
from there though. So Levon clearly disagreed. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by knight c3. I thought there were some other options he could have explored. But in general, if you defend the b2 pawn and re-establish the threat of that tactic that Sagar was just showing, black will defend against it. f7, f6 in particular seems like a useful move to make. f6, king comes to e7, and black slowly but surely will start, crawling out of their slightly cramped position.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a blunder on the board
Which
5.
one?
We have
Board
to go
5?
right away. There is a huge blunder.
Ooh, Nino
Look at this.
Batsiashvili.
We need the board right away on the screen to check out what happened.
It means that Sara... Is Sara doing... Is she winning or is Nino winning?
This is completely winning for Sara now.
Sara is with white pieces and...
She's winning.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh my god, is she a piece up?
Few moves back, the bishop on d3 looked so nice and beautiful. But then Nino decided to be a little bit ambitious. She pushed the pawn c5, and here at this point, after taking on c4...
She took here. It looked fine.
It looks fine.
It
but
still
then
is fine, yeah.
Rook takes c4 is a big blunder because she forgot that first knight can capture the bishop, guard the rook, and if you take this knight back, I will take the rook, and this pawn can be stopped by rook before
It
check.
happened.
Oh my god. Is Sara Khadem going to strike once again for Triveni Continental Kings? I think she will. She's a piece up.
A whole piece without the compensation, unfortunately. And this is actually their first time playing in the Global Chess League since Sara was a reserve and entered the team.
That's right. And guys, the other match was Nino against Nana. It's against the two Georgian players, and Nino won a beautiful game in that match. And now as Sara replaced Nana for medical reasons, this is somehow it's different dynamics here, right?
I mean, for Triveni Continental Kings, they couldn't have asked for something better, right? Because the player who came in for their main board is now actually scoring wins. This is actually Sara's second victory. Last time she beat Polina Shuvalova.
That's true.
And that gave them their victory over the Chingari Gulf Titans.
Indeed.
Wow, Sarah Kadem doing all the heavy lifting for the team.
She's doing a great job. And also, guys, what is very important, Sarah was a resort player, right?
Yes.
You don't know where you're gonna go.
Exactly.
There are 6 teams, and you're keeping your, to be just in the middle of everyone. You don't want to support one of the teams too
Right,
much. But
right.
the moment she got to the team, Trivani, she became just so big part of it. I saw in the players' lounge how they are hanging out, how much they support each other. Like, she got into to the team
She has
very
basically
fast.
mate in 2 right now if she doesn't
Mate in two?
miss
What?
it. Yeah.
Can you show us?
You can go knight b5 and then the rook is hanging and next move you go rook c5 to mate.
Beautiful.
Master Swindler.
In the middle of the board.
Spotting things in a flash there. The pawn, the rook, and the knight coordinate so beautifully.
That's crazy pattern recognition right there.
Is
Wow.
Sarah gonna play this? She's taking her time. Wait, Nino has 10 minutes on the clock?
Finds it.
Goodness me.
Finds
Wow.
it.
Well, rook,
This is a
rook
bit
d3 does
crucial.
save from mate, but the position, of course, with a full extra piece is completely lost, and there's
Right.
not very much play left here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, she resigns.
She
The game
just
is over.
resigned.
And look at Sarah, she
Yeah.
knows that her opponent blundered. She didn't
Yeah.
smile or she was not happy. She just
Yeah.
felt like, oh, Nino, you
Yeah,
shouldn't have
Nino's
made that
talking
mistake.
about this blunder, and she needs to somehow spread it out and
Yeah.
to say this is really tough moment. And you guys, she had 10 minutes in the end. Wow.
Do you think
Let's take
maybe
a
she
look.
was playing for time and that's why she rushed her decision
It
there?
was just a blunder there.
Yeah.
It happens. Like,
happens.
you would not imagine that such a thing. I think she could take at least like 2
Yeah.
seconds to think, like
I
to capture
suppose.
with the
That's
other
true.
piece. You guys, let's take a look at the bird's eye view to just go very quickly through all the games to see what's the
Right.
current situation.
So does, if we look at the women board, Sarah won on board number 5 for Triveni Continental Kings, and Tan Zhongyi is actually winning it for the Balan Alaskan Knights. So it's even there on both the women boards. But what about the other boards? I would say Wei Yi is pressing. So is Jonas Beer. And also Aronian has a small edge. And Abdusatarov's game is equal. So maybe a huge lead in this match for the Triveni Continental Kings. Would it be
Yeah.
right to say?
Yeah,
Indeed.
seems like
And
actually.
we're already seeing the evil bar liking black on board 4, and like you say, white already won on board 5.
Right.
But one result weighs a little bit more than the other result,
Mm.
which it just seems. And I actually have a very cool question. So, what weighs more? A ton of feathers or a ton of bricks?
Oh,
I
that's
guess
such
they're
a-
both way equal, right?
That's so interesting question. I had that when I was on the 2nd grade or something, and we all failed. We were like
Oh.
14 kids in the class, and we all failed.
ChatGPT continues failing at this, in fact. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the board 4 to check out board 3.
Board
maybe.
3, yes. Wei Yi
Board
versus,
3.
and Ketty, you should be really proud of yourself because the idea which you had mentioned is what Wei Yi actually did. He shifted the rook up, which is what we were looking at here, right? And then he brought his bishop back.
Oh, okay, okay.
Meanwhile,
That's what I told him yesterday when we played bullet games.
You told him.
Yes. I told him play like this. You're gonna win tomorrow.
and he's doing it absolutely right there. And remember, Rajabov has actually sacrificed a pawn here. So he is a pawn down, plus Wei is in control.
Wow.
When did the pawn sacrifice happen? Could we go back just a little bit
Sure.
to see what happened?
He just gave up this pawn for
Okay.
some activity.
Okay.
He thought, let me just get the queen out. But I believe that it was more out of the fact that he was getting suffocated there.
Right.
Well, we see this bishop f1 and rook g2 that
Yeah,
you predicted here,
let's
Ketty.
go.
Nice. And that rook is now aiming towards the king and has an X-ray vision.
Another pawn.
Another
Oh.
pawn bites the dust there. Queen comes in. Wei says, thank you so much, Temur, for an
Oh.
extra pawn. I think this is going Wei's way.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Ways way.
Ways way.
Could we get some insight from Master Svidler?
Yeah.
That is way.
Way.
As in
It is the way.
my Mandalorian is not very convincing.
Great
Sadly.
performance by Wei Wei in this tournament, right, Peter? He's just playing amazing chess.
Yeah, if not for Prague, he would clearly be the best player of the tournament. But it's very difficult to compete with somebody who's on 7.5 out of 8.
Right.
And just winning any position.
Right.
True.
This queen is absolutely killing it on the queen side.
Right,
Black's
is there a
queen.
way to stop this pawn push? G5 now looks like a serious threat.
Yeah. G5, then G6 as well, or F6 coming in. This king is not feeling so safe here anymore.
Right,
Sagar,
and where
you
the knight goes, guys.
You
This knight on
suggested
F6 is
this
stopped.
H6?
This is why
it
you
still
maybe
possible?
should be very careful with the move G5, because you do give it the H5 square and then the F4 square. And F4 will be a very good square for that piece. So ideally, you only want to play G5 when that does something specific for you. You don't really want to improve the black piece so drastically, because on F4 it will actually be a very annoying piece for you to deal with.
That was very tricky. I was actually thinking, how about we just try to catch this queen and play rook to a1 right now?
Oh, you
as
want to
black
trap
just
the
played,
queen?
Yeah, I want to play rook to a4.
Sneaky.
And get this bishop on a5.
Oh, I hate the fact that there's a small check. But can we cover this square somehow?
Oh, okay. That's the
maybe.
check. That black can just... Actually, black is planning to give this check.
Oh, it'd be so nice to have a dark squared bishop right now.
You know, the only thing that black has for all the worries that he has in life is dark square control. I think that's the only compensation here for the missing 2 pawns. And Jesse, don't take that away from
No,
Timur.
that's true. That's true. But I'm wondering if that's the difference between maybe +2 or... Because we see that the evaluation bar is not all the way up right now.
Yes, I think that's the real point here. Timur Rajabov has something going for him on the dark squares. By the way, one very important question to be asked is on the Prodigy board, on board number 6, if we can go there, you know, Jonas Beer has been that player who has always gotten great positions in this tournament. And here's one more. He's actually in a very nice position, but he always falters towards the end, you know, the time pressure. What do you think is going to happen here? Do you think he'll sort of take this to the logical conclusion, or he might come under pressure?
I love his position. He has more time on the clock too. He should not be stressed now or nervous here, because this can be his game. Look at these rooks. He's just dominating with the rooks. Knight is beautifully stand there in the center, blocking everything. And if you have to make moves like h5 to give up this pawn, to stop the attack, it means that Ronak knows that he's just worse here.
And you know that interview, sorry, please go ahead,
No,
Sagar.
Jesse, I was just mentioning that if you do en passant here, you have to be careful, because then you might be in trouble there.
Wow, nice.
No, but
nice.
that's why I'm mentioning this interview we did with Sameh. Both Ketty and myself answered, like, if there was any rule or something in chess that you would remove, we both said en passant.
So, yeah.
So if it doesn't exist here, well, what happened? He came back with the rook?
Yeah, he came back. He didn't keep it. And instantly, Ronak played his rook here. I think what Ronak's trying to do is just make his moves quickly and put Jonas under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And the pawn on a4 was also hanging.
Right.
Jonas so far, I think, is playing an absolutely exemplary game, because he had to deal with a lot of minor problems. His rook for the longest time was very awkwardly situated on the a3 square, but now he solved all of those problems. The rook that was very passive on a3 is just extremely active on b5, and black has various problems. The king is not very safe on h8. It looks safe, but if white breaks through anywhere, it will definitely be in trouble. The entire structure on the queen side is vulnerable. I think pretty much every endgame is a very, very poor prospect for black, because the knight on e4 is just so much better than the bishop on e7. So really a proper game of Najdorf / classical Sicilian so far by by Jonas. But you still have to win these positions. You still have to find some way to break open the resistance. And that probably involves either going for the c4, c5 break or for the f3, f4 break. And both of those things will make the position sharper, short term.
Exactly.
So he'll have to calculate very accurately.
And he's pushed his c-pawn, and there Master Swidler with all the key points in the position. At some point, Jonas will have to take those tough calls, and maybe that is where he has to be very careful. Meanwhile, a result on board number 2. We have a draw between Abdusattorov and Yu Yangi, which is actually great news for the Triveni Continental Kings because Abdusattorov is in form. So the score now 4-1 in the favor of TCK.
Amazing. And I have to draw quick attention to the board 4 between Tang Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. Katerina has 41 seconds on the clock, and Tan has 5 minutes.
So this one is ending very soon. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this one is going in the favor of Balan Alaskan Knights, which would mean that they would take the lead in the match because it's 4-1 right now. It'll become 5-4.
Because Black gets 4 points after winning the game, White gets the 3 points in case of win.
And in the meantime, the game between Wei and Teimur Rajabov has become much, much sharper, and Teimur is coming back with a vengeance there. This is no longer
I couldn't
in control.
recognize this position,
Yeah,
guys.
it's
Like,
like
where are all
different.
White's pawns and pieces?
They're all on the 5th rank.
Oh, no.
Let's go to board number 3. Let's have the players there, Wei and Teimur Rajabov. I think Raja showing all his experience today and sort of getting back into the game.
Yeah, seems like. I don't know what really happened here, but it seems like only Black played in this position. He activated Queen and the Rook, and they were on mission to capture all White's pawns and pieces.
Yeah. I think I know what Teimur Rajabov's job would be if it weren't for chess.
What would it be?
He would be the Minister of Defense.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Because I believe he also defended a really great game against, was it Vidyut Gujarati?
I agree.
And saved the draw.
By the way, a double exclamation move on the screen, but I guess the main point is that you can't take this knight because your queen is hanging. And if you were to actually take the queen, then in this position, White suddenly starts to get better because now you take with the rook, your knight is defending this pawn looks good.
Oh, knight is just, look at this, with open hands.
Oh, yeah. He's like, come here, children.
Guarding on both pawns. And you guys, the B pawn will be very dangerous in the end game.
But he goes back with the queen, and look at Wei. He's gone for another classy move.
2 moves in a row. This is too much.
Yeah, we're going to run out of punctuation at this stage. Master Svidler.
Is this, I mean, if you take the knight...
I'm watching this in awe because this is a very, very difficult position to figure out. And yeah, I think Teimur has to take with the H pawn and then go F6. I think this is probably... Whoa!
Got so excited.
So the threat is to just take
he went,
checkmate.
He went into the knight!
And it's not good for some reason. It's a very spectacular move, but the engine disagrees, thinks it's a bit too imaginative, I guess.
And queen takes the pawn is a miss, wins.
Somehow, what happened? What was missed?
And now we're somehow back to equal. I think we should just watch. They're
But
playing
what
basically
if,
on increment.
He had taken the knight?
Yeah, I think he will play FG.
Or just
Queen
queen.
G6.
Oh my god.
That's actually a very nice move.
Yeah, but I'm guessing the queen had a better square. I guess queen e3 was very strong, probably, just trying to trade queens. Teimur took on b5, and Wei sacrificed a full piece there. Teimur took
the 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, Tajangki just won her game and brought very important 4 points. And look at how closely she's looking at the games.
And Teimur, by the way, finds a fantastic resource there, playing rook f4, because he knows he'll have to run with the king. But he blocks the checks along this file and prepares for the king to run towards the center. And somehow this is a draw. I have no idea why. I suspect it might. Yeah. And
big blunder by Wei.
This game gives me blood pressure, really. Like, what's happening here?
Yeah. Very colorful game.
Yeah, and now the king will run.
Okay.
And now the king will run, and I'm guessing there's just not enough.
Piece up. Black is a piece up.
Just clear piece up, and there's
he's just
no way.
winning.
What happens if check? King runs around?
King D, and then he takes it back. But as long as you don't release your piece, touch move doesn't hurt you so much. He can still choose a different square.
Oh, it's not the best move here, guys, because White can handle this position and make a draw.
Maybe Wei was doing fine because now the G pawn is all ready to queen.
But I feel
but what happens if you interpose with the bishop? This is still an unbelievably messy position. Wei goes G7, then Timur will give a check and take the rook on. But then there's queen H4 check.
Which check?
Rook F1. Rook F1.
Rook F1.
Oh, I love that.
But the king will come up.
The king comes up, and I think Timur thought he will take the rook and give mate. But once he takes the rook, White has a check from H4.
Oh, check here. And then the king comes up.
And it's probably a perpetual, I suspect. But
oh, it might be a draw.
yeah, it's an amazingly... And they both are playing more or less on the 10-second increment. So yeah, I don't envy either of them here.
Wow.
This is not...
Timur down to 5 seconds. He needs to
He has to move.
Oh
he
my
has
gosh.
to move.
Oh, he plays queen F4.
He plays
Is
queen
this a
A4.
blunder?
He wants to play.
He had 1 second on the clock.
It's a blunder. It's
no.
a blunder. Wei's made another queen. Wei's winning.
Yeah, and he goes back to G2. I think Timur wanted to play queen E4 check, but now queen...
He forgot that
the newly minted queen will be able to just defend everything. Or even rook G2, but queen G2 is also not bad.
He just forgot. He just forgot that the queen could come back.
With so little time on the clock.
And now White is just
possible.
a full... Like, White has more queens on the board, which is relevant.
Just an extra queen.
Yeah, you can... If you want to be a boring person, you can actually trade them, and
he does it.
He's not a boring person, but he does want...
the handshake.
Yeah.
Wei wins. What a game, guys. How would you describe this in one word?
Are there any words? Maybe Peter Spittler has the larger vocabulary.
Just one word,
I'm struggling
Peter.
for even one word here. Wei has brought so much excitement to us over the 9 rounds so far, and Timur will feel aggrieved because he defended excellently well up to a certain point, was maybe even better for a very short moment, and then shouldn't have lost. But that weird moment of panic on 10 seconds cost him the entire game.
Agreed.
Wow, amazing. What a chess player.
Triveni is actually in the lead now. They have 7 points against Palan Alaskan Knights 4 points. Wow.
They're analyzing the games, you guys. You did a lot of weird things out there.
Right, it was...
We see Maria in the background taking some good plays.
Raunak is no longer losing on the Prodigy board. Amazingly, something has changed very, very dramatically there, and it's a mess. And I suspect neither of them have any time, so we should be watching. We should be watching that.
But what's happening, because the queen is here, and actually
he's not
Bear
capturing it.
is thinking whether to take with the rook or the king. He takes with the rook, and he loses his pawn there.
And also Black has this extremely dangerous passer on H4, which wasn't there the last time we looked. And
obviously, where it came from.
It fell onto the board.
If Bear actually manages to hold this, his team has good chances of winning, because Levon is doing well on the top board, on the icon board. But if he loses here, I think they might be in trouble, because then Levon has to win on board number 1. So a lot depends on this Prodigy board.
Wow, again, pressure on him. Last time it worked out really good for Jonas, but this position got somewhere weird for him.
By the way, guys, look at this. If you take this pawn, I take your bishop, you take it back, I give a check, I have won your rook, but then the H pawn is going
where
down.
this pawn came from.
You know the crazy
and by the way, only those 2 games are still being played, because Yuan Yi and Abdusatorov made the draw. So pretty much everything hinges on how Jonas does here, because Levon's position is nice, but I think draw is still very much the favorite on the icon board.
Is he winning now?
What's the
Hard
reason
to
of
say.
that?
Yeah, I don't like what Raunak has done. Yeah, because it's exactly because of the move that Jonas has played here. Now we can hunt down that H pawn and win it, because we can play rook H4, and we sort of re-establish control.
Okay.
But yeah, but then bishop D8. This is still a mess, and they're playing on very, very low time, so it's hard to predict exactly how this comes out. I think Black is doing quite well objectively.
Yeah.
So it's a pole position now.
If Jonas can hold this, his team will win it. He needs to draw this game.
But he doesn't know. He thinks...
Does he know? Because he's sitting a little bit like behind the
I think
board.
he in that respect, his board is the worst board of the whole, because for him the view is very, very obstructed. The demonstration boards with all the where all the 6 boards can be seen are behind him, and he's been playing on increment for the past 10 minutes, it seems. So I don't think he ever had any
give up a
time.
pawn? Oh, he wants to bring his rook in. Oh, that was the idea.
Nice.
But can't the knight drop back and save both the pawns now?
And hug the
Then he will go rook to c5 to attack the other pawn, and if I take this pawn, I will have these 2 very strong pawns.
Maybe there's some repetition.
Oh, that's a draw, guys. Knight c3, knight d5. How are you gonna improve it? And
both are
Jonas just looked back. He knows now the result. Look at him. He knows the results now.
Is good enough. Oh, bishop c7.
Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy. Look, he looked at his opponent. He's not happy.
Now we have to go rook d3, d5, I suspect. And he does that. Yeah, and I think he had enough time to actually check the score of the match. So that gives him enough information to know that a draw probably just wins it, clinches it for his team.
But Master Swidler, what are your thoughts on the icon board? Does Levon have chances to win that?
I've not really been paying enough attention, but it does look very good for him now. I don't know if it's winning, but he definitely is in control and will push quite hard there.
So Jonas winning right now better. Also Levon better. So it means that Triveni Continental Kings have to just keep their nerve here. They will win this match.
Yeah, they need not to panic. They need to play calmly. And if you just look at the quality of the positions they have, they seem completely in control here.
Yeah, and the crazy thing
this is still quite a messy endgame, which you can definitely misplay. Rook c5 right now looks very, very strong, but he doesn't have very.
Yeah.
Although they gained a lot of time in the last maybe 5 moves, they played very quickly and gained a bunch of time both of them.
c5, attacking the bishop.
He plays the move that Master Swidler just recommended, and now Raunak is actually thinking where to move the bishop. He plays it behind. He moves the bishop behind, keeps an eye on the pawn.
Whoa, guys, on the first board,
Should we go to board number 1?
Aronian is winning.
Let's go to icon board. Let's go to the icon board quickly.
Something is happening.
Levon Aronian is winning there. Oh my god, look at that. Jan Nepomniachtchi under pressure there. Levon beating Magnus today and now beating Jan.
Oh my
Under
god.
pressure.
Yeah, this seems completely winning now. I don't see any real chances for Jan. He can take on g2, but then White can simply trade and play king e2. No, that does win. Yeah, actually, I think that does win.
You can still
we
take
play king e2.
Can we take this?
Takes. We play king e2. They give us a check with the knight, and we cannot take because of the fork, but we can play king f1. And after that, we should be completely winning.
At minimum,
and I think this is
Are they doing that? They are doing that. They are doing that. King to e2 is on the board. King to f1 is on the board.
Oh, Levon is too smart to fall for these tricks.
And we can see Jan Nepomniachtchi looking back to the other screens. He knows that. No, and he is just shaking his head. And here we can see the team of...
You know, guys, if the Triveni Continental Kings win this match, they'll be tied on match points with the top 2 teams.
Exactly.
In the running.
We are
first 3 teams.
Yeah, we're going to have a fantastic final day, which really didn't seem obvious maybe 3 days ago when the 2 teams were absolutely running away with the competition. But yeah, we're going to have a fantastic final day.
I agree. And in what we sort of said yesterday as well, the last matchup is between the Balan Alaska Knights and the Upgrade Mumbai Masters, and it's always nice to know that you're playing last, know how many points you need, and so on to make the top 2.
That's true. He is giving up the b2 pawn, but he keeps the king cutted from g-file, plays the rook all the way back, so there will be no forks, and now his plan is to bring king, like to have this very nice combination with the king and the pawn, and to push this pawn forward and to promote. You can see the team. Look at them. Katarina Lagna.
Katarina Lagna is like, yeah,
oh, she can't believe it.
We're doing this. And you know Levon, he didn't want to worry about Bear's result. He said, I'm taking it in my hands and I'll get the job done.
Yeah. This takes the stress away from the juniors board. And a handshake. Whoa.
Levon. Nice. What a player.
A player of a day, guys, for sure. Beaten Magnus Carlsen and then Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And actually, with this, Triveni Continental Kings have won.
Yeah.
10-5. So even if Jonas loses, they will get 4 points, the Balan Alaskan Knights, and it will be 10-9. Match is done.
Yeah, does this mean that Levon Aronian gets an automatic invite to the candidates?
Wait, Dingley Ren is watching right now. And
Sorry,
he's just like,
sorry.
no.
Let's go to the sixth
What
board.
a legend. What a legend here.
Oh,
Truly
yeah,
the
let's
icon
stick with him.
player. Levon, and he has #1 on his t-shirt.
Yeah.
For some reasons.
Nice. A good reason at that.
Wow.
But it looks like Ranak went down on time there for a second. He was the one with lower time.
Right.
Which was hard to believe. But it's also the last board remaining.
But I think Ronak now has good chances because he has managed to capture that pawn and now has his own passer here on the G file.
Yeah, this is a complete mess now, but unfortunately for the Balan Alaskan Knights, even if Raunak somehow manages to win this game, it's just not going to be enough. And there's still every reason to play this out because the board points could very well matter, considering we are going to have a three-way tie at the top after this. But
Oh,
yeah.
look at these two players. They are smiling. Wait, you guys, when Levon goes in the
Yes.
players area, he always high fives to all
I
the
know.
players. We're waiting for this. Levon will gonna walk
We should
there.
keep this camera
Yeah,
then in the players' lounge.
please.
Yeah, I know. We should have a look at that as to what happens when Levon enters the players' dugout. But right now, Jonas Baer needs to hold this for his confidence. You know, he has actually lost many good positions, and maybe he just doesn't want to lose another one. A draw would be good for
Draw
his
would be
morale.
good. Draw would be good, but he is always playing this game for win because he had always better positions. Sometimes you just feel that you have to win.
But now, Ketty, it looks very unlikely that he could win this, right? Because his pawns are kind of blocked up, and Black has this outside pawn which is running down.
Sakar, if he sees here draw, he will take it. The problem is that Raunak is also playing here for a win.
Exactly, and
So
Raunak's
that's the
such a
problem.
fighter there.
Yeah.
Brilliant fighting.
Is there a way for white to win the F-pawn?
Oh, with the rook there, not really.
The
He's
rook is
taking
defending it very well.
He's taking the pawn and goes to the other side of the board.
Oh, he's going in with the king. Rook endgames are...
Oh, you know, Sagar, he gonna play e6, gonna trade this pawn.
Okay.
He gonna get this rook back on a file, and then he gonna push b4, and he will create a pass pawn there and push this pawn together with the king, and black's king is too far.
Ketty, do you plan all of this in your life as well?
Everything planned.
Teach me your ways.
Brilliant planning there, and he's doing it. He's doing it. He's done the step one.
Yeah, step one done.
This is a draw now, yes?
looks
Rook all the
so
way
scary.
back, I guess. Looks scary, really.
Yes, it does. I don't know.
Ketty, this looks now in Jonas's territory. I think he has a clear path. Like what...
Levon is here with us. He's not happy. Why he's not happy? Rook b7 was better.
This is lost for white? Whoa!
How's lost?
Oh, he plays it!
And how is lost?
The engine's broken.
I think there was some defense with king c6 or something. I'm not sure. I trust Levon more than the bar
What
here.
was the right move?
The king moving up was perhaps the right
To give
only
it up
move.
the pawn?
And then you go, what, rook a8?
And then rook a8, I guess,
Ah,
yeah. And then rook
that's
a8, try to
tough.
take on a5 with check, and then return to the f-pawn.
Oh.
Yeah, because passively you're not going to hold this passively, and he will find it out very soon, because he can now not generate a single passer on the queen side, and the black pawn will soon be on f2, and at that point you lose.
And generally, when a player gets his water bottle out in time trouble, you can be sure he's going to win it. Ronak there.
This is standard.
Yeah, drinking water, showing that he has things under control.
Yeah. We've seen Anand do it. We've seen Jan do it. And now Ranak. He's just learning from the icons.
An unbelievable day of upsets and also Levon's heroics on board one. And if you want to relieve it all, there's also the podcast you can listen to on Amazon Music, our audio streaming partner, who are also providing two echo devices for the players of the series, both for the male player of the series and the female player of the series. So thanks to Amazon Music for the support of the league. There it is.
Hashtag ad. Hopefully for the
Nice.
commentators as well.
Nice throw to our direction.
Okay, meanwhile,
Rook b6 is very strong. Levon Aronian assess.
but Levon, even the king coming in, this should.
Yeah, I think we get the king to f1, play f2, and then we. Yeah.
I feel like Levon should come and take over.
He says.
Be great.
Yeah, this is still winning. It's not really necessary, I don't think. Because eventually you can make the bridge with rook b4, rook f4. I think that what eventually wins the game for black here is the fact that... although, yeah, rook g5 now. f2. Rook takes. Is this still winning?
Yeah,
So right now the pawn is about to queen, and we have Levon Aronian joining us here with his insights. Levon,
okay, rook a5 is
rook f7, I think.
Take the pawn, yes?
Rook f7, and then I guess rook.
Yeah, it's probably enough, but there may have been a cleaner way of...
Oh, so I cannot capture the pawn. Oh, I cannot capture the f2 pawn.
Yeah, if you don't take, you lose. Like now he loses in a very straightforward fashion. We go king g2, you get checked. You go king f3, then you go to g3. Yeah, this is now not even. This is not even difficult. Yeah, I don't think.
Going for that. King moves away from e2.
Yeah, f3, g3, or e3
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. And the threat is rook b4, rook f4, and there is nothing you can do about that threat at all. And of course, rook e5 check, king f4, we've won immediately. So.
Yeah.
Levon, I think Jonas just messed it up, yeah, towards the end. It looked drawn, that position.
Yeah. Well, but you know, we told him that he's I mean, as long as the team wins, it's okay to lose. So it's sort of, you know.
Levon, did you manage to catch any of that Vayi Rajabov madness?
I didn't.
Okay, that was a very exciting game. Yeah. I was hoping for your opinion, but
We have this rook coming on b4. Next move is rook to f4. Jonas cannot really stop this. And well, it's a bit of disappointment.
You know,
in the
I
team.
like how Triveni Continental Kings have won the match, but because Jonas is losing, everyone's not very happy. Very nice team spirit there as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there you have
Oh, we have a
Raunak
handshake.
Sadhwani has taken this game, but the Triveni Continental Kings have won the match 10-9 and have also moved to the third spot in the leaderboard with 15 points.
Sharing first, second, and third places. Tomorrow, 4 more matches. We don't know what's gonna happen.
Right. Let's have a break, and then we have Levon Aronian in the studio with Tanya Sachdev.
Triveni Continental Kings strike again, taking down the Balan Alaskan Knights. And with us in the studio one more time is the man himself, Levon Aronian. Lev, congratulations, and this is becoming a happy habit.
Yes, yes. I'm always happy to be here as long as I win.
And that's what you've been doing today and your team. Lev, you took down Magnus Carlsen today. You took down Jan Nepomniachtchi, two greats the same day. Is this one of the best days in your chess career?
Well, maybe. You know, when it comes to rapid chess, yes. But you don't get to win against such strong players in rapid. Yeah.
Wow, to piggyback on that, first off, Mr. Levon, a.k.a. today Levon Aronian, okay? What's working for you so well? You beat both of them, Magnus and Jan, very hard feat to do. What's working well?
I think that the team, I think we stopped caring, so we relaxed, and that kind of is showing some results. So we're one step away from a miracle to happen, and you know, we're still relaxed. I think we got it to a position where we have some chances, so this is already a huge deal for us.
And one step closer to the miracle that you mentioned with this being. Levon, let's take a look at the scoreline of the team with which the Triveni Continental Kings took down the Balan Alaskan Knights, and there we have it, with wins on the icon board by Lev. Wei takes down Temur Rajabov, and the third very important win with Sarah Kadim winning against Nino. Lev, you encouraging Sarah, we saw that video with all that happiness within the team. It's working really well. You're able to bring on the team spirit with the performance that we're seeing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think she's a perfect replacement player. Any team would love to have her because she's very easygoing and very happy, and this is, I think this shows that we started being more happy. We don't care. Yeah, as I said. Yeah.
Literally don't care, right?
Lev, we had you at the end of the commentary for a couple of minutes. You joined in. And despite having this match victory in hand, it felt as if you could feel the pain of what was happening on the Prodigy board. Talk to us a little bit about that, because it felt as if the happiness was slightly overshadowed.
Yeah, of course. For us, I mean, we know what a great talent Jonas is, and to see him not converting and losing, of course, it's heartbreaking for us as a team. And we're there to support him, anything he needs. But so far, he kind of cannot get a break somehow. Yeah. So, but you know, the good thing is that the games that he lost, we managed to win the matches, so it's not that bad. He's our sacrificial lamb.
I might have lost on that board, but winning the match, and with that leapfrogging on the leaderboard, we've had some major shuffle around. Take a look at that as the Triveni Continental Kings climb up the ladder, finish the day on third position, sharing equal number of match points and matches played with the Ganges Grandmasters. Lev, that's a real shot at the grand finals now.
Yeah, we have everything in our hands. We need to beat Ganges Grandmasters. That's I think that's a possibility. I won't really, you know, jump ahead of the train. All I can say that we're gonna try our best, and you know, whatever happens, happens.
And that's a big day coming up tomorrow for the teams.
Absolutely.
How do you prepare for that?
Together with the team, like all the other days.
Do you have any plans to motivate the team? Tomorrow's a big day. What you got? You're the motivator. You're the team cap in the way.
Well, I think Yangi is motivating me a lot. He's crushing me every night in Blitz with some ridiculous scores. That's extremely motivating.
Absolutely. Of course, next morning, yeah. You got to take it out on somebody, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what's happening? You're taking out the anger on your opponents the next day?
Yangi, okay.
Well, I cannot get to play against him. I mean, it's just too good. So, and that is motivating me to try harder.
Oof. And that's exactly what's been happening. And we've had big turnarounds on our leaderboard. It's been a fantastic day of chess. Let's take a look at the action that is coming up on the final day of making it to the grand finals. We will start with the SG Alpine Warriors taking on the Chingari Gulf Titans, and then Lev's team, the Triveni Continental Kings. A big matchup between these two, with the Ganges Grandmasters. Then we've got the Upgrad Mumbai Masters against the SG Alpine Warriors. And finally, the Chingari Gulf Titans playing with the Balan Alaskan Knights. A huge day of chess ahead of us. Lev, we've seen the matchups. You'll be playing against Vishy Anand. Your thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, he's one of the most brilliant players, always an inspiration. I think in this tournament I played terribly against him, so I'll try to improve and not repeat the mistakes I did against him.
And Lev, ahead of such a big match, you mentioned the team works together, they prep together. But is it also high pressure and tension when you've come from, well, the bottom of the leaderboard at some point, climbed up with these big matches? Is it high pressure?
It's no pressure at all. Wow. We were not supposed to be here at all. I mean, with our terrible play in the start, we got very lucky. Now there is no pressure. We're just going to continue doing the same thing we were doing in the last 3 rounds. You know, just enjoying, fighting. You know, it's really not about the result. It's all about the effort. And if we show effort, you know, that's what counts for us as a team.
James, you keep saying Levon Aronian, aka Levon
Aronian, right.
And that's the kind of team play that we've been seeing by Lev.
Absolutely, of course. It's been great to watch you play, of course. It's always good to see how you motivate the team as well, as we see when you go in there, all the high fives, the energy. You could just tell like somebody dunked on somebody, you know, right? It's very nice to see, of course, and good luck to you, of course, in tomorrow. It's very, you need that luck, of course, obviously, but maybe you don't, the way you guys are playing right now.
Thank you.
Lev, you excited about tomorrow?
Very.
That's awesome, because we at the studio and the chess fans across the world cannot wait. This is a script that you could not have written, as the Triveni Continental Kings are back in the mix. They will be taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. Fights all across to decide the 2 teams that will make it to the grand final. We'll be back with all the action. It's a sign-off from us. We'll see you tomorrow.
No, but there were, at some point, like, that was worse. But there was definitely a point where Jan was playing for a win, legitimately.